An immemorial, mystical armament. Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle exclaimed at almost the same time. They had never in their wildest dreams imagined this. For the sake of the immemorial, mystical armament Nine-Night Plum, a great battle had been fought here on Snake Isle. Even the 9 great clans had been alarmed, with countless people losing their lives. Yet an unremarkable character like Xia Fei had one of these divine weapons. The most tenacious weed of the plant-type weapons, peacock blue. That blue color was so bright and dazzling that it instantly drew Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle's attention. With his life in peril, Xia Fei cast aside his apprehensions. If he did not show his trump cards now, then when would he have the chance to? Let alone peacock blue. If he could use that old demon lord in his ring, he would do so without hesitation. Compared to his life, the infamy of colluding with a demon meant nothing. His eyes had gone blood red. Xia Fei was like a frenzied lion. When Yu Hua and Cruel Eagle had brought Xia Fei down, he had opened his maw and revealed his hidden savagery. At some point, peacock blue had wrapped itself around Cruel Eagle's leg. The 2 blades of blue grass rapidly grew, and within 1,000th of a second, Cruel Eagle was wrapped in a bundle. His bones groaned under the pressure. Even if I die, I'm dragging down someone with me. This thought rumbled in Xia Fei's mind. This was the sort of person he was. His thought process was frighteningly cold and collected, but when he went mad, even the maddest of the madmen would concede defeat. Die. With this word, Xia Fei plunged the blood crystal into Cruel Eagle's neck. Consecutive victories had caused Cruel Eagle to relax his guard, but he had never expected that while Xia Fei seemed to have been beaten very badly by him and Yu Hua. In truth, Xia Fei had simply been biding his time until the point of explosion. Xia Fei had been seeking a chance from the start, never giving up. Rumble. Yu Hua reacted rather quickly, his wrist flicking and a spatial fissure flying out, shining with blinding white light. Xia Fei could not escape. Yu Hua had made this spatial tear nearly 1 kilometer long. Countless ancient trees were severed, as if a giant chainsaw had been through the area. There was no dodging this. Xia Fei had no intention to dodge, though. He continued to push the blood crystal down. The blade entered from the left side of Cruel Eagle's neck and exited to the right side, turning Cruel Eagle into a duck waiting to be roasted. The blood crystal rapidly devoured Cruel Eagle's essence blood, and his skin instantly lost its luster. Cruel Eagle struggled in death, but he forgot that the reason peacock blue was a mystical weapon despite not being so sharp was that due to its incredible tenacity. It never gave up. Rumble. Just like that, Yu Hua's spatial fissure struck Xia Fei right on his back. The liquid war armor shattered and fell to the ground like raindrops, and then Furball's energy barrier was torn apart. After which, the attack struck Xia Fei's edgeless armor. The spatial fissure failed to tear through edgeless, but it sent Xia Fei flying a full kilometer. He grabbed Cruel Eagle in his hand, a savage glint in his eyes. Rumble. Cruel Eagle became Xia Fei's shield, and it was only after breaking through several hundred trees that he finally came to a stop. During the flight, Cruel Eagle's corpse had withered away, and it had been rendered into powder by the collision. Level 5 Law Emperor Cruel Eagle, the last successor of the Wanyan clan, had died just like that, not even leaving behind a whole corpse. Plush. Xia Fei spat blood, with little lumps in it. It was clear that he had suffered internal injuries, the consequence of using his body to endure the attack of a great Law Emperor. If not for his numerous layers of defense, Xia Fei might have died on the spot. Yu Hua frowned. Xia Fei's way of bringing someone down with him in death had mentally shaken him, and when Xia Fei turned to look back at him, his gaze said that he was ready to fight like a desperate beast. Even if his cultivation was much lower, he would still fight with his life on the line. This had nothing to do with life or death. It was a certain kind of mentality, a mentality of someone who would fight until either one was dead. True warriors could die, but they had to die standing. What an amazing weapon. It could actually drain a Law Emperor? And how did peacock blue end up in your hands? Yu Hua asked. Xia Fei could not be bothered to reply. He was already fighting to the death. Who would have the time to answer the questions of their foe? Wiping away the blood on his mouth, Xia Fei quickly absorbed the energy seized from Cruel Eagle's body and slowly began the recovery. The amazing blood crystal. Absorbing the enemy to restore oneself. This truly was the most wicked and insidious dagger. Xia Fei was holding a black brick in his hand, weighing it. In the counterattack earlier, Xia Fei had taken that weapon which should have been his in the first place. Yuhua softly chuckled. The Ode of 100 Spirits is truly of decent quality. Why don't I teach you how to use it? Darkness metal was like a black hole, sucking in all the surrounding lights. Crack! The Ode of 100 Spirits suddenly broke apart, becoming pitch-black pyramidal pieces of metal floating in the air. Xia Fei had already guessed how to use the Ode of 100 Spirits at first glance. Darkness metal's greatest advantage was its ability to absorb law energy and store inside the weapon to be used later. These pyramidal pieces of metal floating in the air had been infused with Xia Fei's law of primal chaos's energy. Yuhua frowned. With Holy Beast Shatterstar, Edgeless Armor, Blood Crystal, and Peacock Blue, Xia Fei was already hard enough to deal with. Now that he had the Ode of 100 Spirits crafted from darkness metal in his hands, he had become an even more troublesome opponent. It was not that Yuhua was afraid. It was just that fighting with Xia Fei and all his treasures would take a great deal of time, and he had no idea how the Shatterwu clan was doing in its battle with the Yu clan's divine beast. Green Dawn was no furball. That giant snake had lived for thousands of years and was in its prime, whereas Furball was just in his juvenile stage, having only gone through 3 evolutions. He was the equivalent of a 7- or 8-year-old human child, still very far from his prime. Besides that, Yuhua felt rather depressed over Cruel Eagle's unexpected end. No matter what, Xia Fei could not be allowed to live. After all, he had another identity, a member of the Skywing race. If the Skywing race found out that he had attempted to surround and kill Xia Fei, the results would be too gruesome to imagine. That group had always been the most ruthless in the circle and was outrageous to the extreme. Yuhua needed to nip this problem in the bud. Thinking of this, Yuhua relaxed a lot. Pointing at Xia Fei, he said, "Just give up. Today, even if you kneel and beg, you will still die." Xia Fei calmly replied, "You had best do as you claim, because if you don't..." At that moment, 2 blades of blue grass suddenly sprouted from where Yuhua was standing. It was none other than immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue. While Yuhua had been speaking, Xia Fei had been having Peacock Blue silently move through the ground to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! Yuhua moved extremely fast, instantly shooting into the clouds. Users of the law of space could travel through the fabric of space, so flying into the air to avoid these 2 blades of grass was no difficult feat for Yuhua. Whoosh! The Ode of 100 Spirits streaked into the sky like a comet to attack Yuhua. At the same time, blue sparks exploded from Edgeless and sent Xia Fei flying upward. Edgeless was equipped with 2 quantum engines, and its speed was on par with Xia Fei's speed ability at full throttle. After all, this was a Law Emperor-grade armor. It had accompanied Busey of Dragon Ascensions for Heavenly Kings for many years and rendered many great achievements. All of this happened in an instant. A battle beyond words was taking place. Smiling, Yuhua once more unleashed his famous technique. 7 dragons split the heavens. 7 terrifying spatial fissures descended like 7 bolts of lightning on Xia Fei, their power seemingly enough to annihilate the world. There was no holding back in this attack. A great Law Emperor had his dignity to think of, and Yuhua found it hard to justify to himself the fact that he had to use his ultimate technique on Xia Fei twice. Thus, he put all his strength behind this attack. He sought to take Xia Fei's life with this attack. Rumble. 7 dragons split the heavens, just as it said, was a technique that could tear apart the skies. 7 streaks of lightning came down, and though they did not split the heavens, they did destroy the earth. 1, 2, 3, 7. Giant canyon-sized scars appeared one after the other, 3 kilometers wide and 1 kilometer deep. Even the Yellow River would be able to flow easily through these canyons, and this was not even mentioning the blinding whiteness in the sky. From this, one could see how powerful Yuhua's full strength was. In the distance, Yu Jiang and the experts of the Shatterwu clan raised their heads in confusion. Did the Great Law Emperor really need to be that serious when dealing with a single Xia Fei? Xia Fei narrowed his eyes. The gales stirred were so strong that Edgeless was already trembling a little, even though it had yet to make direct contact with 7 dragons split the heavens. Powerful. Truly powerful. Xia Fei had never before faced such a grim challenge. He even wondered if this attack had enough power to destroy the entirety of Earth. This power, which seemed like it could destroy a planet, was coming for him. Xia Fei did not choose to fall back. At a time like this, there was no such thing as falling back. The massive spatial fissures covered a range of several dozen kilometers. Even if Xia Fei used his speed ability to its absolute limit, he still would be unable to escape. This was like using a cannon to swat a fly. Unfortunately, Xia Fei was the fly. On the ground, the Law Emperors looked up in disbelief as Xia Fei fearlessly faced head-on Yu Hua's attack. This is the full-strength attack of a great Law Emperor. Not even I would dare to take it directly. Madman. He's a madman. Furball's eyes were red, streaked with blood. Exotic beasts followed their masters, and in this battle, his normally naughty and eccentric self had become just as insane as Xia Fei. Xia Fei had been restraining Furball as of late, for Holy Beast Shatterstar required far too much energy to advance. By fighting a little less, Furball could mature much more quickly. However, today, Furball had already tossed aside Xia Fei's words. This was a real battle with their lives on the line. It was not just Xia Fei fighting with his life on the line. Furball was as well. Their lives were linked by a blood contract. If Xia Fei died, Furball could not survive on his own either. Thump, thump, thump. Enraged, Furball spat out 3 energy balls. These energy balls were enormous, much larger than Furball's body. This was the most energy Furball could muster. After launching these 3 attacks, Furball immediately became much thinner, and 2 black circles appeared around his eyes. His beautiful fur also lost its luster. He appeared dispirited and listless. All or nothing. Furball was truly putting everything on the line. No thought about the consequences. The balls of light rapidly expanded, ultimately becoming 3 energy nets, each one around 10 meters in diameter. This was a new ability Furball had obtained from his 3rd evolution. It was normally used for defense, but now, Furball was using it as an attack. Chain blockade. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei's tornadoes followed right behind. All of them had been infused with the energy of the law of primal chaos. The supreme spatial fissure combat technique versus Holy Beast Shatterstar and the law of primal chaos. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Yu Hua's 7 dragons split the heavens, collided with Furball's energy nets and Xia Fei's law of primal chaos. The earth shuddered and swayed, the sky erupting with the light of 10,000 suns. In the light, 2 small black dots began to draw closer and closer. Boom. No one knew what happened. All they saw was a dark silhouette crashing down like a meteor. Rumble. The earth shuddered again. The black meteor landed in the center of the battlefield, and even the divine beast Green Dawn ceased his battle with the Shatter Wu clan. A crater with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers had appeared. A massive shockwave swept out. More than 10,000 ancient trees were pulled up by their roots. It's Xia Fei, Yu Jiang cried in alarm. It was no meteor, but Xia Fei, whom Yu Hua had blasted out of the sky. Everyone could see Xia Fei's body lying motionlessly in the crater, black smoke rising out of Edgeless. How brutal had that clash between Yu Hua and Xia Fei been? Even Edgeless was on the verge of breaking, let alone Xia Fei. Yu Jiang shook his head. He was well aware that Xia Fei probably could not take such a powerful blow. In truth, he had not hoped for Xia Fei to do anything. After all, the massive gap in rank was right there. Suddenly, Xia Fei coughed and struggled to sit up. He's still not dead. Everyone gasped. Till. Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes and spat a bloody ear. Yu Hua's ear. If I can't kill you, at least I'll bite you to death. His voice was low and savage. When Xia Fei had gotten close to Yu Hua, he had actually used his teeth to bite off half of Yu Hua's ear. Was Xia Fei a warrior or a beast? Perhaps he was a devil out of hell. Xia Fei began coughing again, large amounts of blood coming out, flecks of blood flying up more than 2 meters. Then the blood came back down, painting Edgeless red. It was a gruesome sight. Ugh, broke a few of my ribs. Xia Fei softly said, but there was a smile on his lips, a bloody smile. Xia Fei plummeted from the sky like a comet, bringing with him a wounded body and half of Great Law Emperor Yu Hua's ear. All of them were warriors, and at this level, none of them would fight as if they were gangsters on streets. resorting to teeth if fists failed. However, Xia Fei had grown up on the streets. Unlike these of noble birth, he cared nothing for his dignity. If one could not keep themselves alive, what was dignity worth? Enemies existed to be killed, and Xia Fei could use all methods available to him to do exactly just that. Even if others called him despicable, cruel, or insane, Xia Fei would not be shaken. Thick smoke plumed out of Edgeless. Charging at Yu Hua and his great law emperor cultivation had done a certain amount of damage to the armor, and Xia Fei within the armor had suffered even greater damage. He vomited blood on the ground, and 3 of his ribs were broken. Even slightly moving would make him feel like a knife had been twisted in his gut. When he landed, peacock blue spread, cushioning his impact like a bed. This was what had saved Xia Fei. If not for this cushion, he would not have only broken a few ribs. The blue blades of grass slowly withdrew from beneath Xia Fei. It also felt very tired and needed rest. Furball was lying in a pool of blood. After using all his strength, he appeared even smaller and thinner than before, his white and glossy fur now dull, appearing gray and dry. Stained with Xia Fei's blood, he appeared in such a wretched state that it was hard to look at him. Furball let out a long sigh. As if he had completed his mission, he leaned his head against Xia Fei and closed his eyes while he heavily breathed in and out. Lord Shatterstar, divine beast Green Dawn roared, his 100-meter-length body fiercely shuddering as his eyes erupted with light. Whoosh! Green Dawn used his agile tail to pick up Xia Fei and Furball and pull them to his side. Lord Shatterstar, are you okay? Furball miserably shook his head, not even having the strength to reply. Roar! Green Dawn was enraged into bellowing. The injuries inflicted on Furball and Xia Fei once more stimulated this snake, and his eyes erupted with flames of hatred. This one is a warrior of my Yu family. Green Dawn stared at Xia Fei and asked. Yu Jiang slowly nodded, and Yu Guding also followed his grandfather's gaze and turned to look, brimming with admiration for Xia Fei. Good, Green Dawn shouted. The younger generation of the Yu clan has such an individual? Even if we all die here today, the clan still has hope. A sorrowful mood began to spread. The injured Xia Fei, the injured Yu Jiang, the injured Yu Guding, the injured Furball, and the heavily injured Green Dawn were surrounded by 9 great law emperors. The difference in strength was so vast as to be unimaginable. At this time, Yu Hua descended from the sky, his face cold as he gripped his halved ear. His robe was tattered, revealing a combat uniform of excellent quality beneath, clinging onto his body like fish scales. There were several breaks on it, presumably inflicted by Xia Fei. Yu Hua angrily glared at Xia Fei. Not even in his dreams could he have imagined that he would be injured in a clash with Xia Fei, and even half of his ear had been bitten off, with blood oozing from the wound. The short-haired man from the Shatter Wu clan frowned, apparently dissatisfied by Yu Hua's lack of strength. He somewhat regretted working with Yu Hua now. It seemed like the great law emperor Yu Hua was not as strong as the rumors said. He could not even deal with a puny Xia Fei and even ended up injured. How could he explain himself? On the side, the middle-aged man wearing glasses felt for his own ear. When he saw that it was still there, he finally relaxed a little. Yu Hua's right hand was bleeding as well, and that frightening waning moon's toll made of darkness metal was missing. Xia Fei struggled up and took out several origin crystals for him and Furball to share. As if he was performing a magic trick, he revealed that crescent moon saber and weighed it in his hand. His face ashen, Yu Hua coldly roared, "Return waning moon's toll to me." Xia Fei smiled. "Is it yours? Does it have your name? If you call for it, will this weapon answer?" Yu Hua was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to burrow into the ground. It was one thing for Xia Fei to bite off half his ear, but as a great law emperor, Yu Hua had managed to lose his weapon to the other. This was the greatest humiliation. A warrior's weapon was no different from their life. Xia Fei's actions had undoubtedly been like several sharp slaps in the face, done in front of everything else. Cough. Xia Fei spoke too quickly just now, and the act triggered his internal injuries. He vomited several more mouthfuls of blood. He raised his head, not trying to wipe the blood on his mouth. His eyes burned with venom, anger, and savagery. What I hate the most is being played around with. Yu Hua, even if I die today, I'm bringing you down with me. This is the price for deceiving me. As these piercing words rang out, A cold air began to rise over Snake Isle. Arrogant and determined, Xia Fei's words had left everyone stunned. In this battle of law emperors, Xia Fei was just an insignificant side character. But the savagery of this minor actor was so frightening, so berserk. With that half an ear and Yu Hua's weapon as proof, no one could doubt Xia Fei's resolve to bring Yu Hua down with him. If no one tried to stop him, he really might do it. The short-haired man from the Shatter Wu clan looked at the bedraggled Yu Hua, and then he looked at the heavily injured but still brash and crazed Xia Fei. A smile on his face, he began to clap. "You've got guts, young man. You've made me look at you in a new light." A look of admiration on his face, the man swept his eyes over his subordinates and sternly spoke. "I want this man." Yu Hua was startled. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "You can't keep him." "Why?" "Because he has peacock blue." Peacock blue, one of the immemorial mystical armaments. The short-haired man was stunned. "It can't be. I recall that peacock blue is with the god race. I don't know the exact details, either, but peacock blue truly is with Xia Fei," Yu Hua solemnly said. Everyone, even Green Dawn and Yu Jiang, once more stared at Xia Fei. If peacock blue went from the god race to Xia Fei, there was most likely some strange connection between the two. If the god race learned that the Shatter Wu clan had colluded with Yu Hua to steal Yu Jiang's immemorial mystical armament, it would bring a disaster upon them. The short-haired man had to know this. There was no choice now. No matter how much he admired Xia Fei, this young man could not be allowed to leave this place alive. Yu Jiang smiled. "Xia Fei, you really keep a lot of secrets, huh?" Xia Fei shrugged. He had many treasures on him. Alas, all these treasures were not enough to get him a chance at survival. Yet Xia Fei did not despair. He coldly and murderously stared at Yu Hua. He could ignore everyone else. As long as he could drag down Yu Hua with him, he did not even care even if he died here. Xia Fei hated being deceived and would never let anyone who deceived him go. He stroked a finger across his spatial ring. Xia Fei did not know if the Black Bat radar signal was able to get through the sky curtain and arrived at the Alliance 8.7 billion light-years away. This was what he had truly been concerned about. "How did you get in?" Yu Jiang asked. "I have my ways," Xia Fei simply replied. Yu Jiang stared at Xia Fei for several seconds. "Are you saying that, if you have a chance, you can also get out?" "Yes, but those people probably won't give me a chance." This conversation was done softly, so that Yu Hua could not hear them speak. At this time, all of Yu Hua's attention was on Xia Fei. Once friends, they were now enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. "Hurry up and resolve this matter. We've wasted too much time," the short-haired man from the Shatter Wu clan sternly said. The subordinate nodded. Their foes had only 3 people, a divine beast and a holy beast left, while they had 9 law emperors. If they struck with all their might, the Yu family's men would find it difficult to hold out. Green Dawn sensed the killing intent, and his giant body froze for a moment, after which his eyes filled with resolve. "Hiss!" The giant snake raised his head and made a mournful hiss of despair. The divine beast was there to protect the clan, and the time had come to fulfill the promise he had once made. Furball tiredly crawled onto Xia Fei's shoulder, meeting eyes with Green Dawn. They were both exotic beasts, both giving their lives for their masters. A chemical reaction sparked between the divine beast and holy beast, both feeling admiration for each other. Yu Jiang nodded at Green Dawn, tears rolling down his face. He knew very well that the divine beast, who had protected the clan for several thousand years, was about to leave. Yu Jiang seemed to point his finger inadvertently to the south. After a momentary daze, Xia Fei understood why Yu Jiang was asking him how he had gotten into the sky curtain. It was clear that Green Dawn was going to use his life to give Xia Fei, Yu Jiang, and Yu Guting a chance to escape. The air suddenly became stagnant. As Green Dawn let out his mournful hiss, countless points of light gathered around his body, and his mighty form began to expand. "Not good. Green Dawn is about to self-detonate and take us with him," the short-haired man from the Shatter Wu clan barked. A divine beast's self-detonation? When a divine beast, possessing a hallowed bloodline and having absorbed the essence of the world, created a calamity upon detonation, it could destroy the sky curtain and sink Snake Isle. Even the giant warship carrying the Yu family may be unable to take it. This was the solution when there was no solution, the worst possible option. Stars dance amidst shifting clouds, the short-haired man called. 3 of the peak law emperors from the Shatterwu clan proceeded to form a triangle. In their center, some sort of machine appeared. The 3 linked hands and formed a bizarre formation. Whoosh! A faint barrier appeared, covering their group. When a divine beast was about to detonate, running was not the best option. The 3 peak law emperors of the Shatterwu clan had gathered their strength to try and hold out against Green Dawn. They had helpless looks on their faces. They knew that exotic beasts were loyal, but Green Dawn's loyalty to the Yu family was absurd. Using his life to explode? The courage this required. All of this happened within the space of 1 second. Green Dawn took a deep breath, drawing in all the white points of light into his body. His green body brightened, casting a sacred light over Snake Isle. Farewell. Green Dawn's last words were simple as could be. The resolve in his eyes would leave anyone shaken. Was this still an exotic beast? His loyalty would leave the vast majority of humans blushing in shame. Using his life to fulfill a promise, to give his own master a chance at survival, Xia Fei truly did not know what words he could use to praise this snake. Perhaps there were no words in the universe that could describe this sort of bitter desperation. Zoom. With a sweep of his tail, Green Dawn enclosed Xia Fei, Yu Jiang, and Yu Guding in a white ball of light and sent them shooting toward the south. At the same time, Green Dawn's massive body began to crack, an enormous energy akin to an atomic bomb surging out. Blinding. Tragic. All that was left in the world was this tragic white light. Everything disappeared in the wake of Green Dawn's self-detonation. The earth trembled. Even the entire galaxy shuddered. Divine Beast Green Dawn was dead. An indescribable explosion ensued. Divine Beast Green Dawn had used his life to unleash an unstoppable disaster. Berserk energy swept over Snake Isle. Xia Fei, Yu Jiang, Yu Guding, and Furball could only watch as this tragedy ensued. The giant snake had used his tail to wrap Xia Fei and the others in a ball of energy, and then knocked them away as if he had been playing baseball, helping them escape this catastrophe. Green Dawn, Yu Guding cried. Having lived with Green Dawn on Snake Isle for 30 years, the 2 of them had developed an extremely deep relationship. Yu Guding's face twisted as tears flowed down his face. When that dazzling light appeared, everything had already settled, and no one could stop the divine beast Green Dawn's self-sacrifice. Whoosh! The ball of light swiftly flew southward, borrowing the power of the explosion. Xia Fei did not have much time to think. The opportunity that Green Dawn created using his life would be gone soon. Xia Fei must seize the moment, or else Green Dawn would have died in vain, and Xia Fei would have let him down. He took out a bottle of medicine from his spatial ring. As Xia Fei was often injured in battle, he would always carry some bone-repairing medicine with him. The pain of broken ribs was unbearable, so he hastily drank the medicine. Not only could the medicine heal his injuries, it could also stop the pain. Several seconds later, Xia Fei arrived at the southern end of Snake Isle. He only needed to use falling leaves of autumn's demise to open a small crack, after which he could escape from the sky curtain. At this point, Xia Fei had no choice but to reveal the law of primal chaos. Living was most important, and no matter what, he needed to survive so that he could think about countermeasures. Suddenly, an invisible hand stopped the energy ball midair. A human hand had suddenly appeared in front of them, lightly picking the energy ball, carrying Xia Fei's group out of the air. Had they failed? Xia Fei's shock was at maximum saturation. It had to be mentioned that this was in the middle of Green Dawn's explosion. The enormous energy could topple mountains and reverse seas. Who could remain perfectly fine in the middle of this explosion and also easily stop Xia Fei and the others from escaping? Divine skill. This man's rank had to be as high as the heavens. Yu Jiang and Yu Guding turned ghastly pale, while Furball let out a roar of displeasure. Boom. Rumble. It took several minutes for the calamity unleashed by Green Dawn to subside completely. All of Snake Isle, including the Yu family's ancestral shrine, had been flattened. At set intervals, radiating out from the center of the explosion were round discs like millstones, all of them spaced closely together. It was impossible to describe this tragic sight. Crash. The energy ball carrying Xia Fei's group shattered, and Xia Fei could finally see the elderly hand that had stopped their advance. This human wearing all black with a fanged mask was like a god descending from the heavens. With one hand, he stopped the energy ball and ruined Xia Fei's escape plan. Green Dawn died, but his death was still not enough to allow Xia Fei, Yu Jiang, and Yu Guting to escape. Despair. Limitless despair. This masked man was so powerful and frightening that not even Green Dawn's self-detonation had been able to harm a strand of hair on his head. His black robe seemed like new as he proudly stood atop the scorched earth. "Who are you?" Yu Jiang roared in despair, worry and fear in his eyes. The masked man said nothing, just stood there as if he had not heard Yu Jiang's bellow. Whoosh, whoosh. Several men arrived, and they were none other than Yu Hua and the warriors of the Shatterwu clan. Upon seeing the masked man, they froze and then shamefully dropped their heads, not daring to say a word. Humph. The masked man coldly snorted. "People from the Feng clan are already on their way. You don't have much time left." With these words, the masked man disappeared as if he had never appeared before. Xia Fei felt his hair standing on end. This man could freely traverse through the sky curtain. Could he be a legendary law overlord? A law overlord. It was a very distant title. For one of the most outstanding members of the law realm to appear at the Yu family, it was clear that the Yu clan had been targeted from a long time ago. With a law overlord in the shadows, the chances that Xia Fei's group could escape were nearly zero. As for why the Dragon Ascension's Feng clan would send people to the Yu clan, Xia Fei spared much thought about it. The situation was obvious. Even if a god was coming, it would be very difficult for Xia Fei to last that long within the sky curtain. Surrounded by 9 great law emperors, even holding out for 1 second seemed like an impossible mission. Yu Hua and the others were in a rather bedraggled state. Though the 3 peak law emperors working together had allowed them to survive Green Dawn's explosion, they had suffered heavy injuries. This could be seen through their wan complexions and tattered clothes. In truth, if Green Dawn had used all his strength, these people might have died. Though Green Dawn had self-detonated, he had still held back a little. He had to use an amount of energy equivalent to the explosion to protect Yu Jiang and Xia Fei, so the explosion's power had been halved. Still, this level of injury could not be underestimated. 9 great law emperors had been injured, once more showing why divine beasts were one of the behemoths of the universe. If it had been Furball who had self-detonated, this region of space would probably have ceased to exist. Ha ha ha. Yu Jiang suddenly began to loudly laugh, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Coldly staring at Yu Hua, he said, "You want to replace me as the family patriarch that badly?" Yu Hua said nothing, dropping his head. After all, betraying his clan was not some glorious deed. Though he had already resolved to do this, he could not endure the old master's interrogating gaze. "Today, I will let you know what a patriarch's duty is. To do what needs to be done," Yu Jiang proudly said. "Correct. I have the 9-night plum. If you have the ability, come and take it." The aura of an expert. Perhaps because he felt that he could not escape, Yu Jiang erupted with fighting intent. Sparks exploded out of his eyes. Xia Fei did not clearly hear Yu Jiang's words, for while the old man was speaking in such an impassioned tone, seemingly prepared to face death, he had secretly placed a heavy object into Xia Fei's spatial ring. Xia Fei did not need to guess to know that this was the 9-night plum. Why? Why had the old master given him the 9-night plum instead of Yu Guting? Xia Fei was an outsider who had been unlucky enough to be dragged into this predicament, while Yu Guting was Yu Jiang's grandson and a law emperor to boot. There was clearly something weird about this. Yu Jiang's fingers slightly trembled. He had presumably discovered the demon lord Oro lurking in Xia Fei's ring. Oro was enclosed in an isolation by the law of ternary spectrum, and Yu Jiang was not at the level where he could see through the seal and see the demon, but he could confirm that the law seal had been placed by a member of the demon race, the mortal foe of the god race. Frowning, Yu Jiang sighed. Forget it. It is all fate. It was as if he was sighing over his life, but in truth, he was talking to Xia Fei. When Yu Jiang decided to give Xia Fei the 9-night plum, he did not know that the latter had a connection with the demon race, but since he had already handed it over, there was no taking it back, so he could only sigh. Xia Fei had far too many secrets, and even Yu Jiang could not help but shake his head. He truly could not tell whether his choice was right or wrong. His eyes erupted with light. Though he was facing far too many uncertain variables, Yu Jiang was keenly aware that this item was better off in Xia Fei's hands than in his enemy's hands. Yu Guding was a slow character, and having grown up on Snake Isle, he had little worldly experience. As for Xia Fei, he was a cold, calm, and crafty freak with many treasures. Also, he was accompanied by the holy beast Shatterstar. Yu Jiang himself could not escape, and between Yu Guding and Xia Fei, it was clearly Xia Fei who had the advantage, despite the latter's lower cultivation. There were many times when cultivation could not decide everything. Yu Jiang was far too aware that he had a foolish grandson. Giving the 9-night plum to Xia Fei was the only option. After putting so much effort in raising Yu Guding as a successor, he had still ended up giving the 9-night plum to Xia Fei, someone who was even more of an outsider than Yu Hua. Yu Jiang himself found the situation laughable. However, this was the only option that would keep the immemorial mystical armament out of his enemy's hands. Though he had lived several hundred years, his eyesight was still as keen as ever. The short-haired man gave a light nod. The 9 great law emperors circled around Xia Fei's group. A battle was imminent. Thunk, 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 thunk. Yu Jiang began to touch various points on his body, seemingly using some series of steps to increase his fighting strength. Any method to forcibly increase one's combat strength carried a risk, and even if one won, they would suffer long-term injuries, which would be difficult to heal. With this great foe in front of him, Yu Jiang could not be bothered by such things. Keeping the 9-night plum out of enemies' hands was the best outcome he could hope for. Even the guardian divine beast Green Dawn was dead. There was no reversing the Yu clan's decline. If he, as the family patriarch, would still be bothered by such details, how could he face his ancestors? Like a river breaking through a dam, energy surged out of Yu Jiang's body. It was his accumulated cultivation of several centuries. He's used the dragon unshackling mark on himself. He's going all out. Yu Hua called. The dragon unshackling mark was a technique of the Yu family that was passed down in the main line. Together with the dragon sealing mark, it could be used to create skeletal puppets, which were hidden so that they could catch enemies unaware. When this technique was used on oneself, it could forcefully release all of one's potential. All humans possessed potential energy. Some people were able to unleash unprecedented fighting power when their lives were in danger precisely because their potential had been unlocked. The dragon unshackling mark had a similar effect. Through profound methods, it could unleash all of a warrior's potential. The goal was to rapidly increase one's cultivation and fighting power. However, this move was far too barbaric. Anyone who used it would die. By using the dragon unshackling mark on himself, Yu Jiang showed that he had no intention of leaving this place alive. This was why he had decided to give Xia Fei the 9-night plum. After all, Xia Fei was crafty, and if there was one person among them who could survive, it would be Xia Fei. Everyone paled. Yu Jiang had the power of a peak law emperor, and now that he had unleashed all his potential, he probably had the strength to fight a law overlord. Work together. Kill him. The short-haired man barked, and the 9 great law emperors charged at Yu Jiang. Go! Yu Jiang pushed out with a hand, sending Xia Fei and Yu Guding away. Something's up. The 9-night plum may not be on him. Don't let Xia Fei and Yu Guding escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 individuals went after Xia Fei and Yu Guding, the 3 peak law emperors of the Shatter Wu clan remaining to kill Yu Jiang. 9 dragons split the heavens. Yu Hua's 7 dragons split the heavens could already be said to possess boundless power, but Yu Jiang, with his peak law emperor cultivation, could create 9 spatial tiers, which were many times more powerful than Yu Hua's attack. The deathly white scars extended for several dozen kilometers. They were truly like heavenly dragons spanning the world. Dance of the Stellar River. The 3 warriors of the Shatter Wu clan once more worked together to attack. This was exactly their field of expertise. They were of the same clan and had trained together since they were children. Their cooperation was perfect. Comets. The sky was filled with comets. All of them flew at Yu Jiang. 9 dragons split the heavens versus Dance of the Stellar River. 1 versus 3. The tearing of the law of space versus the agglomeration of the law of space. A clash of peak existences. Yu Guding. Xia Fei cried. Alas, Yu Guding was already collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to respond to his call. The latter's back had been torn open by law force. and his organs were faintly visible as blood gushed out. The two men in black squatted and searched Yu Guding's body, while Yu Hua led the other three in keeping their pursuit of Xia Fei. Rumble! In front of him, the soil suddenly rose upward like a volcano, and Xia Fei was suddenly in the middle of a caldera. Someone had used the law of matter to change the landscape. Following were several dozen sharp spatial fissures, slicing through the air as they made their way to Xia Fei. Whoosh! Xia Fei clenched his jaw, his body akin to a thin piece of paper as he pressed against the ground and slid forward 100 meters, dodging the spatial fissures. After this, he lightly pressed the tips of his toes against the ground. Edgeless then erupted with blue flames as it gave Xia Fei a powerful boost. He planned to use the quantum engine to get over the walls which were surrounding him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shadows came from overhead. Those men in black had already mounted the walls and sealed off the area. Xia Fei had no choice but to turn back around and return to the ground to avoid these attacks. Yu Zhang's plan to draw attention and give Xia Fei a chance to escape had failed. It was clear that these law emperors had no plans of executing Xia Fei. Instead, they wanted to force him into the center of the caldera, where Yu Hua was waiting for him. Yu Hua raised his hand high, indicating that the attack should cease. The three law emperors proudly stood on the walls as they coldly stared down at Yu Hua and Xia Fei. Xia Fei dropped to one knee and panted for breath. He had already used all his strength to break out of this encirclement. Alas, escaping from a group of law emperors was truly difficult. I was the one who brought you from the alliance to the law realm, and today, I will be the one to take you out. Yu Hua sternly spoke. He said these words both for Xia Fei and for his subordinates. Xia Fei had bitten off half his ear and stolen his weapon, leaving Yu Hua feeling utterly humiliated. After being pressed so hard in front of his subordinates, Yu Hua needed to get back some of his dignity, and personally slaying Xia Fei was a good method in his eyes. Thus, he had ordered his men to surround Xia Fei and not kill him. With a smile on his lips, Xia Fei stood up and tidied his messy hair. What? You don't want the other half of your ear either? Xia Fei intentionally licked his lips as if he were remembering the taste. Everyone suddenly realized that there was a wicked air about Xia Fei, his expression truly like that of a man-eating fiend. Yu Hua's face turned ashen as he subconsciously touched his damaged ear. Besides killing, Xia Fei also excelled in psychological attacks. Even in a one-on-one, Xia Fei had no chance at victory. Though he had just taken pain-numbing medicine, after that round of intense acceleration, his broken bones had once more begun to burn with pain. Opportunity always existed in the middle of chaos. Yu Hua was a smart man who excelled in thinking and analysis. The only chance was to make him go mad. And to make this man go mad, Xia Fei needed to grab his wound and twist it. This would produce two results. In his rage, Yu Hua would try to kill Xia Fei, and in addition, the former would expose his weaknesses, giving him a chance to pull the man down with him. As for escaping alive, Xia Fei had stopped thinking about that. The chances were too minuscule, infinitesimally close to zero. Xia Fei had made up his mind to kill Yu Hua today, even if he had to use his teeth. The sky curtain above him had a faint haze, so Xia Fei could not even see the stars that he loved to gaze at. This was the smokescreen Yu Hua had used. In truth, there was an illusion on the sky curtain, so that those on the outside looking in would see something fake, and those inside looking out would also see something fake. Could this really be the end? Xia Fei asked himself. There was naturally no answer, but as he asked this question to himself, his eyes began to turn sharp and determined. Bringing you to the law realm was the biggest mistake I have ever made. Today, I will personally correct this error. Yu Hua gritted his teeth and roared. Not only will you die, you will have an extremely painful death, too. The normally graceful Yu Hua was now fuming with rage, his eyes filled with nothing but fire and Xia Fei's image. While his words were quite poetic, everyone knew that Yu Hua was really just seeking to salvage his dignity. For law emperors stared hungrily at Xia Fei like gods looking at an ant. Escape? The chances were minuscule. As Yu Hua spoke, he extended his right arm, and a giant white hand moved to seize Xia Fei. This was another kind of power of the law of space, the power of space condensation. If Xia Fei was caught by this hand, Yu Hua would activate his law power and cause space to constrict until Xia Fei was squeezed to death. Xia Fei suddenly exploded in the air. He poured the law of primal chaos into the blood crystal and attacked Yuhua. With a dazzling light and a mournful howl akin to the wailing of ghosts, he revealed his surging killing power. Chain blockade. The blood crystal's slash was real, while the hurricane infused with the law of primal chaos served as a feint. Between the real and the feint, Xia Fei created a momentum equal to his foes. Yuhua smiled. Using the Yu family's techniques on me? I must hand it to you. Thousand-hand Buddha. The giant hand condensed from the law of space suddenly became thousands of hands. These hands wildly lashed out, swiftly and smoothly neutralizing Xia Fei's hurricane infused with the power of the law of primal chaos. While Yuhua appeared to have easily neutralized Xia Fei's chain blockade, it actually had not been easy at all. The law of primal chaos had an extremely bizarre power to it, which required even more law force and focus from Yuhua to deal with. This was because the law force from the law of primal chaos would neutralize his power of spatial condensation. This was in a situation where Yuhua was far stronger than Xia Fei. If they had been on equal levels of strength, Yuhua would have undoubtedly been defeated. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei still did not give up. He thrust a palm, unleashing his pure law of primal chaos technique. Rumble. A white light surged forward, like a silver leaf, piercing through the giant hand Yuhua had created. Plush. The condensing of the law of space was really the compression of space, making space of higher density and quality. However, as Xia Fei's palm approached, the condensed power instantly dissipated. It fell into chaos. Like a deflating balloon, the giant hand collapsed. Xia Fei jumped to the side and stood across from Yuhua, but he did not use this chance to attack. This was very unusual. He would need to advance another 100 meters to get Yuhua into the attack range of Peacock Blue. The combination of Peacock Blue, the cruel blood crystal, the law of primal chaos, and Furball's power, he would undoubtedly have been able to deal Yuhua a heavy blow. Why had Xia Fei chosen to withdraw after dispersing Yuhua's law condensation energy then? What sort of attack was this? I don't get it. I really don't. One of Yuhua's subordinates shook his head in confusion. Suddenly, he felt some weight on his shoulder, and when he turned to look, he saw that it was an arm without flesh. A skeletal arm. This arm was golden. Fear and alarm. The eyes of this subordinate almost popped out of their sockets. It was no wonder Xia Fei had chosen to back away. It was because there had been a strange and disconcerting development. 12 golden skeletons had appeared on the battlefields of Yujiang and Xia Fei. Rumble. There was a boom, and then half an arm, pitch black and dripping with blood, dropped at Yuhua's feet. In shock, Yuhua raised his head and discovered that his subordinates at the ring of the caldera were locked in a bitter battle. 7 golden skeletons had surrounded the 3 great law emperors, and one of them had lost an arm in his negligence. These golden skeletons did not just move quickly, but could also use law powers. Those techniques were clearly those of the Yu family. The balance of battle tipped so quickly to the point of absurdity. Heavens sundering. Heavens sundering. Heavens sundering. The golden skeletons attacked together, causing the world itself to change color. Rumble. One of Yuhua's subordinates saw that the situation was dire and took to the skies. He flew up as a complete human, but he came back down as a shattered corpse. The 7 golden skeletons had simultaneously used the classic martial technique of the Yu clan, the heavens sundering, tearing him to shreds and pulverizing the remains. What's going on? Yuhua covered his head with a hand and shouted. I have no idea what's going on. I just know that you're dead. Xia Fei had also been terrified by the sight of these golden skeletons. This was why he had immediately drawn back to see how the situation developed. When he saw these inhuman existences attacking Yuhua's men, he immediately rejoiced. Xia Fei and Yuhua had no idea that when these golden skeletons still lived, they had been warriors of the Yu family, all possessing peak law emperor cultivation. Before their lanterns had run completely dry, their last bits of vitality had been preserved with the dragon's sealing mark, and they had been buried in an independent space, existing solely for a day like this when the Yu family faced disaster. At that time, these sealed beings would be released to save the clan. This was the Yu clan's secret. Divine Beast Green Dawn had been determined to self-detonate precisely because he knew this secret. First, he had wanted to create a chance for Yu Jiang and Xia Fei to escape. Second, even if he could not succeed, the intense explosion would blow open that stronghold in the depths of the ancestral shrine and release the golden skeletons. Earlier, after Yu Jiang used the dragon sealing mark, the Shatterwu warriors had forcefully suppressed the skeletons. Green Dawn's self-detonation had broken this suppression. He had used physical means to blow open Snake Isle, creating a massive crater with a depth of 50 kilometers. The golden skeletons broke free. Truly, divine beasts possessed intelligence on par with humans. Green Dawn, who had lived for thousands of years, was a crafty character. With his grandiose self-detonation, he had lit the beacon of the final counterattack. Let alone Yu Hua, even Yu Jiang had been deceived. Of course, if Yu Jiang had known of Green Dawn's plans, he might not have used the dragon sealing mark on himself, much less given the 9-night plum to Xia Fei. The will of the heavens was unfathomable. To protect his master, Green Dawn had unwittingly helped Xia Fei. Disconcerted by this sudden shift, Yu Hua backed away, but Xia Fei crazily charged forward. 2 giant leaves appeared on his right arm, flailing like the arms of an octopus, exhibiting the savagery of an immemorial mystical armament. In Xia Fei's left hand was the striking blood crystal, seemingly ready to suck away all life in the world. After many twists and turns, the appearance of the golden skeletons had completely reversed the tides of battle on Snake Isle. Within a minute, the 3 Law Emperor subordinates Yu Hua had brought with him had been torn to shreds. The balance of power tilted to the side of Xia Fei and Yu Jiang. With Peacock Blue in his right hand and Blood Crystal in his left, Xia Fei went for a mad charge toward Yu Hua. Xia Fei hated being deceived, but this time, he had fallen into Yu Hua's trap and had almost lost his life for it. What incensed Xia Fei greatly was that he had even regarded Yu Hua as his teacher and as his friend. Yu Hua had helped Xia Fei many times, like breaking through a threshold, and when Yu Qiqi had unreasonably challenged him, Yu Hua had firmly stood on his side. This had caused him to fall under the misperception that Yu Hua was his teacher, ally, and friend. Alas, Xia Fei's understanding of the law realm was far too shallow. In the circle, there would never be such a thing as friends. When Yu Hua discovered that Xia Fei had barged his way into his plans, Yu Hua did not hesitate to try and kill him. He completely tore away his dignified veneer. Xia Fei still felt an ache in his chest. Though the wound on the surface had been healed, Yu Hua's deception and trickery had penetrated deep into his heart, never to be forgotten. The one who deceived him was his enemy, and enemies had to die. Awo, the listless furball also became energized, forcing himself to spit out a heavenly net, which charged at Yu Hua like a knife. Night crevice. Yu Hua waved his hand, his fingers slicing through the fabric of space like a knife and revealing the darkness within. This was not the ordinary space law, but rather a dark space opened with law force. The pitch-black fissure was pushed straight forward, punching a hole through the middle of Furball's net. Air rapidly disappeared, sucked into dark space. Xia Fei did not dare to be careless. His feet moved quickly as he made a graceful arc and barely managed to avoid the attack. At this crucial moment, Yu Hua had tossed aside all apprehensions. He even used the dangerous law of void. It must be understood that the node connecting space to dark space was unstable, and the slightest lack of control would result in the dark space expanding without limit. It was even possible for Snake Isle and all of the Yu family to be pulled into it. As a result, when using the law of void, one must be extremely careful. However, in his frantic state, Yu Hua had no time to think about such things. Releasing the law energy sans thinking about the consequences. Die. After dodging the fissure, Xia Fei did not stop. Peacock Blue had already penetrated into the ground. Rumble. Peacock Blue bolstered itself to the strongest level. The 2 blue blades of grass grew to a length of 500 meters, and at a distance of 2 meters from Yu Hua, they suddenly burst out of the ground. Stones went flying everywhere. Like claws of a giant beast, the blades of grass sought to wrap around Yu Hua. This was an immemorial mystical armament, the world's most tenacious weed. Once Yu Hua was captured by Peacock Blue, he would find it hard to escape. If he was then stabbed by the blood crystal, it would not matter that he was a great law emperor. Xia Fei's weapons were all unreasonable and absurd existences. Even a god would be sucked dry. Whoosh. The blades of grass moved nimbly, one of them tightly wrapping around Yu Hua's left leg. Not good. Yu Hua was well aware of the power of an immemorial mystical armament. He had seen Cruel Eagle being held fast by Peacock Blue, caught in its clutches until his death. From this, he had been made well aware of the tenacity and absurdity of this weed. 7 dragons. Split the heavens. Yu Hua did not dare to think that his opponent was just a blue weed and used his strongest technique. Rumble. White light engulfed the area. Heaven's Sundering was the Yu clan's supreme martial technique, and though it was not as abnormal as Yu Zhang's dragon unshackling and dragon sealing marks, it was still shocking enough. The earth was cleaved by the Heaven's Sundering, splitting open like a canyon. Peacock Blue was unable to endure this powerful attack. After all, the Heaven's Sundering used spatial force to tear apart the fabric of space. Blue grass flew into the air. Peacock Blue was being torn to shreds, but new blades of grass quickly grew back. If there was time, Xia Fei would have thoroughly taught Yu Hua what the saying, "No prairie fire can destroy the grass, for it shoots up again with the spring breeze" meant. Peacock Blue was rooted in Xia Fei's right arm, and as long as he lived, Peacock Blue would be reborn again and again. Trying to escape from the attack of Peacock Blue? Easier said than done. Yu Hua used law force to shoot into the heavens, and Xia Fei pursued. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. The gust of wind created by his palm was gentle, but he held blood crystal in that palm. This was an attack meant to take Yu Hua's head. The two of them drew closer and closer. Still, Yu Hua was a great law emperor, and he did not panic. He brought his fists together, seemingly about to use some strange law force attack on Xia Fei. Suddenly, a new development. The 7 golden skeletons down below had lost 2 of their number while killing Yu Hua's subordinates, and the remaining 5 began to attack Xia Fei and Yu Hua without distinction, not caring that both were so close. If they randomly attacked like this, Xia Fei would have no hope of escaping. He would be joining Yu Hua to the grave. Democrat, Minnesota. These golden skeletons aren't actually on my side. Xia Fei cursed. You should have already guessed that they're not on your side. After all, they're skeletons. Phantom suddenly snarked after having said nothing for a while, leaving Xia Fei disconcerted. This was a very simple math problem. Originally, Xia Fei had been fighting against the Shatter Wu warriors and Yu Hua's subordinates, 9 law emperors in total. Now, though the golden skeletons had killed Yu Hua's 3 subordinates, they had also made Xia Fei one of their attack targets. In other words, rather than decreasing, the number of enemies had increased. Even worse was that this was no longer a 2-sided melee, but rather a 3-party brawl. In a flash, the attacks of the golden skeletons arrived, as if they had discussed everything beforehand. All of these Yu clan ancestors used the Heaven's Sundering. 3 dragons split the heavens. 4 dragons split the heavens. Even 5 dragons split the heavens. The Heaven's Sundering referred to the number of spatial fissures created. Over 10 of these frightening spatial tiers could sweep over everything. The scene more impressive than what any movie could fabricate. Not just Xia Fei. Even Yu Hua was dumbfounded, a helpless look on his face as his complexion turned white. Rumble. The earth shuddered and groaned. Xia Fei managed to clamber up from the ground before vomiting blood. The attack just then had injured him even more severely than Yu Hua's attack. His ears were still buzzing. The powerful Heaven's Sundering, as well as the excess burden on his body, caused Xia Fei to start seeing things. This was a sign that he was at his limit. Hallucination was bad news for any warrior, for it was a sign that their body's condition was declining, their fighting power plummeting, until they died at the hands of their foe. Xia Fei, look. Phantom looked in terror behind Xia Fei. As their minds were linked, Xia Fei could easily hear what Phantom had said. He turned his head, and his eyes immediately flew open. Is this really the end? I, Xia Fei, might lose my life here. What Xia Fei was worried about happening had transpired. The dark space Yu Hua tore had not disappeared. Instead, it was now several dozen kilometers in diameter and was still expanding. Out of control. The dark space has gone completely out of control. Oro said. In the chaos, Oro's voice could only be heard by Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not answer, for he had no idea how to answer. The dark space going out of control did not just mean that Snake Owl would be lost. It meant that the entire Yu family and the region of space it resided in would, too. The powerful gravitational pull dragged in soil. The vacuum of dark space was so powerful that if it was not stopped soon, a calamity would ensue. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Since he was a goner, anyway, he might as well charge into dark space for a chance at survival. The last time he did this, he had followed the demon Chrysalis into a dark space and had almost been imprisoned for a lifetime. Xia Fei still remembered it as if it were just yesterday. It was not that the dark space had been full of monsters. Rather, the infinite darkness within was truly too despairing. Death was truly preferable to living for the rest of one's life in that darkness. Yu Hua's face darkened. He had never imagined that the dark space he had opened would go out of control. Yu Jiang had also used this technique before, and Yu Hua had not seen it become a problem. It seemed that his cultivation was still very inferior to the patriarch's, and just because he had seen it did not mean that he could replicate it. Yu Hua glared at Xia Fei. All of this had been because of the latter. If Xia Fei had not managed to get through the sky curtain, if Xia Fei had not attacked him like a madman, willing to sacrifice his own life to take Yu Hua's, he would have never needed to use the law of void. Now, there had been an unexpected development. The golden skeletons had no intention of letting Xia Fei and Yu Hua go. They only recognized the patriarch of the Yu clan and Green Dawn. Everyone else was to be obliterated. With strange shouts and cries, 5 golden skeletons with Law Emperor cultivation charged up. A 3-sided fight. Yu Hua would not let Xia Fei go, nor would the golden skeletons let him go. Xia Fei was truly in a miserable situation. However, there was no time to explain. Once the golden skeletons unleashed another round of Law of Space attacks, Xia Fei would be on his way to the underworld. His body was at its limits and on the verge of collapse. How could Xia Fei last out against these Law Emperor experts? He had been able to rely on the law of primal chaos, Holy Beast Shatterstar, an immemorial mystical armament, and the blood crystal to last until now. But there was a limit to how far treasures could get him in this apex battle. While Xia Fei could hold on for a moment, he couldn't hold out forever. All or nothing. Xia Fei roared and charged into the dark space. I might die in that dark space, but I mustn't let Yu Hua get his wish. With his mind set, Xia Fei heedlessly charged into the infinite darkness. Yu Hua was startled. He was not as insane as Xia Fei. The position of patriarch was right before him, the dream of many years about to be fulfilled. Yu Hua was reluctant to leave all this and was unwilling to enter the dark space. Even if he had the ability to open the dark space, he had no idea where he would end up if he went in. If this massive scheme came to nothing and the Yu family disappeared, what meaning would there be in this struggle for the position of patriarch? Yu Hua's face darkened as he hesitated on what to do. Xia Fei continued to charge heedlessly into the dark dimension. In just 2 seconds, he would be in that dark world. But at this moment, there was another development. The unfathomably powerful masked man appeared again. It was that same terrifying fanged mask and the same withered old hands. As if a god had descended, this masked man descended from the sky, gripped the sides of the tear. The slowly expanding dark space froze in place, and then began to close slowly. Such power! He was single-handedly closing the dark fissure. However, Xia Fei understood that this masked man was an enemy as well as in the same group with Yu Hua and the Shatterwu clan. Although Xia Fei had a chance of surviving when fighting Law Emperors despite his heavy injuries, he had no chance against this masked man. Run! This man is a law overlord. Once he closes the tear, he'll turn around and deal with you. Strangely, though Xia Fei was already hearing things, he could still clearly hear Lionheart King Oro's voice. His face paled. This masked man was really a law overlord. Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall's headquarters. Say that again. Xia Fei might have been drawn into an internal conflict of the Yu family. Busi of the 4 Heavenly Kings sternly asked. Next to him were Zanian Feng and Kazan Feng. Zanian, who was connected to a spy through his terminal, listened to this report. That's truly too weird. Xia Fei only got back to the Yu family a few hours ago, and he's already been swept up in a big event. How could he cause so much trouble? It's no wonder the intelligence operatives all emphasize Xia Fei's habit of getting into trouble. It truly is the case, Busi grumbled. Kazan frowned. He was wondering if Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall's careless intervention into the matters of the Yu family would trigger some unexpected storm. After all, the Yu family was a small clan in the circle, and if someone was going to intervene, it would be the Law Enforcement Board, not Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall. Moreover, a spy already told them that the Law Enforcement Board had arrived at Snake Isle upon first notice, but the Yu family had sent them back, saying that the isle was where the clan's ancestral shrine was. After some moments of silence, Zanian organized his words and said, Snake Isle, which holds the Yu family's secret, is enclosed by the sky curtain. From the outside, Snake Isle seems calm, but anyone with a little common sense knows that the sky curtain is an isolation of the law of space. It's completely capable of isolating the inside from the outside. The calm that people on the outside can very well be an illusion. Several minutes ago, our men reported a powerful pulse of energy penetrating through the sky curtain. An energy source so powerful that it can penetrate through the sky curtain, allowing everyone outside of the island to sense it? This is utterly absurd. The only explanation for the release of such a powerful energy source is that a law overlord appeared on Snake Isle. Everyone knows that the Yu family has no law overlord expert. An outsider must have caused this trouble. Our spies searched all around the island and didn't find Xia Fei, so we can easily conjecture that he's inside the island. The energy pulse Zanian spy had felt was naturally caused by Green Dawn's detonation. Divine beasts were born from nature, and when they died, the world would weep. It was very normal for the energy pulse to penetrate through the sky curtain and be sensed by those outside of it. Xia Fei is inside Snake Isle. Kazan was confused. He's just a level 4 law sovereign. How could he be so powerful as to break through the sky curtain's isolation boundary? Zanian smiled. Both Uncle Busey and I understand that we didn't just jointly recommend Xia Fei because he is quick-witted and good at analyzing things. More importantly, it's because he has the holy beast Shatterstar and possesses a very strange law power. It's still the same law of space, but not only is it powerful, it can also neutralize other laws. I speculate that he might have his own understanding of the law of space. What is a person who obtains his own comprehension of a law, if not a genius? He also has a strange weapon that can suck any life forms dry, leaving them shriveled up corpses. He could also be a member of the Skywing race, meaning he has a group of those extremely bizarre fellows standing behind him. Let alone me. Father, even you probably haven't encountered such a bizarre and complex examinee before, right? Busey nodded in agreement with Zanian's words. In their eyes, cultivation was not everything. The key was that Xia Fei was hiding too many secrets, piquing their curiosity. If they knew that Xia Fei also had peacock blue rooted in his right arm, they would likely be stunned beyond belief. Kazan remained unconvinced. It was not that he was not tempted, but that the Dragon Ascension's name was just too conspicuous. The entire circle was watching it, and every move needed to be made with extreme caution, to be pondered and mulled over again and again. Busey shook his head and said, this incident in the Yu clan couldn't be related to that legend that the family was hiding an immemorial mystical armament, could it? Kazan was startled. I've heard about that. There are 30 immemorial mystical armaments in all, and most of them are kept by the two-peak races. Only a few have ended up in the circle. If the Yu family were really hiding an immemorial mystical armament, it should have fallen prey to someone else's schemes a long time ago. Suddenly, the terminal on Kazan's desk began to flash. Rather than grabbing it, he simply pressed his hand on it. This was an encrypted secret signal, which was transmitted mentally rather than through words. Only Kazan could receive it. Kazan Feng drew his arm away in shock as he softly said, the Moonward clan and Nine Fan clan have sent people to the Yu family. Busey said, what's strange about that? The Yu family pays tribute to those two clans every year, and the Moonward and Nine Fan clans protect it in return. Now that something is happening in the Yu family, they're bound to send people over to see what's up. Kazan shook his head. I wouldn't have anything to say if they had sent people from the start, but Snake Isle has been sealed for a day and a night now. The Moonward and Nine Fan clans sending people now is a little too late. Kazan paused for a moment. Do you know who's leading them? Who? Busey and Zanian asked in unison. The second elder of the Moonward clan, Jinsheng Xiang, and the Azure Fan of the Nine Fan clan, Yanzhou Jiao. Two law overlords. Zanian Feng and Busey were both stunned. Zanian asked. Jinsheng Xiang and Yinzhou Jiu are both old monsters who have lived for centuries. It's rare for them to make an appearance. So how are they both heading to the Yu family today? On the surface, it seems like those recluse are heading there to protect the Yu family. But just as father said, isn't it a little too late if that's their real purpose? Busey hastily asked. Zanian, what do you mean? I have a wicked conjecture. Could the Moonward and Nine Fan clan have known long ago that something is happening in the Yu clan? They're heading out now either to reap the reward or to clear the scene and make sure that no evidence remains. Busey jumped up from his chair. So you're saying that this is some conspiracy laid down by the 9 great clans? Zanian had no reaction, only staring at his father. These were all speculations, and only his Kazan could decide how to deal with the situation. Kazan massaged his temples, and Busey rather impatiently said, Dragon Ascension Martial Hall appears to be under the control of your Feng clan. But over the last few years, the human race has been in decline, and the number of students from other races now surpasses the number of students from the human race. Your meaning is? Kazan asked. The human race has produced quite a few excellent sprouts this time, and Xia Fei is one of them. I am a human, so I am bound to favor the people of my own race. Whether or not this is some conspiracy of the 9 great clans, I do not wish to see a student with a lot of potential killed before he even enters the martial hall. It's just that simple. Just as Kazan opened his mouth, the terminal on his desk began to flash again. After taking the message, Kazan started laughing. It's getting more and more interesting. Shatter Wu clan's Simbo Wu and Withered Mu clan's patriarch Mu Chiyun, who hasn't shown himself for decades, are also preparing to head out, probably to the Yu clan as well. 4 law overlords. Zanian swallowed. Everyone knew of these renowned names, and all of them were extraordinary individuals at the law overlord level. All of them were heading to the same place at the same time. It was too absurd. Kazan stood up and began to pace in his room. 4 of the 9 great clans are heading out, and I'm sure that the law enforcement board will be going over, too. What's going on here? Kazan muttered. Busey and Zanian repressed their agitation and uneasiness as they waited for Kazan's decision. Since that's the case, Busey, you go too. Let's get a gathering of 5 overlords. Busey stood up and sternly nodded. Within the space of a few minutes, 5 law overlords would gather in the Yu clan. This was undoubtedly a rare event. All of them had their own plans, with Busey not even having an idea of what was going on. Suddenly, before Busey could leave, Zanian's terminal began to ring. Young master, bad news. Someone in the Yu clan snake, I'll use the law of void. The dark space has gone out of control. Even the people outside of Snake I'll can sense it. The Yu family has already sent an urgent request for help to the law enforcement board. Snake Isle. Xia Fei hastily came to a stop and stared at the masked man standing far in front. This was simply a miracle. The masked man was single-handedly controlling and closing the dark spatial tear. Lionheart King Oro was right. The masked old man was a law overlord and his enemy. Once he closed the dark space, he would turn around and deal with him. Be it Xia Fei or those golden skeletons, none of them could hope to survive. The gap between their strength was massive, and not even with countless treasures could Xia Fei hope to hold out. Run, the farther, the better, Oro hurriedly hollered. His voice was rather hoarse. If Xia Fei died, he would be exposed, a result that Oro did not wish to see. Rumble. As they spoke, the golden skeletons started attacking again. There was another series of explosions. What Xia Fei had taken initially for his saviors had now become vexing ghosts who did not distinguish between friend and foe. Xia Fei stood up, his head dizzy. While dodging just now, he had gotten injured again. He was at his limit, and each second of delay was dangerous. Yu Hua howled and charged at a golden skeleton. He wanted to use the chaos to kill Xia Fei, but he was well aware that the greatest threat originated from the golden skeletons. The masked man said nothing, but the void continued to close. In just a few more seconds, it would be completely sealed. This was Xia Fei's only chance to escape. Edgeless erupted with flames and soared to the clouds. Xia Fei still had a bit of focus, and he decided to break out through the top of the sky curtain. The quantum engine operated at 100%, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Capture him. That item isn't on you, Gooding. The ones speaking were the two black-robed law emperors searching Yu Guding's body. After failing to find the nine-night plum on Yu Guding's body, they hurriedly joined Yu Hua. Since the nine-night plum was not on Yu Guding, it must be on Xia Fei. Seeing the old man closing the dark space, the two law emperors were shocked. Soon after, Xia Fei began to run. How could the two of them let Xia Fei escape? Instant movement. Whoosh! The two law emperors appeared above Xia Fei, blocking his path. White light gathered in four hands as the two law emperors prepared to attack Xia Fei. Xia Fei had nowhere to run. Above were two law emperors, and on the ground were Yu Hua and the dangerous golden skeletons. This was not considering the masked law overlord. He was by far the most dangerous thing here. With his last shred of rationality, Xia Fei made a decision. An insane decision. That mottled rainbow energy sphere in his seventh brain region burst apart with a pop. No! Phantom cried with all his might. Alas, he was a step too late. In his life, Xia Fei had done many insane things and made many crazy decisions. Otherwise, he would have never been called a lunatic by others. There were many lunatics in the universe, but Xia Fei was different from the others. There was nothing wrong with his head, and he was actually rather logical, capable of analyzing and judging things. His madness existed in his vigorous counterattack in dire straits, and in that attitude which disdained all rules and conventions. Everyone feared death, but true warriors dared to gamble with their lives in desperate times. The result was not important. What was important was an attitude that pursued victory, a desire to live and tenaciously struggle for survival. Even when one's body had no more energy and their mind and body had both reached their limits. Xia Fei still had quite a few origin crystals in his spatial ring, but he did not have the time to absorb them. In the middle of a fierce battle, was there anyone who would just stand by and watch their foe fight and recover energy at the same time? However, there was still a multicolored ball of energy in his seventh brain region. This was the powerful energy absorbed through level 5 Law Emperor Cruel Eagle, a warrior who practiced the law of matter. Cruel Eagle had lived for more than 100 years. Part of his accumulated energy had gone to the blood crystal, while the other part had been given to Xia Fei. This method of seizing energy was incredibly cruel. A lifetime of cultivation had been stolen by Xia Fei through little effort on his part. If Cruel Eagle's spirit were still around, he would probably vomit blood out of sheer anger. Two great law emperors attacked Xia Fei from above, while a law overlord waited down below. There was no choice. Xia Fei could only break out through the sky. Breaking out required energy, enough energy to contend against two great law emperors. The law realm was the realm of energy. Without energy, it was hard to advance even an inch. The energy ball in Xia Fei's seventh brain region was everything he had. He had no other energy available for him to use. There was no other option. Even though this energy was volatile and dangerous, Xia Fei had to use it. He clenched his teeth, and the rainbow ball of energy in his brain shattered. This was an extremely insane decision he had made. This energy did not belong to Xia Fei, but had originally been Cruel Eagle's. Thus, Xia Fei was not confident in his ability to control this energy. As for using his enemy's energy to attack his enemies, it was truly a fantastical idea. However, Xia Fei firmly believed that nothing in the universe was impossible. Success or failure, he needed to at least try first. No, Phantom yelled in panic. That energy isn't yours. It's too violent. It will destroy your seventh brain region. Xia Fei was deaf to Phantom's words at this point, though, for he had already gone completely mad. There was nothing in his mind except the thought of battle. Whoosh! Surging energy, which had once belonged to Cruel Eagle, instantly filled his seventh brain region, and it was not just his brain region. Xia Fei's body rapidly swelled like an inflating balloon. Immense energy unstoppably swept out. Excess would result in overflow. If he could not swiftly consume this external energy, Xia Fei would face disaster. If too much energy filled his body, he would explode. The two great law emperors in the sky were both aghast. As experts, they could easily tell that Xia Fei was radiating with an energy different from normal. The young man shooting toward them was like a devil with bared fangs. No, it was more like a bomb with an unstable fuse. Even his opponents could sense how dangerous he was. If this much energy exploded, Another calamity on par with Green Dawn's self-detonation would occur. His eyes were resolved. Streaked with blood, Xia Fei was going all out. White Tiger howls at the moon. Azure Peak slash. The two great law emperors did not dare to be careless, both unleashing their strongest techniques. The energy inside Xia Fei was so unstable that they feared that Xia Fei would suddenly explode, in which case, they would inevitably be caught in the explosion. On one end was a rapid condensation of the law of space. On the other end was a fissure created with the law of space. White Tiger howls at the moon compressed space to an extreme degree, manifesting as a giant fanged beast lunging at the opponent. In truth, the monster, which manifested in the air, did not look like a white tiger at all. With its giant maw, it looked more like a monstrous toad, as a mouth several hundred meters in diameter lunged at Xia Fei. Once one was caught in the mouth, the compression would begin. Warriors, whose ranks were too low, would be incapable of fighting back and would be instantly crushed into paste. Azure Peak slash was a giant spatial fissure. Unlike the savage scars normally created by such techniques, this was an extremely neat tear, like a crescent moon blade descending from the heavens. As that azure wave of light swept across the starry sky, it seemed on the verge of severing the river of stars. Two great law emperors. Two apex techniques of shocking might. On the left was a behemoth, and on the right was a sharp and vicious blade. The developments in the sky left everyone feeling shocked. While fighting off the golden skeletons, Yu Hua shot a glance in the sky, and even that masked law overlord silently raised his head. They were not shocked at the combined techniques of the two great law emperors, but rather at Xia Fei. While these were high-tier techniques, it was not as if both were completely unseen, so the mysterious law overlord was unmoved by them. However, no one had ever seen Xia Fei's suicidal method of attack before, and no one could tell how Xia Fei had suddenly unleashed such a massive amount of unstable energy, turning himself into a massive bomb that could explode at any moment. Madness could not explain this conduct. Did Xia Fei truly not want to live anymore? Xia Fei's lips curved upward. He was actually smiling. Holy Beast Shatterstar was also smiling, as was Lionheart King Oro in the ring. Crazy enough, Oro's words were enough to describe the scene. Using an enemy's energy to charge fearlessly at the enemy? Oro could not find a better word to describe this than crazy. Oh whoa, Furball howled. After spending too long with Xia Fei, this little fellow had also gone insane. Seeing Xia Fei charge heedlessly into the fray, Furball felt no fear, but only excitement. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei roared as he unleashed his pure law of primal chaos martial technique. Xia Fei placed a hand above him, and a giant maple leaf instantly took form, floating in the nothingness like a leaf in the autumn wind. As Xia Fei was using Cruel Eagle's energy and not his own, this attack appeared to be extremely unstable. The giant maple leaf grew larger. Xia Fei could not let Cruel Eagle's energy stay in his body, for it was too violent and abundant. Xia Fei had to release all of it. Although Blood Crystal had only given Xia Fei a small part of Cruel Eagle's lifetime of energy, this was already a shocking amount of energy. After more than 100 years of refining, this energy was incredibly pure, and it was faintly infused with the aura of the Law of Matter user. What law is this? The masked law overlord on the ground asked himself. As an expert, he instantly sensed the abnormal aura of the law of primal chaos. This energy, which could subvert and disrupt all things, was so wild and unruly that it instantly stimulated his desire to fight. If he were not so busy suppressing the expansion of the dark space, the mysterious law overlord would really go up to fight with Xia Fei. The sturdiness of the law of matter, the sharpness of the law of space, and the ability to flip over the universe via the law of primal chaos. The maple leaf swept forward, meeting the attacks of the two great law emperors head-on. Rumble. The giant maw of the white tiger's howls at the moon led the way, its toothed mouth biting down and swallowing Xia Fei. The law overlord frowned. Xia Fei had been so easily swallowed, and the condensation of space law energy would activate soon, the extreme spatial compression turning Xia Fei into a meat pancake. This was not the result he had predicted. Xia Fei had released such a grandiose attack and had seemed determined to take down his enemies with him. but he had been swallowed up with little fanfare. Truly, this was loud thunder followed by a tiny drizzle of rain. The law overlord shrugged, believing that he had either overestimated Xia Fei or that his eyes were going bad. Meanwhile, he continued to close the void tear. Suddenly, a massive explosion came from the sky. It was like 10,000 lightning bolts had flashed all at once. The sound was vast and grandiose. Rumble. Before space could compress, Xia Fei had already broken out of the spatial compression. The maple leaf was soft and supple, but it had obliterated the law of space condensation technique used by the Great Law Emperor. That toad-like monster had its belly punched through. Xia Fei had gone in through its mouth and blasted his way out through its stomach. Heavens! What power is that? All the warriors who saw this sight could not help but ask themselves if they could shatter the full-strength attack of a Law Emperor and tear open a condensed space. Xia Fei seemed to have the help of the gods. This was not even the most shocking thing, for they soon bore witness to an even more unbelievable sight. As Azure Peak descended like a divine blade, with its azure light blotting out half the sky, Xia Fei's maple leaf soared upward to meet it. If things went as expected, the maple leaf would be no match for the blade, and the Azure Peak would slice apart the maple leaf and then strike Xia Fei. Alas, even now, they still did not understand that falling leaves of autumn's demise was not the usual culmination of law force, but rather something powered by the law of primal chaos, which could reverse all. It could make black into white, right into wrong. The law of primal chaos was this sort of unreasonable existence. The greatest law in the universe was that there were no laws, and the most absurd law in the universe was this law that could subvert the laws of others. The azure blade struck Xia Fei's leaf-like bolt of lightning, a blinding explosion of light. There was no sound, the world falling silent. And then something absurd happened. The azure spatial fissure was bounced back by the maple leaf. It was turned around. Yu Hua roared, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The mysterious masked law overlord also could not help but swallow. As for the two law emperors in the air, their eyes went wide in disbelief and confusion, shattering a condensed law of space and reversing the spatial fissure. What sort of power was this? Xia Fei was an unremarkable and minor character, so how could he possess such absurd strength? Whoosh! The azure blade flew back the way it had come, flying past the two law emperors and directly colliding with the sky curtain. Rumble! Another shudder. The sky curtain held on and did not shatter. Xia Fei had already reached the two law emperors. The white maple leaf swept past them like a giant and crashed into the sky curtain. Rumble! This was a considerable blow. The sky curtain, which could stop the attacks of law emperors, shattered. Xia Fei's maple leaf also broke apart, its remains drifting down from the sky like giant snowflakes. Whoosh! Xia Fei charged out of the seal and continued to soar upward. Farther up was the outer shell of the warship. The Yu family was built on a giant warship and was enclosed with a giant transparent outer shell. Xia Fei's mind was somewhat fuzzy, so he did not notice that he was about to crash into the outer shell and into space. In this moment of crisis, Furball spat out a heaven net, which used up the last bit of his energy. Boom! In the eternal night of space, a small demon race ship rapidly moved. It covered 10,000 light-years a minute. After inputting some coordinates, Xia Fei collapsed onto the deck in exhaustion. Where do these coordinates go? Xia Fei weakly said. The demon race, Oro sternly replied. The Panhuman Alliance, the rebuilt Venal Galaxy, the brand-new Half-Moon Hill Villa. The night had fallen long ago, but in the darkness, Avril quietly got out of her bed. After rubbing her somewhat dry eyes with her snowy white hands, she opened her wardrobe and put on a pair of blue jeans, white sneakers, and a pink travel jacket. Softly exhaling, Avril took from an exquisite box on her dressing table a prepared spatial ring. She opened the balcony door, bathing her body in the silver moonlight. Her golden hair swayed in the wind. Avril seemed rather worried, but her jewel-like eyes flashed with determination. Who was Avril waiting for in the dark night? Since she had taken out prepared travel gear, was she going on a trip? With her silent actions, not waking her maids or butlers, was Avril planning to travel far on her own? In short, Avril's actions on this moonlit and starry night were very strange, but what happened next was even more bizarre. A small, strangely shaped warship appeared at the Jian family home, avoiding the venal galaxy's 7 layers of powerful defenses, arriving like a ghost. Those familiar with the warship models of the Alliance would have quickly recognized that this ship belonged to none of them. Even its cloaking system activated and deactivated without a single energy pulse. The warship bathed in the moonlight and then vanished in the sea of stars, and Avril had vanished as well. The night remained the same, but that golden waterfall of hair and that incredibly cute and adorable face was no more. However, the strangeness did not end there. 27 minutes and 19 seconds after Avril left the Jian family home, a boom resounded through the calm, Half-Moon Hill villa. Rumble. Avril's bedroom exploded. A strong glass door had existed between the balcony and the bedroom, but now, this door was blasted to pieces. The bedroom was turned into a large barn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Jian family's bodyguards arrived at the scene. Countless flashlights piercing through the darkness. Countless eyes uneasy, frightened, and unaware of what to do next. Where's the young miss? I don't know. Who broke this door? I don't know. Then what do you know? Pang Xing furiously roared, not caring that he was the Jian family's head butler. Get searching already. If something happened to the young miss, I'll have your heads. Pang Xing's face turned cold, his gaze dark and sinister. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several hundred figures vanished into the darkness to search for Avril. Alas, where could they start searching for Avril in the vast sea of stars? In a forest not far from Half-Moon Hill Villa, 2 black silhouettes stood, observing everything that transpired within the Jian family home. It seems that they don't know where Avril has gone, either. It seems so. Then what do we do? Let's wait until daybreak. If they really can't find her, then we can only give an honest report. Strange. How is it that Avril happened to disappear exactly when we arrived? Does she have the ability to predict the future? Impossible. No one can predict the future. Then how can you explain the fact that she disappeared the moment we arrived? I can't explain it. A sorrowful mood quickly spread, the frantic faces of servants and bodyguards visible everywhere. Bad news always spread fast. A dozen or so minutes later, the venal galaxy's General Police Headquarters activated its emergency contingency plan, hundreds of thousands of police officers beginning to search the streets for Avril. 25 minutes later, the Venal Defense Headquarters began to execute a thorough search. 30 minutes later, the Public Security Force, Border Force, Special Defense Force, and intelligence apparatus received Avril's picture and secret orders to search for her. In the middle of the tension and unrest, the sky gradually brightened, and those 2 mysterious figures in the forest vanished without a trace. Grandfather. Mu Fuping pouted as she buried her beautiful face in Mu Qiyun's chest. Snake Isle was in ruins and devoid of life, a sight that left Mu Fuping stunned and frightened. Mu Fuping had been able to drag Patriarch Mu Qiyun, who had not shown his face in the law realm for several decades, to Snake Isle. Whether it was through tantrums or threats, it was clear that Mu Fuping enjoyed incredible status and favor in the withered Mu clan. Alas, they had still come too late. In all this devastation, there was no sign of Xia Fei. Eugene creased his brows and hastily walked over to Mu Qiyun. The Yu clan had suffered a sudden calamity, and even the ancestral shrine had been destroyed, so Eugene had a rather nasty expression on his face. As the chief steward, Eugene was now the acting patriarch, responsible for surveying and cleaning up the scene. Bowing, Eugene asked, "Venerable Patriarch Mu, for what reason have you asked for me?" Though he was in no mood to speak with outsiders, Eugene remained respectful. After all, Mu Qiyun was the patriarch of the withered Mu clan, a law overlord. Let alone the Yu clan, no one in the law realm would dare to be rude to this elderly gentleman. Dryly coughing, Mu Qiyun replied, "My precious granddaughter is looking for someone in your Yu clan." "Who is it again?" "Xia Fei," Mu Fuping softly said, her voice somewhat scratchy. "Right, Xia Fei. Where is he? Hurry and take me to him." Eugene frowned. He naturally knew about the relationship between Mu Fuping and Xia Fei, but he had not expected Mu Fuping to place such importance on it. Her father refused to help, so she had gone to the venerable master of the Mu clan. Instead, this was a mighty god. "Venerable Master Mu." At the final moment, Xia Fei broke out of the sky curtain, destroyed the outer shell around the Yu clan's ship, and escaped into the sea of stars, vanishing without a trace. We're still looking for him. As he spoke, Eugene pointed at the massive hole in the sky. The warship's outer shell protected the Yu family from the harsh conditions of space, and Xia Fei's escape through it had panicked everyone in the clan. Fortunately, the law enforcement board had arrived on time and had used law force to temporarily seal the breach, thus avoiding an even greater disaster. Mu Qiyun's eyes twinkled as he excitedly asked, "He destroyed the sky curtain. What cultivation does that young man have?" Level 2 Law Sovereign, Eugene respectfully reported. That's before the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Xia Fei is now a Level 4 Law Sovereign. Eugene, Mu Qiyun, and Mu Fuping turned their heads and saw that the speaker was none other than Busi, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension. At his side was the young master of the Feng clan, Zanian Feng. Only Level 4, yet he broke through the sky curtain? Mu Qiyun muttered in disbelief. Mu Qiyun was their senior, so Zanian Feng and Busi both bowed and greeted him. Besides that, Zanian Feng lightly nodded at Mu Fuping. A helpless look appeared on Eugene's face. With Busi here, there were now 5 law overlords gathered on Snake Isle. This was his first time seeing such a force. What did you mean when you said that Xia Fei broke the sky curtain and escaped? Why did he need to escape? Busi's dark face turned stern as he coldly asked. We're not sure, but everyone in the Yu clan saw him break through the sky curtain and the ship's outer shell to escape, Eugene said. Perhaps he was suffering from a guilty conscience. Guilty conscience. Everyone was confused. Had Xia Fei done something terrible that he would have a guilty conscience? What had Xia Fei done? Impossible. Big brother Xia Fei has never wronged the clan in any way. He has no need to run. Mu Fuping clenched her teeth and retorted. Mu Qiyun shook his head. His granddaughter was the apple of his eye, but she was too simple and stubborn. In the man-eat-man world of the circle, anything could happen. Eugene softly said. Xia Fei entered the sky curtain alone, but the numerous experts of the Yu clan present on the scene were unable to do so. Xia Fei was only a law sovereign. So how could he get through the sky curtain? Someone must have let him in. In addition, if he didn't commit any crime against the clan, why would he run away? Everyone was taken aback, and even Mu Fuping had nothing to say. The situation looked very bad for Xia Fei, and his actions did not stand up to scrutiny. The patriarch has passed away, and I have many matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company anymore. As for this incident, the Yu family has already reported it to the law enforcement board. The seniors at the board will decide whether or not Xia Fei was among the assassins. Eugene bowed and left. As Zanian watched Eugene leave, he said, Xia Fei's in big trouble this time. Mu Fuping's eyes reddened, almost on the verge of tears. Mu Qiyun hastily went to comfort his beloved granddaughter. Alas, his efforts did little. I accompanied the members of the law enforcement board in inspecting Snake Isle. Other than members of the Yu family and some bizarre golden skeletons, there are no other bodies to be found. It seems like someone already cleaned up the crime scene, Busi coldly said. Mu Qiyun nodded. There's an expert here with a cultivation on par with mine, and they specialize in concealment. The law enforcement board's investigation won't find anything. This person was very meticulous in their cleanup. As for the golden skeletons, those are the work of the Yu clan's legendary dragon sealing and dragon unleashing marks. In life, they were law emperors of the Yu family, and in death, they're sealed in an eternal dimension with a part of their cultivation. Yu Jiang even used the last resort of the clan, so we can see that it's an extremely desperate battle. All was silent. For such a bitterly fought battle to leave no trace, it was clear that someone had cleaned up the area, but Xia Fei's choice to escape left everyone confused. Why would he run? Zanian suddenly said. Xia Fei is smart, and he had a reason for everything he did. I think that he must have had some unspeakable predicament, so he chose to escape. Mu Fuping blinked and looked at Zanian. There was finally someone speaking up for Xia Fei, and Mu Fuping felt extremely grateful. There's one situation in which I would also choose to escape, Zanian Feng said. What situation? My opponent was powerful to an unfathomable level, and I had no one whom I could trust, Zanian Feng stated. Xia Fei broke through the sky curtain, but he chose not to stay with the Yu family. This can only mean that he trusted no one in the clan and trusted no one in the law enforcement board. If this was some enormous conspiracy that involved many other parties, Xia Fei would have no idea who was involved, who was his enemy, and who was his friend. The only option he would have would be to escape. There are many times when the unseen enemy is the most frightening. Busey creased his brows and asked, "You're saying that Xia Fei believed that staying with the Yu family was dangerous, so he left even if he had to be suspected of killing the patriarch?" Zanian Feng gave a slight nod and shot a glance at the distant figure of Eugene. Everyone was startled. Busey sternly said, "His choice might have been correct, but being wanted by the Law Enforcement Board is now unavoidable. As the only living participant, the Law Enforcement Board will undoubtedly seek him out for an explanation." Busey's speculation was on the mark. The Law Enforcement Board carelessly inspected the crime scene, and on the same night, it issued an arrest warrant for Xia Fei. Sometimes, life was just like this, and one was helpless to stop it. Not long after arriving at the law realm, Xia Fei had once again been forced onto the path of the fugitive. After some time, Xia Fei slowly opened his eyes. The dim lights of the navigation deck left him feeling dazed, making him wonder whether he was still in the mortal realm or in hell. "Master, you're finally awake. You've been out for 3 days and 3 nights. Pod was worried that you had really died," Pod frantically said. He vigorously helped up Xia Fei, hoping that he could sit more comfortably. Unfortunately, this demon warship was small and the alloy floorboards were very hard. "You got off lucky this time. 7 of your ribs are broken, your left tibia is broken, and your right arm is broken. You also have internal injuries." Phantom sighed. "In a little while, once you mix a few medicines, you'll need to rest for half a month. As for the internal injuries, you'll have to heal them slowly." Xia Fei nodded. At this time, Furball nuzzled against Xia Fei's neck. This fellow had also been injured in battle, and Pod had been so panicky that he bandaged Furball into a little ball. His small eyes peeked out from the bandages, dim and listless. "Furball is fine. He's just lost too much energy and needs a large amount of origin crystals to replenish," Phantom explained. He glanced at the rows of empty crystals on the ground. While Xia Fei had been unconscious, Furball had not been polite, eating more than 100 grade 4 origin crystals and leaving Xia Fei's heart aching in pain. Taking out an origin crystal, Xia Fei absorbed its energy while looking out the deck window. The river of stars was dark, and several tiny asteroids brushed past the window. "What place is this?" Xia Fei asked. Pod was surprised, and then he worriedly stroked Xia Fei's head. "Master, is your head okay? You're the one who set the coordinates to this place." Xia Fei was at a loss. He really could not remember what had happened before he collapsed. With great difficulty, he managed to get Pod to give up on inspecting his head, telling him that his head was fine. "This is the border of the demon race." The spatial ring was not closed, so Lionheart King Oro's words rang out clearly in his ears. "The demon race? Did you really forget? After boarding the ship, in your dazed state, you insisted on returning to the Alliance. But even using the fastest demon warship, it would take several years to go from the Law Realm to the Alliance. Thus, I gave you these coordinates so that when you got to the demon race border, we could see if you could get your hands on an unregistered spatial compass," Oro said. Xia Fei lightly slapped his head. "Now I remember. It seems that something like it really did happen." Saying this, Xia Fei hastily turned on the reinforced Black Bat radar. On it, he saw that his signal from before had been sent, which allowed him to relax. He tried to get in contact with Avril. Alas, with the vast distance of space between them, there was no reply. "If my guess is correct, you charged out of the Yu clan's giant ship because you didn't trust the people there, and also because you wanted to send out this signal?" Oro asked. Xia Fei nodded. "Who was the signal for? Is that person very important to you?" "Very important," Xia Fei said as he struggled to his feet. Edgeless had retracted at some point, and Xia Fei had also been bound up into a mummy by Pod, white bandages tightly wrapped around him. Pod's cooking skills were truly masterful. Alas, he did not understand medicine very much. He had only gotten this far with Oro's guidance. Otherwise, he really would not have known how to handle the injuries. In this period of time, Pod had been keeping Oro company in the ring, and the two had become rather good friends. Unfortunately, only Xia Fei could sense Phantom's existence, so Pod could not get any of Phantom's medical knowledge, or else the injuries would have been handled better. After all, Lionheart King Oro's medical knowledge was second-rate, and his skills in this field were vastly inferior to Phantom's. Xia Fei spent an hour treating his wounds again and mixing a few medicines. Gulp, gulp. After drowning a red concoction, Xia Fei felt his entire body becoming much more relaxed, the pain from his broken bones dwindling. However, his internal organs were still restless. When cleaning up Dark Ghost's ship, Xia Fei had left for himself some medicinal ingredients and machines, so mixing up this medicine on the spot had not been a problem. After reading through Sentinel Goddess Sophie's database, Phantom had greatly expanded his medical knowledge, and Xia Fei could not help but give him a thumbs up, praising the efficacy of this medicine. Seating himself on the pilot chair, Xia Fei took a look at how their journey was going. It's a good thing that you have this demon warship. Otherwise, the trackers on Edgeless and the spatial compass would have already given your position away. The god and demon races have been opponents for ages, and their systems aren't compatible with each other. As long as you're in this ship, you won't have to worry about being discovered. Of course, if you leave, it will be best not to use Edgeless or the spatial compass. You'll be discovered, Oro somewhat proudly said. What do you plan to do next? Oro asked. Get my hands on an unregistered compass and return to the Alliance, Xia Fei sternly said. Never to return to the Law Realm. Smiling, Xia Fei said, when the time is right, I'll naturally return. Yuhua still isn't dead, and no one is allowed to mess around with me and get off scot-free. I'll take note of Yuhua's debt for now, and the day will come when I settle accounts. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes erupting with light. It had always been Xia Fei's style to take vengeance. He had been left in a very sorry state because of Yuhua and had been fooled rather badly. There was no way he could let the man go. Oro shrugged. That's easier said than done. What do you think others will think about how you blasted through the shell of the Yu clan's ship and fled? It's inevitable that you'll be connected to the disaster, and you'll probably also be blamed for Yu Zhang's death. Xia Fei said. Only with escape did I have a sliver of survival. Things would have been even worse had I stayed. There was clearly a big conspiracy going on. Yu Hua, Yu Jin, and Yu Peng, the three largest power holders of the clan, were involved. There's also that mysterious masked man. He's a law overlord who managed to close a dark space with his bare hands. His rank is probably absurd. This group wouldn't have acted without a backup plan. If I stayed and said that it's all been a conspiracy concocted by Yu Hua and the Shatterwu clan, do you think they would believe me or one of the 9 great clans? Oro said nothing. Xia Fei was all alone, and no one would believe him. Moreover, if he stayed with the Yu clan, his fate would no longer be under his control, and who could say if some expert would not appear and instantly kill Xia Fei? Opposing a group of such powerful foes was definitely not a good idea. Besides, Yu Hua and the Shatterwu clan are the only ones out in the open. I have no idea who else might be in the shadows, and the unseen enemies are the most frightening. I have to escape the chaos first, and then find a chance to properly investigate this matter in secret. While this puts me in a passive position for now, at least I can still control my own fate. Oro was in agreement with Xia Fei's judgment. The situation was chaotic, like a pool of stagnant water, filthy and hard to see through. One would not be able to see anything while in the water, and one could be attacked by a lurking alligator at any time. But by jumping out of the water, one could wait until the waters had calmed and the grime had sunk to the bottom, at which point, one could naturally see what was inside. Oro laughed. Staying rational while your mind's a mess isn't easy. Besides, you got 2 darkness metal weapons off Yu Hua, and even got the Yu clan's immemorial mystical armament, the 9-Night Plum. You didn't lose out too much. Darkness metal is abnormally expensive. In the demon race, you'll be able to exchange it for a high-rank spatial compass and still have some left over. The demon race's compasses are on a completely different system from the god races, and as long as you're careful not to get caught, when you're strong enough, you can go back and settle accounts with Yu Hua. These words reminded Xia Fei, and he stroked his spatial ring and took out the 2 darkness metal weapons, the Ode of 100 Spirits and Waning Moon's Toll. He had pulled Waning Moon's Toll from Yu Hua's hand, and had even bitten off half of Yu Hua's ear, leaving the man so enraged that he almost vomited blood. There was also that box from Old Woods. Everything had happened too suddenly, with Xia Fei being swept up in the storm before he even had a chance to look inside the box. Finally, there was a plant sealed in a transparent incubator, the 9-Night Plum. It had a white trunk, crystalline leaves, and 9 pitch-black small flowers in full bloom. The 9-Night Plum truly had a bizarre appearance. This plant had a height of 2 meters and exuded a kingly aura. While peacock blue was inconspicuous, the nine-night plum had a domineering aura, and one could tell that it was an extraordinary plant at a single glance. The immemorial mystical armament nine-night plum, a mix of both the plant type and the darkness type. Of the 7 plants of the cloud sea, it is the most poisonous existence. Oro raised an eyebrow and said, "Look at this incubator holding the nine-night plum. It has an air recycler, but it doesn't have any venting system. This is because the consequences of leaking out the poisonous gas are very hard to predict, with high chances of mass death. Peacock blue is the most tenacious existence, while the nine-night plum is the most poisonous existence." Xia Fei nodded. The nine-night plum had 9 flowers, each one pitch black. They were like the eyes of the night, looking over the world. Alas, the nine-night plum was extremely poisonous, and subduing it would probably involve immense difficulties. He opened the box Old Woods had given him and saw a square made of white jade, a groove at the top where something could be placed. A piece of jade? Even a high-tier origin crystal would be better. What's the use of this? Old Woods is a little too cheap. I can't believe I wasted my time solving that fractal geometry problem for him. Xia Fei grumbled. Wait. Just when Xia Fei was about to put this useless piece of jade back into his ring, Oro cried for him to stop. The material this item was made from isn't normal. I recall that you have a white ape jade made from the same kind of white jade. Startled, Xia Fei took the white jade ape out from his ring. The white jade was crystalline and cool, giving the same sensation as the square piece of jade he had been given. Could it be? Xia Fei placed the white jade ape on the square. Click! Miraculously, the white jade ape snapped right into the groove as if the 2 items had been made for each other. It's a set, Xia Fei said to himself. This white jade ape had the ability to condense the energy within origin crystals, and when using the energy that this ape had refined and condensed, it became much easier to cultivate the law of energy purification. This white jade square was its pedestal. I get it now, Oro called. This set should share the same principle as the demon race's demon-possessed, enchanted earth dragon. They're both items meant for purifying origin energy further. Old Woods gave you the pedestal, and only when the 2 are brought together can they be considered a complete set. Xia Fei dubiously placed a grade 4 origin crystal on top of the white ape's head. White light appeared, traveling through the white ape to the pedestal and then from the pedestal back to the head. As Xia Fei brought his fingers close, a sliver of purified energy entered Xia Fei's body and went straight to his 7th brain region. Honestly speaking, aside from Xia Fei being a bit of lunatic in how he acted and how he did not care for the rules of the world around him, it was not as if he had not done any good deed in his life. In fact, not too long ago, he had indeed done one such good deed when he saved the young miss of the Mu family, Mu Fuping, from the hands of an assassin. Unfortunately, such an incident was difficult for the masses to learn about. Instead, what the entire law realm came to know was when he became a suspect for slaying his family patriarch and became wanted by the law enforcement board. Life was just that funny. Mu Fuping came from one of the distinguished 9 great clans, and if anything were to happen to her, even all the lives of the Yu family would not be enough as payback. Going by that logic, Xia Fei saving Mu Fuping's life should most definitely be more important than him being suspected of murdering Yu Jiang. However, good news hardly traveled far and wide, whereas bad news spread like wildfire. People were more than happy to talk about Xia Fei killing his clan's patriarch and his betrayal of the Yu family. No one even remembered that Xia Fei had saved people before. What was even sadder was the fact that Xia Fei was not even the one who killed Yu Jiang. Snowdrift Clan, the most secluded existence out of the 9 great clans, an organization that comprised entirely of women. 2 young girls were hugging together, dejection pervading every corner of the beautifully decorated room. One was delicate and refined, like a fairy that had descended into mortality. Her every action of such elegance gave people the sense of unattainability. The other was cute and precocious, her little pink face with her tender and smooth skin looking very pinchable. These were, of course, none other than Xiaoyu and Autumn Cicada. What happened to Xia Fei had naturally reached their ears, and the 2 were feeling upset on his behalf. Autumn Cicada was slightly frowning, while Xiaoyu was already weeping in her sadness. We were about to meet, yet. Brother Xia Fei got caught up in trouble again. Xiaoyu pouted as she mumbled to herself. Reality had proven that Xia Fei was an expert when it came to attracting trouble. Even when he was not seeking them himself, they would still end up finding their way to him. Trouble and Xia Fei were practically bonded like night and day, black and white, impossible to separate. Autumn Cicada was silent as if she was pondering over something. Xiaoyu wiped her tears and asked softly, "Miss, what are you thinking?" Autumn Cicada came back to her senses, curling up herself on the sofa as she hugged her knees. "I was thinking that the woman who's with Xia Fei must have a very strong heart, or else the mishaps that happened to him time and again would be unbearable." Xiaoyu nodded, even as she continued to grumble. "We were about to meet. So why did something unforeseen happen again? Why is it always like this? I have no clue if Brother Xia Fei can escape from this calamity, either." The two were caught up in their own thoughts. Xiaoyu was complaining about her lost opportunity to meet with Xia Fei again, while Autumn Cicada was even more interested in matters regarding human emotions. As she grew up, this curiosity she had become harder and harder to ignore. Fate made a fool of man. Just as they were about to meet, Xia Fei and Xiaoyu were once more thrown onto different trajectories in the blink of an eye, and there was no telling when such days would come to an end. On one of the borders of the demon race, after the purification process from the white jade ape, the origin energy that had been gathered was directed right into Xia Fei's body like a thin thread, not at all surging and very easy to control. It was the most suitable form for him to cultivate the law of energy purification. After adding the base, the effect of the white jade ape has become even more powerful than before. Using it to cultivate will most certainly achieve the effect of twice the work at half the effort. Xia Fei gushed happily. The law of energy purification was hard to control, and unless the law adept was extremely talented, only by having an expert beside to assist in the process would there be progress made in its cultivation. The energy-gathering function of the white jade ape easily solved this problem, so that even without any assistance from an expert, Xia Fei was still able to cultivate the law by himself. It was evidently not the time to be cultivating the law of energy purification, given that the priority now was to sneak into the demon race territory, obtain one unregistered high-grade spatial compass, and return to the Panhuman Alliance. Things like cultivation would have to be left on hold for another time. Putting away the white jade ape, Xia Fei stared at the immemorial mystic armament Nine-Night Plum, which was exuding a tyrannical pressure beyond itself. The spaceship was cramped, so taking it out practically allowed its aura to fill the entire cockpit. The black flower was very strange, and it was very striking. Lionheart Emperor Oro asked nonchalantly, "Do you know why those people were willing to go to such extreme extents just to collect immemorial mystic armaments? Is it because they're very powerful?" Xia Fei guessed. Oro shrugged. "The 8 metals of absolution, the 7 plants of the cloud sea, the 6 waters of terrorgenesis, the 5 flames of Lux Gloria, and the 4 stones of the Southern Star all make up the 30 immemorial mystical armaments. They're divided into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metal represents keenness, wood represents resilience, water represents fluidity, fire represents attack, while earth represents defense. Each has their characteristics, and each interacts with one another, positively and negatively. They form a cycle that corresponds to the endless torrents of the universe and is another manifestation of origin energy. Separately, the immemorial mystical armaments are born from the cosmos, and each one of them is very powerful. Each has its value for existing. It's rare enough for any single individual to come across just one, and it's even rarer for anybody to subdue and tame an immemorial mystical armament. You already have Peacock Blue, the universe's most irrepressible weed. There's no way for you to subdue Nine-Night Plum no matter how powerful you are, because a warrior can only ever just take a single immemorial mystic armament as his own. Xia Fei was surprised to learn this, even as he somewhat disappointedly asked, "So that means the Nine-Night Plum is actually useless to me, and I can only stare at it?" A worker must first keep their tools sharpened for them to be of use. Though Xia Fei already had plenty of overpowered weapons in his arsenal, would there be anyone out there that would dislike having too many weapons? After all, having another weapon would be equivalent to having another guarantee to safeguard their life. If there was ever the chance, Xia Fei would not even hesitate to attempt collecting all 30 immemorial mystic armaments. Seeing that the immemorial mystic armament that he had risked his life so badly for would be useless to him, Xia Fei could not help but feel disgruntled. The wound on his ribs began throbbing slightly in pain even. It was only after some time that Oro squinted his eyes and examined Xia Fei. It's not completely impossible, though you will have to follow the way from our demon race. Away from the demon race. Xia Fei was skeptical. The two peak races were profound and secretive. Who knew just how wonderful this way of the demon race would be? There's a legend in the demon race that claims the 30 immemorial mystic armaments, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are nature-based armaments of the ultimate powers, and this power isn't in their individual form, but rather requires all of them to be combined together. To put it simply, with the peacock blue you currently have acting as the base for the remaining 6 wood attribute immemorial mystic armaments, namely Fringe Mountain Leaf, Unparting Pine, Warp Sea Lotus, Scattered Star Chrysanthemum, Nine-Night Plum, Whistling Moon Willow, can let you wield the most powerful wood element weapon of the natural world. Xia Fei was deeply moved upon hearing what Lionheart Emperor Oro said. Each one of the 30 immemorial mystic armaments was considered a priceless treasure. Peacock Blue had a total of 13 blades of grass, and it was already unimaginably powerful despite only having 2 right now. If he were to get his hands on the other 6 wood element armaments, would it not become overpowered? Among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the wood element is the second hardest to merge. This is because there are 7 wood element armaments, which means there are already more of them to begin with, all scattered across the universe. Some have been collected by generational clans, while some have not even been discovered at all. If you wish to collect the entire 7 plants of Cloud Sea, you'll be facing some unimaginable hardships ahead. Besides, the merging of immemorial mystical armaments is very troublesome. You need one as the core that swallows all the other 6. Every additional armament that gets eaten will be an additional risk. Oro continued to explain and speak with verbosity, while Xia Fei and Phantom were both enraptured to the point they were just dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the immemorial mystic armaments could still merge among themselves? They could all form into an entirely new weapon, too. Has anyone succeeded in this? Xia Fei asked earnestly. Yes, the Lionheart Emperor Oro said in a grave voice. There's a war god of the demon race who found all 4 stones of the Southern Star and succeeded in combining them into a nearly impervious defensive weapon, making a name for himself in the law realm. Unfortunately, the weapon split back into individual armaments after his death, scattering across the universe once more. After all, the immemorial mystic armaments need to accept their master, and the moment the said master dies, the armaments will return to their original state, awaiting for the next fated individual to pick them up. Are you sure about that? Xia Fei's 2 eyes were glowing as he asked this. Lionheart Emperor Oro let out a long sigh. Of course, I'm certain. That's because that individual was none other than the ancestor of our Lionheart clan, Prometheus. It's too bad. Our ancestor was so famous that he was known throughout the lands, yet we, as his descendants, could never recast his former glory, Oro somewhat unwillingly admitted. Xia Fei was buzzing. He was very tempted to get his peacock blue to merge with the poisonous plant Nine-Night Plum. Being able to own 2 immemorial mystic armaments would be something worth celebrating to any warrior, no doubt. If Peacock Blue and the Nine-Night Plum really successfully merged, Xia Fei would see an astronomical rise in his combat strength. Collecting the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, merging them all to form an overpowered divine weapon. Just harboring the thought alone fascinated him greatly. Just how can I merge this Nine-Night Plum? I want to give it a shot, Xia Fei asked with determination. By the borders of the demon race territory, Xia Fei piloted a small warship, which was originally made by the demon race, so he managed to land safely on a seemingly deserted planet without attracting much attention. With a black cloak covering him from head to toe, Xia Fei disguised himself to look like a nomad. Are you certain that this will be enough to fool others? Xia Fei asked. This was the demon race territory, after all, and humans were considered to be part of the god race. Both sides did not see eye to eye, neither intermingling with the other at all. He could not help but have doubts over his sneaking into the demon race all by himself. Relax. As long as you do not enter the inner regions of the demon race, you won't have any trouble just loitering around a border region like this. Besides, you won't be the only human. There are plenty of nobodies who live here. As long as you do as I advise, I guarantee that you'll be fine. Oro was evidently very excited to take a step back on the demon race territory after so many years. There are humans living among the demon race? Xia Fei questioned. Of course, there will be. Nobodies are those who have been wiped off their family clans, or perhaps warriors who are wanted. They have no choice but to stay away from their homes, seeking to eke out a living here among the demon race. After all, though these two supreme races are at loggerheads with each other, they will not just declare war on each other easily. Living out here will actually be safer than trying to live back in God race territory. It's common to see this by the borders of the two races. The lot of them will turn a blind eye to the arrangement. As long as you don't do anything too outrageous, no one will care for your true identity. People who live out here are all the criminals and the poor, where survival outweighs their identity. If you are still uneasy, I can very clearly tell you that there's a black market operated by the Lionheart clan in this part. I was once the master of this galaxy here, so I've got a very good understanding of this place. Even the rules of the game were stipulated by me all those years back, Lionheart Emperor Oro said proudly. Xia Fei nodded. Oro was a mighty big shot, and this had once been his territory. These factors all helped ease Xia Fei's anxiety by quite a bit. Besides, this particular demon was still stuck behind the law of ternary spectrum's isolation, awaiting Xia Fei to grant him death so he could be reborn. Lying to Xia Fei would not do him the least bit good. The barren planet actually had plenty of plants growing, which Xia Fei did not know the names of. Oro introduced each one to Xia Fei unceasingly. Forget about the excitement he felt about being able to return to his homeland. Even a godly individual like Oro could not help but feel a sense of homesickness. So while this road was quiet, it was not boring. Suddenly, the sound of crying and open threats could be heard ahead of them. Xia Fei silently darted over to take a look, only to find three strange-looking green-skinned warriors surrounding someone, holding a sharp blade against that someone's neck, looking like they were attempting to stage a robbery. This individual who was being robbed had golden fur and a lion head. It was actually someone from the Lionheart clan. Don't this person getting robbed look like a child of your clan? Xia Fei was hunkered down behind a dirt mound, shrugging as he asked this. Actually, calling the individual a child was a little far-fetched, seeing as the one actually being accosted by the three, skinny, green-skinned warriors was big and well over 2 meters tall. The target of harassment looked quite undignified, though. An adult of the Lionheart clan would be given a mask, and they would not take it off unless they were in the presence of their relatives and family. This Lionheart, who was being robbed, had nothing over his face, which meant that he was not yet of age, though his tall and big figure caused Xia Fei to break out in a cold sweat. Inside his spatial ring, Oro was completely livid as he barked. What in the world is this? How could the weak Ohans dare to bully the Lionheart royalty? This is infuriating. The Ohans, who were most likely those green-skinned creatures, were no more than insignificant existences among the demon race. This particular species was insignificant because its members were despicable, unable to keep their word, vile in their methods, and were all small-time crooks and thieves. It was unknown just who could have been the one blind enough to bring such a species into the law realm. The proud Lionheart Emperor Oro was, of course, unable to stand seeing this scene unfold before him. His 2 eyes had turned bloodshot and looked as if he was about to shoot fire out from them. Unfortunately, the 3 short Ohans had no idea that the demon lord Oro was presently staring at them with his killer gaze. The Ohans figured robbery as no more than just a business, and they were just going about business as usual. Hey, kid, take off your coat and pants. Carefully, too. Don't you dare spoil them. These beautiful green silk threads are worth a lot. A short green-skinned Ohan licked the sharp dagger he was holding as he demanded. That string of rainbow beads around your neck. Take them off, too. The largest Ohan among the 3 stabbed a broken knife at that young Lionheart's butt. What do you have below your waist? Let's take a look. With that, he reached in and retrieved an ornament hanging by the youth's waist, which was a piece of blue jade that looked fairly well made. Please, that's something my mother gave me. You can take them all. Just leave that one thing to me, the young Lionheart whined. It was very awkward to hear a deep and hoarse voice making such a childish plea. Unfortunately, the Ohans did not care for what he said, tearing off the blue jade as the three of them gathered around unprofessionally to check it out together. This is some good stuff. Think it's worth 3 Grade 2 Origin crystals? The skinniest green creatures exclaimed, as if 3 Grade 2 Origin crystals were a huge take for them. The medium-sized Ohan appeared disgusted, looking like he was the most knowledgeable out of the trio. What do you two know? What we have here is top-notch, worth at least 5 Grade 2 Origin crystals. The others hung their mouths agape as the biggest gloated. 5? That's worth knows how many pounds of roasted meat. Slap. The big Ohan caught a slap just as he said that. You fool. All you know is meat. With 5 Grade 2 Origin crystals, we of course have to exchange it for some wine to drink. It was as if the big Ohan had just gotten an epiphany, praising his leader for his smarts. Meanwhile, that Lionheart youth who looked to be much stronger than the three combined was actually crying loudly like a wastrel, obviously feeling very sad. Xia Fei pursed his lips. That blue jade was of good quality, so it would have no problem being exchanged for 1 or 200 Grade 2 Origin crystals. Yet these worthless green creatures were only occupied with roasted meat and wine, disappointing him greatly. It appeared to be just some lowly thieves who were not in the least bit professional. Xia Fei also greatly disliked the Lionheart youth. For someone as big as him, weighing well over 300 pounds, it was embarrassing to see him being bullied by the 3 ugly, short, and contemptible Ohans. Xia Fei frowned. I'll go save him. He's someone from your clan, after all. Lionheart Emperor Oro was so angry that he was yelling. No, don't save him. Better to just let him die. We of the Lionheart royalty don't need someone who's such an utter disgrace. Xia Fei knew these were just words he uttered out of spite, so he merely smiled wordlessly. There was always kinship toward others who shared the same heritage or root. Were it a human who was being bullied by the Ohans, Xia Fei would kill them all outright. It was just that Oro had problems with the lack of fight in the youth, and this caused him to demand for Xia Fei to leave the Lionheart to fend for itself. He must be feeling great dissonance within him right now. Getting up, Xia Fei wrapped himself well in his black cloak as he came swaggering over openly. Oro, whose anger had yet to subside, shouted, I said not to save him. If you want to help me, then just kill this disappointing thing outright. Xia Fei ignored him, continuing on his way as if he was just a passerby. A human? Brothers, looks like it'll be hard for us not to get rich today. The 3 ugly greenskins ogled Xia Fei with sinister smiles. When the Lionheart youth saw someone passing by, he thought that he would be a savior, but it was hard for him to mask his disappointment when he realized that Xia Fei was just a human. Here among the demon race, humans were hardly welcomed, and their standing was minuscule. After all, they were from the god race, and here was demon race territory. If the Ohans were second-class citizens, humans would be third-class, without even a status to speak of. Xia Fei also ignored the 3 creatures, walking over to lift the Lionheart youth up to his feet with just 2 fingers. The eyes of those 3 Ohans nearly fell out from their sockets. This was a Lionheart who weighed well over 300 pounds. Lifting one with just 2 fingers only showed how much strength Xia Fei possessed. However, what they next witnessed shocked them even more, for Xia Fei gave the frightened Lionheart 2 tight smacks to the face. Slap, slap. The sound of the crisp slaps rang out, and that big Lionheart, who was well over 2 meters tall, was left feeling stunned. His mouth hung agape, not even remembering to cry. Don't cry. You're a dignified Lionheart, a future law warrior. Look at yourself. No different from a damsel in distress. With that said, Xia Fei rummaged through his spatial ring for quite some time before he took out his dragon-scale hectoslasher and made it transform into a large claymore. He then shoved it into the youth's hands. Actually, Xia Fei wanted to hand the youth his October flying snow, but seeing how large the youth's hands were, Xia Fei changed his mind. The 3 Ohans had been treated as part of the scenery throughout this, as he browsed the 3 like he was shopping, before pointing out to the biggest one among the 3, use that sword and cleave that one. His voice was deep and cold, his killing intent penetrating deep into the bones of everyone present. Cleave. The Lionheart youth was so startled by the suggestion that his voice quivered in doubt. Yes, right down the middle. It's very easy. The three green-skinned Ohans finally came back to their senses and pounced over after yelling as they waved the shabby knives in hand. That was when Furball leaped onto Xia Fei's shoulder impatiently and let out a low roar. After three low howls, not only were the three Ohans so terrified that they lay sprawled on the ground, even that Lionheart youth buried his head in the sand as he shuddered involuntarily. They were just thieves. How would they have ever seen the full majesty of the holy beast Shatterstar? Furball had recovered half his size after consuming over 100 of Xia Fei's grade 4 origin crystals, and so his cries were full of vigor. A single heart-rending roar had already left their very bones quaking. Lionheart Emperor Oro sighed. Seeing his descendant being so timid had really embarrassed him greatly. Tell him to OXXOXX. Xia Fei did not know what those words meant, but he accordingly repeated them to the youth. The young Lionheart was absolutely startled after hearing them, his eyes staring incredulously at Xia Fei. What did you just make me say? Xia Fei asked. This child isn't just your average Lionheart, but is, instead, the same as I am, of the Lionheart royalty. What I just taught you to say was the language of the royals, a proverb meaning that the great Lionheart royalty could only die on the battlefield, Lionheart Emperor Oro explained. This speech was very complex, and that translation chip in Xia Fei's brain was no longer effective here in the law realm. There would often be some inaccuracies, but this was to be expected. The chip came from the Alliance, and now that Xia Fei was in the law realm, it was already a different plane altogether, so this very advanced chip from the Alliance could only struggle along. It was just like when special abilities were the strongest combat strength in the Alliance, while the true weapon of choice in the law realm was the expansion of special abilities, which was the law power. In any case, the two were too different from each other, and it was impossible for Xia Fei to grasp it fully. The Lionheart youth had a thick layer of golden fur around his face, so it was hard to tell if something had changed, though his pupils did appear a lot calmer than before. Clutching the sword in hand, the youth said in a soft voice, "To think you'd know the Emperor's speech. You're right. I am unworthy of this identity." Xia Fei smiled. The you of the past may not be worthy, but whether you will be in the future or not depends on if you wish to make this choice. As long as you remember who you are, you can face whatever life throws at you. Whenever you're afraid, just know that you're not just representing yourself, but also your glorious clan. Lionheart Emperor Oro nodded his head. What Xia Fei had said was not wrong. The disciples of a large clan shouldered this very responsibility. The bigger the clan, the greater the responsibility. Gritting his teeth, the Lionheart youth raised the sword in his hand and shut his two eyes. The three Ohans were so afraid that their entire bodies shook. The Lionheart clan still had the royal lineage of the Lionhearts, its foundation profound, and their combat strength considered top tier in the demon race. Even a fool knew that they could not afford to provoke one, and this was their biggest mistake today. The process was indescribable, as even Xia Fei found it too ruthless. The young royalty from the Lionheart clan had his eyes shut as he shuddered before starting to slash his sword wildly, raining blood and flesh everywhere, creating a scene straight out from the depths of hell. Kneel on the ground and vomiting repeatedly. This was a normal response to killing for the first time. At least, the youth Lionheart had not fainted from the experience. Wiping clean his 100 hectoslasher, Xia Fei stored the weapon away as he gently said, "People often feel uneasy after killing for the first time. You'll be fine after you kill a few more times." Phantom pouted. He felt that what Xia Fei had said sounded bad. Xia Fei lifted his head and continued along his way, in the direction of the overhead sun. That Lionheart youth shouted from behind him. "The name's Heinrich. Who are you?" "Just a nobody." Xia Fei ultimately decided against giving his real name. A long black wall, which stretched for hundreds of miles and was unimaginably wide, began to appear in the distance. That is Black Lion City, the one and only metropolis located near the border region. It is ruled by the Lionhearts, Oro said with pride. Since you wish to merge the immemorial mystical armaments using the demon race's method, you can't do so without doing any preparation and sans the materials it requires. This is a remote place, and there's no telling if we can purchase everything we need, but I dare to guarantee that they have 1 or 2 high-grade spatial compasses. There's no way to buy such illegal trinkets in the inner regions of the demon race territory. In fact, it is much easier to acquire one from such a remote location. Xia Fei nodded. It was expensive to get what he needed to merge the immemorial mystical armaments, but he did not really care about that. This act of merging was worth any price necessary. There was also the high-grade compass that he had dreamed about. With it, he could see Avril again. It had been months since they got separated, and Xia Fei missed her so much. "Let's go and enter the city," Lionheart Emperor Oro said with excitement. Aside from seeing the Lionheart warrior wearing a mask standing beyond Black Lion City's gates, rarely did Xia Fei catch a glimpse of this species' big and tall figure around the city. More often than not, he would come across other species which looked shifty. It was exactly as what Lionheart Emperor Oro said. No one stopped Xia Fei from entering Black Lion City despite only donning a black cloak and keeping his head down. The most he got were eye rolls from people, which showed that humans were hardly a rare sight in this city, nothing beyond his lower standing anyway. For such a city out here by the border, few, if any, serious businessmen come by. People who are here are more often than not dealing in shady transactions, whether they are thieves, murderers, drug traffickers, slave traders, or other such jobs. Illicit goods was the principal trading that border cities deal in. Here in the Black Lion City, even forgotten tribes are about. As long as they do not interfere with the law and order, the city defense force won't meddle in their businesses. Overall, this acts like a free trade zone, Oro explained. Xia Fei nodded. He did not have a fond impression toward the forgotten tribes, and those Shepherdians, who had created a mess during the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall's initial assessment, had caused quite a lot of trouble for Xia Fei. In fact, he still could not forget their insidious and cruel methods of hunting. Black Lion City was fairly impressively built, and it was quite luxurious for a city in the borders. The wide roads allowed pedestrians to move along without much hindrance, and even though it was daytime, the bars were as rowdy as if it were nighttime, bustling with sounds of people patronizing the establishments. A proud warrior came walking right across Xia Fei, his head filled with tentacles, which had plenty of suction pads. His mouth was small like a nectarine, while his face was in a shade of deep red, looking like a squid that learned how to walk. Yuma, one of the major civilian species by the border region. It is said that their ancestors were a result of genetic mutations from a certain type of mollusk. They have fairly short tempers and dislike talking. Lionheart Emperor Oro would give Xia Fei a brief introduction to the various highly intelligent life forms their group came across as they ventured onward. Xia Fei was basically overwhelmed by the variety of species and the myriad of things that could be found here. It seemed like the prosperity of the demon race was nothing too far off from the god race, and their ethnic composition was even more peculiar, with plenty of strange and rare sapient life forms roaming around. Xia Fei followed Oro's directions and made his way down a cramped alley, taking several steps before promptly realizing that he was facing a dead end. There was no way for him to continue forward. That's not right. This ought to be where the largest trading firm in Black Lion City is situated. Why isn't it here? Oro somewhat disappointedly grumbled. Xia Fei sighed. When's the last time you've been to Black Lion City? When I was younger, I spent several days as the chief of city defense. Oro realized that something was off the moment he spoke those words. He was an immortal capable of living who knew how many years. His youth was several tens of thousand years ago. Xia Fei shrugged as he retraced his steps out the alley. Oro muttered, the things remain the same, but the people are gone. There was a large restaurant by the street. It was a beautifully built structure about 5 stories high. Xia Fei turned and made his way toward it. Are you hungry? Nope. Then why are you going into this restaurant? You should be searching for a store where you can purchase a spatial compass, Oro groused. Xia Fei smiled. What we want isn't some ordinary compass, but an untraceable, super high-grade spatial compass capable of traveling across 10 billion light-years. I'm not expecting that any random store can produce such stuff which is valued in the tens of thousands of grade 4 origin crystals. That is why the first step for us is to investigate, and since I'm in a Forgan city, there's no better place to gather information than a restaurant. Lionheart Emperor Oro was ultimately a person of the past, and while he did manage to lead Xia Fei into Black Lion City, he was unable to help him locate a spatial compass that the latter sorely needed. As such, Xia Fei decided to do it his own way. A restaurant existed not just for customers to eat food, but also as a place for swapping information. Schemes where a gentleman never needed to see the killers he hired were often concocted in small shady restaurants. Now that Xia Fei was searching for high-grade goods, he of course needed to begin his investigation in the most luxurious restaurant in town. Dozens of staff were standing by the entrance, but not a single one of them came forward to receive Xia Fei because he was a human. There were even some who raised their heads as if to scorn Xia Fei. Xia Fei felt a wave of dejection deep down. This restaurant must be fairly influential for even the staff to ignore him after judging the way he dressed. It was truly a case of snobbery at its finest. There were 4-seater long tables on the first floor, while the more lavish private rooms and lounges were all on the second floor and above. Xia Fei picked a seat by the window and swept his gaze across the restaurant. The restaurant was doing quite well, business-wise, with plenty of customers entering from time to time. Several minutes had passed, and no one came to attend to Xia Fei. It became evident the disparity between how the staff treated Xia Fei and the other customers whom they received. A human? Should we go serve him? Just look at how poorly he dresses. Just what sort of our services can he afford? We work on sales commission, and if we have the time, won't we wait on the wealthier VIPs instead? The conversation between two of the staff was overheard by Xia Fei. Being a waitstaff in a restaurant meant low wage. All they could hope for was to encounter customers who ordered some pricier dishes in order to supplement their income accordingly, or patrons who would give tips generously in return for their services rendered. This was why someone who did not appear to have any money like Xia Fei would naturally be ignored by the staff, and those pot-bellied customers would see several staff coming to escort them into the restaurant respectfully. Just as Xia Fei was caught in this space of awkwardness, a chubby waiter came rushing from the second floor, a hand wiping the sweat off his brows. His blustering red cheeks made him look extra honest. Seeing that Xia Fei was in a corner with no one serving him, this chubster very casually walked over and brought along a teapot, hot towels, and menu from the counter. It's that fool again. Several days ago, he even treated a beggar as a customer and invited him in, angering the boss greatly. What else? People in our line of work need to have a discerning eye for things, and we must be able to tell which customers are generous with their spending and who are too poor to part with much. Someone like him will never earn enough money his entire life to marry. The chubster's actions drew the mockery of his colleagues, but he just indifferently smiled as he respectfully poured tea for Xia Fei and handed him a hot towel for the latter to wipe his face. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and pushed the menu back to the chubster. No need for me to see the menu. I'm not too hungry, so get me the local specialty dish as well as a bowl of rice. The staff behind snickered. Told you. He's poor. The chubster thought for a moment before saying, the local sand bamboo shoot is very fresh, and it takes a long time to blossom in the desert, requiring 10 years before they sprout. It takes 10 of these bamboo shoots to be served as a dish. This is the best time to eat the sand bamboo shoots. Why don't you get the dish? It's delicious and reasonably priced, too. Most waiters would attempt to promote something a bit more expensive to the customers, as they would then earn more commissions from it. This chubster, on the other hand, decided to recommend a dish that was both delicious and inexpensive, showing how honest and good his character was. Xia Fei nodded. Then get me a dish of these sand bamboo shoots. Also, I'd like to obtain some information from you. Go ahead. I made a trip out here in order to buy a spatial compass, the very best kind. Do you have any idea where I should go? Xia Fei asked. The chubster took a good time to think before giving his answer. 3 of the largest trading firms in Black Lion City are Crane's Tail, Goldenrock, and Solomon's. These are the established names in this city, but I heard customers commenting that Crane's Tail and Goldenrock sell really expensive goods, so I suggest that you give Solomon's a look first. You can check the other 2 afterward if you can't find what you need there. The chubster did not stop there. Worried that Xia Fei might not find the location, he gave detailed directions to all 3 trading firms from this restaurant before he drew a simple map for more clarity. He spent quite some time doing this, missing out on plenty of opportunities to make money. However, the chubster did not say a word of complaint, and Xia Fei was very grateful because of this. Just as the chubster said, the sand bamboo shoots were delicious. The dish had a faint lily-like fragrance and was crystal clear and translucent. Xia Fei was originally not hungry, but seeing this dish, his appetite could not help but improve. He ate 3 bowls of rice in one go, cleaning out the plate of bamboo shoots as well. Though Xia Fei did not have a lack of money, it was still not his habit to waste, either. Seeing Xia Fei's clean plate, the other staff despised him even more, believing it to be the trait of a miser. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei called the chubster to his side and handed over 3 grade 3 origin crystals from his spatial ring. For the bill, dozens of fiery stares came over. Everyone could not believe that the plain-looking Xia Fei would actually be so generous. There's no need for so much. In fact, 1 is too much. The bill is just 2 grade 2 crystals. The bamboo shoots are very cheap. After all, the chubster said, tongue-tied. Smiling, Xia Fei said, I know. Take the rest as your tip. Tip. The staff worked so hard to earn so much in a year, yet a single tip from Xia Fei covered what they would have earned in a year. Jealous, envy, hatred. All the staff members who were gloating moments ago nearly felt their eyeballs roll out of their sockets. They had finally experienced what it meant by the saying that a true master would not show off. Making his way to Solomon's following the map he had been given, it was not too difficult to find this famous trading firm in Black Lion City. It occupied a floor space spanning 8 shops and used the local produce of sandwillow wood to create a huge plaque, which could be seen from 2 miles out. Xia Fei entered the store and casually browsed through the items on display. Just as the chubster told him, there was a great variety of goods in this shop, and there were many high-grade items for sale as well. The prices were not too outrageous, either, so it ought to be the most influential business in the city. There was furniture in the store, which made it convenient for clients to take a seat and discuss business. Shopkeeper, please call your boss over. Xia Fei sat down and firmly requested. This shop was evidently better at doing business. Though the staff found Xia Fei to be somewhat suspicious, they nevertheless respectfully called a big and tall elder. This elder was a lionheart, and though his size was nothing as exaggerated as Oro's, he did stand 2.5 meters tall, and the golden fur all over his face made it difficult to determine his age. This was not at all what Xia Fei had expected. He very cautiously stated his purpose of making the trip out here. After all, purchasing a spatial compass without registration was something illegal and illicit. Furthermore, what he was looking for happened to be a high-grade product and could be considered a super illegal good forbidden to be sold throughout the law realm. However, this boss, who went by the name of Ricky, was not in the least bit perturbed. It seemed like Black Lion City was truly the perfect place for one to procure such goods. A holographic projection appeared in front of Xia Fei, and it showed a black spatial compass. This compass you're looking for is very expensive, and it is stored in our vault and won't easily be shown to others. Forgive us, but bear with first looking at this hologram. If you decide to proceed with this purchase, I'll then send someone to the vault and retrieve it for you, Ricky courteously explained. The holographic projection had an extremely high resolution, and from feeling the material used for the item and holding it in hand through this hologram, it was practically no different from seeing and touching the actual thing. He could manipulate the hologram freely, so as to examine every detail of the compass. Xia Fei was more and more puzzled as he viewed it before finally asking in a grave voice, "Why is this compass from the god race, and it's even a product of Fig Corporation? Why is this compass from the god race, and it's even a product of Fig Corporation?" Xia Fei asked, puzzled. It had to be stated that they were now in the territory of the demon race, so how could he get a hold of a Fig Corporation compass out here? This was definitely a huge insult. Ricky smiled. "Is this the first time you're purchasing such a high-grade compass?" Xia Fei nodded. No one would care to make repeated purchases of a spatial compass, which was worth several tens of thousands origin crystals, unless they were literally overflowing with money. Just thinking about how much he would have to spend just to get a hold of this made his heart ache a lot. The 2 peak races have been at loggerheads since time of old, always in a state of opposition with each other. That is why they will spare no effort in fighting their enemy. Illegal goods like this unregistered spatial compass impacts the rules greatly. If an expert owns such a compass, they can be allowed to go wherever they desire without any restriction whatsoever. So the 2 races place strict restrictions to their subordinates, disallowing them from purchasing such unregistered compasses. We're in the demon race territory. Think about it yourself. Wouldn't the god race desire to see chaos here? That is why the god race secretly produces unregistered compasses and sells them to the demon race. Likewise, The demon race produces compasses to sell to the illegal merchants from the god race. Xia Fei suddenly realized what he meant. This was what had been referred to as mutual destruction, which would happen during economic wars. Their own race would of course not be selling banned items, but they would be more than happy to do so to their enemies. This was why a spatial compass produced by the god race could appear in demon territory, for it was simply just the two sides mutually trying to damage each other. Because there's been a surge of unregistered compasses flooding the market in recent years, plenty of chaos ensued in the territories of the two peak races, especially from those forgotten tribes. They often acquire such compasses to kill and abscond with goods. Their methods are very vicious indeed. These are all the side effects of having the two supreme races clashing with each other, which is why, over 100 or so years ago, the two races came to an accord for both sides not to sell unregistered spatial compasses in either's territory, thereby reducing the chaos in the law realm. Of course, there are still stocks from the past out in the market, though their prices have of course become inflated accordingly. I won't lie to you. This particular compass is considered the premium treasure I have in my little shop, something I have been unwilling to sell for many years. If not for the fact that you got matched up with me, I wouldn't offer it up for sale. I'm sure you heard of the illustrious name of Fig Corporation, which is of the god race, and can even be considered to be the most powerful company in the law realm. Everything Fig produces is sure to be of superb quality. It's rare for commoners to even get a glimpse of most of its stuff. Though Ricky was polite, he was still a shrewd businessman deep down. His words had very subtly hinted to Xia Fei that this spatial compass would not be sold for cheap. What's the travel distance that this compass provides? Xia Fei asked. He could already vaguely sense that Ricky would be taking a vicious swipe at him today, but it could not be helped. It was nobody's fault but his own for urgently needing such a superior compass. Fig Corporation 100 Series Compass. It is of the Precision Edition and affords an effective travel radius of 10 billion light-years from the center of the law realm. Its most unique feature lies in its accuracy, with an error not exceeding 1 centimeter for every 100 million light-years. You ought to know that spatial compasses are items that very often produce errors. After all, the level of skill required to open such a long spatial tunnel is immense. For there to only be a centimeter of error every 100 million light-years means that you'll at most shift a meter from the coordinates you input if you travel over 10 billion light-years. That is why this spatial compass has been called a Precision Edition. Presently, in this entire law realm, only the Fig Corporation is able to achieve such a small margin of error. Xia Fei could feel his heart bleed when he heard this. The Precision Edition would no doubt be more expensive than the normal edition, which probably meant that this item would cost him an arm and a leg. After a slight pause, Xia Fei asked, "Actually, all I'm looking for is just the normal edition, but since there's none, I guess I can make do. How much are you selling this compass?" Xia Fei, of course, knew what this high precision meant. What he meant by making do was just a tactic to help him keep the price down. When attempting such a super long range of travel, even the smallest error could result in a fatal outcome. If he wanted to get from one warship to another, the margin of error would ultimately have him travel right into steel alloy plates which measured dozens of meters thick. In such a scenario, he could not cry even if he wanted to, since the body would instantly fuse with the metal and his life would end just like that. Normally, when using a spatial compass, it would be better to choose a fairly open space to land on. This was to account for the potential margin of error. Of course, the more precise the compass was, the more locations he could choose to travel to and the more convenient it was to use. Ricky said, "For a spatial compass that only has an error of 10 meters every 100 million light-years, it can be considered an exceptional product. The fact that this compass from the Fig Corporation can achieve a centimeter of error is already shocking in itself. It just goes to show how amazing it is. Since this is the first time you're visiting my little shop, I may chalk it up to fate. Let us be friends, and I'll charge you 900 grade 5 origin crystals, and this powerful 100 series Precision Edition spatial compass from Fig Corporation will belong to you. 900 grade 5 origin crystals would come up to 90,000 grade 4 crystals. Furthermore, the energy stored within a grade 5 origin crystal was considered to be top-notch. Aside from the rich clans, who were at the level of the 9 great clans, the average person would never have seen even one of them before, and Xia Fei did not even have a single one on him to offer. Honestly, the price was not considered exorbitant and could even be considered cheap. Such a top-grade spatial compass would cost at least 30,000 grade 4 origin crystals if bought legitimately, and Ricky had only asked for 3 times this price as his opening offer. Ultimately, this was an unregistered, illegal item. Charging 90,000 for such an illegal product, which could be used whenever, was definitely considered a kindness. I can accept that price for this. Sell this compass to me, though I don't have that much currency on me right now, so I'll have to sell you some things before I can purchase it outright, Xia Fei said. Ricky was quite surprised. He had sensed a very unique scent from Xia Fei with his keen merchant's intuition, and it was the calm and composure that an expert would characteristically possess. So he quickly surmised that Xia Fei was not someone of lowly caliber. In the law realm, wealth and caliber were often proportional, and the higher level a warrior was, the more wealth they had to their name. That was why he had been so courteous with Xia Fei, different from the snobs in restaurants. Ricky was interested in making major transactions, and his judgment was on the mark. Xia Fei planned to buy the spatial compass for a price of 90,000 grade 4 origin crystals. Ricky, as such, ended up getting the shorter end of the stick with this deal. Since the esteemed client is so forthright, let us head upstairs and discuss more. I won't deny it. Solomon, is considered one of the best businessmen in Black Lion City. Regardless if you're selling something legitimate or otherwise, I'll take them all as long as they are of value. Seeing that he was on the cusp of cinching his major transaction, it was time for him to demonstrate his own prowess. Ricky boasted freely as he led Xia Fei up to the second floor, where a fancy and quiet room awaited them. The staff gingerly brought a silver platter over, and lying atop, it was a metal casing with the Fig Corporation insignia etched on. Ricky opened the case to reveal the superior quality, black spatial compass, which was just slightly bigger than a watch, surrounded by white-and plush velvet cushion that further accentuated its grandeur. This here before you is the 100 Series Precision Edition Spatial Compass from Fig Corporation. It has a fully automated search function for coordinates, so if the coordinates you key in are dangerous, the compass will warn you with a prompt. Its superalloy exterior makes it waterproof, fireproof, and impact-resistant, able to withstand even the most hazardous conditions. Its small size makes it easy to hold in your hand, and it's silent and instant when activated. More importantly, this spatial compass has the ability to let multiple people pass through. A normal spatial compass will at most allow 3 to use it together, but this here allows a total of 6 people, which is twice what a normal compass offers. After all, it costs money to activate a spatial compass every time, so being able to have more people pass through each time will end up saving you quite a bit of money. Ricky gave an enthusiastic rundown of its features, praising how precious the performance of this compass offered. If Xia Fei sold this item, he would at least set a price point of at least 2 million, so getting it for a mere 90,000? Would he really miss out on such a steal like this? Snap! Ricky shut the case. Xia Fei had yet to pay, so the item had yet to belong to him. The most Xia Fei could do at this point was look. Esteemed client, can you show me the items that you are looking to sell? Ricky smiled. He was someone who stuck to the rules. He had not asked for Xia Fei's name, since humans who turned up in demon territory would more often than not be criminals looking to run from the law. Asking for a name would, instead, be taboo. Xia Fei nodded and pulled out the darkness metal weapon, Waning Moon's Toll. Darkness metal. Ricky's pupils widened, and a look of excitement became visible in them. This is actually darkness metal. What a treasure, an absolute treasure. Xia Fei did not share his sentiment. He still had the other ode of 100 spirits in his spatial ring. It was also forged using darkness metal. Comparing the two, he felt that the ode of 100 spirits' ability to split and attack was something he could take advantage of more. As for the dagger, Xia Fei already had the phenomenal demonic dagger blood crystal, which was far greater than this weapon he was now selling. While Waning Moon's Toll was something unimportant to Xia Fei, it was something that Ricky could not keep his eyes off, his fingers incessantly caressing the blade, heaping praise upon praise. Refined darkness metal with flawless craftsmanship. This dagger must be a masterpiece of a master artificer. Its design is unique as well, meaning that the person who designed it is at the master level. This is no doubt a weapon of the highest quality, peerless and exquisite. More than 10 minutes passed, yet Ricky was still unwilling to let go of Waning Moon's toll. Esteemed guest, do you truly wish to sell this darkness metal weapon? Yes. All right then. Ricky was invigorated hearing this. He asked somberly, name your price. With a smile, Xia Fei offered, 1 million grade for origin crystal. Ricky's smile frozen, his expression turning unsightly. Actually, Xia Fei had no clue how much darkness metal went for, but Lionheart Emperor Oro had once told him that using Waning Moon's toll would be enough to exchange for a superior spatial compass, and with some surplus. So he gave a starting price of 1 million. An overwhelming asking price that could be haggled down was the habit a merchant from Earth had. Xia Fei, of course, was confident in his skills in doing so, not at all embarrassed when giving such a price at the start, looking like it was a reasonable offer. After quite some time, Ricky asked again, how much? 1 million grade for crystals. Xia Fei raised a single finger for emphasis. Just as he said this, he heard the door pull open. 1 million? I'll take it. Turning around, Xia Fei's forehead creased. The door to this posh guest room on the second floor was suddenly opened, and 2 Lionhearts, one tall and one short, came striding in. Neither was being courteous, acting as if they were in their own homes. The taller Lionheart wore a metal mask on his face. He was a warrior who towered with his height of nearly 5 meters. His weight was not lower than 700 pounds. Solomon's owner was a Lionheart, so the rooms were built exceptionally large, but despite this newcomer still needed to lower his head slightly when he barged in, looking somewhat awkward. The young Lionheart beside him was not a stranger. It was in fact the very same one he had saved in the desert, Heinrich, the one whom Xia Fei had given 2 tight slaps in his anger. Could he have brought his father to come find him? Isn't it just 1 million grade for origin crystals? Aye, Heathfield. We'll take it, the huge Lionheart warrior declared loudly. His voice was vigorous, and every word he uttered seemed to make the glass windows shake. The owner, Ricky, hastily stood up, walking over to say, Welcome, Planet Master. Please accept my sincerest apologies for not receiving you earlier. Heathfield gave a slight nod before pointing to Xia Fei. Is that him? Heinrich nodded lightly, his eyes somewhat uncertain. Xia Fei was a little taken aback by the sudden entrance. His finger edged close to his spatial ring. This Lionheart warrior in front of him was majestic, and his cultivation must be decent. The ensuing battle, if they did clash, would definitely be grueling. Given how his injuries had yet to heal fully, and his ribs were still aching, Xia Fei should not be fighting with anyone at this time. Ricky had no idea what was going on, so he took 2 steps back hesitantly, unsure what he should do. All of a sudden, Heathfield took off his mask and revealed his true face. It was the face of a wild lion. A single cross-shaped scar was scored across his left cheek, and that menacing face only made him look all the more ferocious. For some reason, Xia Fei felt that this face was very familiar. There's no need to be so tense. The Lionhearts would never reveal their true faces to outsiders, so not only does he have no ill intent, he's actually showing you the utmost respect. Lionheart Emperor Oro quietly informed Xia Fei of this. The great demon Oro's voice was apparently targeted, impossible for others to hear him as he directed it only to Xia Fei. Sure enough, Heathfield bowed to Xia Fei after he took off his mask, his attitude solemn. Heinrich is my only son. I'm grateful for you rescuing him. Xia Fei heaved a sigh as he hurriedly offered words of courtesy, stating that it was not much of a problem. Ricky was elated, inviting the father and son to take a seat inside, as well as ordering his people to send over some refreshments. Now that he knew of the reason, Ricky was even more full of praise towards Xia Fei. He was but an average Lionheart, while Heathfield was of the Lionheart royalty, so he was considered his master. Just like anywhere else in the law realm, Ricky was no longer part of the clan after he chose the route of mercantilism, which was why he did not even bother to wear a mask. There was actually hardly any Lionheart staying in Black Lion City, or the entire planet for the matter. That was why Heathfield took care of Ricky and did not despise his position. Xia Fei had saved Heathfield's son, and Ricky was very grateful for that. That's not all. Heinrich even promised me to head to the Royal Wild Lion Star Academy to study hard, thereby fulfilling my long-cherished wish. Heathfield said excitedly. That's great news. Well worth celebrating. Ricky hurriedly called, stating that he would send a grand gift for Heinrich, causing the shy youth to feel very embarrassed. Star Academy? That's a royal college exclusive to direct descendants. Can you ask Heathfield what family he belongs to among the royals? Lionheart Emperor Oro spoke directly to Xia Fei's ears. Thus, Xia Fei placed his palm over his fist respectfully and said, "Planet Master, it's truly a great affair that the young master is keen to learn. I heard that the Wild Lion Star Academy is exclusive to the royals, so it turns out the Planet Master is of such noble birth." Before Heathfield could answer, Ricky spoke first. The young man is being impolite. The Planet Master is still an orthodox descendant of the Lionheart royalty, of the Golden Lion Emperor's bloodline. This isn't something that we people can just casually inquire after. Xia Fei nodded, still unsure if the Golden Lion Emperor bloodline was the same as Oro's. Huh, so Heathfield is actually my descendant, Lionheart Emperor Oro softly remarked. Xia Fei wanted to laugh, but did not dare to do so. This pair of father and son was actually the great-great-great-great-grandson of the old demon Lord Oro. Several hours ago, it had been Oro who wanted to leave his own grandson for dead. What more could have been said? If not for Xia Fei ignoring his words of anger and saving the youth, Oro would most likely be filled with regret after learning the fact. Heathfield's eyes stared straight at Xia Fei. Just like his ancestor Oro, his two eyes were completely demonic, and Xia Fei's heart shuddered when their gazes met. Heinrich is my only son, and my wife passed away after giving birth to him. Having been spoiled by me ever since young, he became such a pampered child. I have no idea what you did to bring some sense into Heinrich's head, but I truly have to express my heartfelt gratitude toward what you did for me this time, Heathfield said solemnly. Xia Fei responded, I merely reminded the young master about the responsibility that he shoulders. Since he is of royal birth, he of course has to bear the honor of his clan. Actually, I am just an external factor. What matters is that the young master himself has the determination to strive. By cleverly insinuating that his impact had been as light as a dragonfly skipping across pond water, Xia Fei had credited Heinrich's own sense as the main factor, playing down the shame of him having been the subject of a robbery, and in doing so, he secretly uplifted Heathfield and his son without a trace. Xia Fei's eyes inadvertently swiveled over to that spatial compass placed on the table. The sooner he could get hold of it, the sooner he could return to the Alliance and meet Avril. He had no intention of staying around demon territory for long. Heathfield smiled. Ricky, are you trying to pull a fast one again? Young man, you may not be aware, but though Ricky appears to be very honest and diligent in his business dealings, and what he sells are items of great value, there will actually be several conditions attached if you really buy it, for the final price will make you vomit blood. Careful that you don't get fooled by him. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He initially thought that the price tag of 90,000 grade 4 origin crystals for a 100 series precision edition spatial compass made by the Fig Corporation was too cheap. It turned out that there really were some loopholes. Though Ricky was a shrewd businessman, he knew how to separate family and business. Since Xia Fei had done a good deed for Black City's Planet Master, of course he did not dare to try and trick Xia Fei again. Actually, the tricks are just what merchants will usually do. Take that spatial compass for example. The hardest aspect of an unregistered spatial compass isn't in its acquisition, but rather on how to set up an anonymous account. After all, using the compass will require currency, and one without an account is as good as useless. It will be no more than a chunk of metal. If you try to establish a legitimate account, you'll have to get it registered, and that means getting tracked, rendering it useless. It's not just me. Even other merchants will sell the accounts and the compasses apart. So if the Planet Master didn't grace us with his presence today, this young man will surely end up spending somewhere around 300,000 to 400,000. Xia Fei sweated. This was truly shrewd. He would at most expect a price north of 200,000. So Ricky was a lot more unscrupulous than he pegged him as, daring to go up to 400,000. After a pause, Ricky said, Since the Planet Master is here today, and considering that you, young man, have saved the life of the young master, you're a benefactor to our clan, including me. Let's not waste any more words. This 100 series precision edition spatial compass, as well as an anonymous bank account linked to a standard bank, along with 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals in the set account. I'll be gifting everything to you. young man, today." Though he had said this so readily, the reality was hardly the situation. The shrewd merchant Ricky was a smart individual, so he of course had done his own calculations. Logically speaking, Xia Fei was bound to reject this offer. After all, this compass was top grade and was an expensive item. Most people would not just accept such huge gifts outright for no reason. The moment Xia Fei made his first rejection, Ricky would swiftly use the favorable conditions to act, claiming to be willing to accept only the principal amount, which would see a profit of 10 or 20,000 grade 4 origin crystals. This would at least be enough to give the planet master some face. He Field would then be grateful to Ricky, seeing it as the latter's loyalty to the former and the clan, with Ricky not earning much from this transaction at hand. It was practically killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Ricky did not know Xia Fei well. Who was Xia Fei? He was someone who would heartlessly devour anyone with his gluttony nature when given the chance. Xia Fei's eyes darted and he got up, performing a bow toward Ricky. "It is difficult for you to show such kindness, so since Ricky has done such a loving gesture, I will gladly accept your goodwill." Crash. The atmosphere in that room instantly went awry. He Field did his utmost to suppress his laughter, while the golden furry face of Ricky turned completely red. Never could he have imagined that Xia Fei would actually accept his words of courtesy. This was the precious 100 series Precision Edition spatial compass made by Fig Corporation, a top-grade item among top-notch products, the treasure of Solomon's trading firm. To think Xia Fei had actually accepted it as a gift. He did not even hesitate to accept it to boot. This made it seem like Ricky was the one in a rush to present it to Xia Fei for free. How could this be acceptable? This was truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot, and it was a miracle that his heart did not collapse right there and then. Getting up, Xia Fei arrogantly walked over to the table and stored the compass into his spatial ring. Phantom was rolling on the floor, laughing, breathless. Even the great demon lord Oro chuckled over what Xia Fei had just done. In this calculation between shrewd merchants, it was apparent that the even shrewder Xia Fei had come out on top. Actually, Xia Fei was not even feeling a bit guilty about what he had just done, and the only one to blame was Ricky for attempting to pull a fast one on him, selling the spatial compass and the linked account separately. This was no more than a little lesson for him to assume everyone could be schemed on. There just happened to be people like Xia Fei who would be just as obstinate. If anyone planned to trick Xia Fei, he would show them what it truly meant to play. It would then be about who could treat the other lighter. He turned around, only to see the greening expression of Ricky as the latter was unable to go back on his word in front of the planet master. As such, all the latter could do was take this punch to the gut and curse Xia Fei in his mind. Returning to his seat, Xia Fei flashed the merchant an earnest expression. "I really do feel awkward getting Boss Ricky to splurge on me so much. I feel truly ashamed." Ricky ground his teeth, thinking to himself, "Why is it that I feel you're not in the least bit embarrassed?" Changing the topic, Xia Fei casually stated, "I'll have to trouble Ricky to message me the account information for that standard bank before I leave. After all, this compass can't be of use without it." Ricky felt his heart seize, knowing that he had completely been outplayed here. He had chalked up astronomical losses this time, and all he could feel was anguish. Such pain that pierced his very bones. That. Ricky clenched his teeth as he forcefully said, "I'll go get someone to retrieve the bank card." Cough. Field could no longer hold it in and burst into an uproarious laughter, which only made Ricky's heart sour again. "Great. I'll host a big feast tonight to entertain both Ricky and this young man here," Field breezily said. "Plus, I'd like to have that darkness metal weapon for 1 million grade 4 origin crystals. I hope that the young man won't find the amount too little." Xia Fei only wanted to take the money and leave. After all, he was pining for Avril quite badly. Just as he was about to reject his kindness, Lionheart Emperor Oro's voice rang in his ears again. "Agree to his offer. Don't forget the most important purpose for us being here. Aside from the spatial compass, we also need to merge the immemorial mystical armament, and without my descendant here to help you, there's no way that you can gather all the items you need by yourself." The feast was very lively. Practically all the Lionhearts who were staying in Black Lion City had attended it. It was actually the first time Xia Fei had seen so many imposing individuals all gathered together. Xia Fei realized that the purity of a Lionheart's bloodline would decide each one's height and weight. The old demon lord Oro's great-grandson Heathfield was of royalty and was also the tallest and strongest among all. Of course, he was still far from Oro, for the Lionheart Emperor himself stood at an impressive height of 8 meters. His weight was well over a ton, and all these descendants of his were no more than dwarves compared to him. Heinrich was still not talking much, but there was clearly some change in his eyes. While it was still soft, it was a bit firmer, which gave off his desire for greater strength. The happiest was Heinrich's father, Heathfield. He drank plenty of alcohol tonight, and had plenty to say. He had already been the laughingstock of the royalty for his son's softness, but now that Heinrich had become determined to improve himself, he was a lot more relieved. Though it was difficult for someone's personality to change all at once, it was at least developing in a favorable direction. As time went by, he would definitely be able to make something of himself. Deep into the night, after the banquet ended, Xia Fei remained in the manor, while others returned to their homes. Everyone had received a gift from Xia Fei, and with how smooth a talker he was, he had managed to establish plenty of contacts among the Lionhearts in demon territory. The Lionheart Emperor Oro was quite moved by everything. Things remained the same, but the people were different. He could barely recognize any of these descendants from his own clan. All those years he spent trapped in the law of ternary spectrum had created a significant generational gap between him and his clan, as well as the law realm at large, so he was somewhat out of tune. However, having been able to return to the demon race and see some members of his clan alive, Oro felt quite a lot better. Not too long after, Xia Fei would be able to help him be reborn. Who knew how many more years of hard cultivation and training would he have to go through before he could return to the pinnacle? Revenge, returning to his clan, and standing proudly atop the law realm once more. These were all still his distant goals. After sending off the guests, Heathfield brought Xia Fei to the study, seemingly wanting to speak to him about something. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was also wondering how he could get the Lionheart to help him search for the items he needed, which was why he followed him with alacrity. The study was not too large, boasting very luxurious decorations. He was ultimately a direct descendant of Lionheart Emperor Oro, so he did not struggle with wealth. Even if he was sent by the clan to train in Black Lion City, he would not struggle. A maid delivered some sobering hot tea respectfully and left. Xia Fei and Heathfield sat side by side. The tea tasted sour and had a hint of dried hawthorn. Xia Fei found it to be a tasty flavor and had 3 consecutive cups. I have something I can't figure out, so I need you to clarify them for me personally. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Heathfield dove into the reason he invited Xia Fei to the study. Xia Fei set the cup down. Please speak freely, Planet Master. Today, you saved Heinrich and even told him a proverb as you did so. Heathfield was staring at Xia Fei as he asked. That is true. What you used was the language of the royalty, the most ancient and aristocratic type. Across the entire Black Lion planet, no one aside from me and my son can understand it. Even the clan members who attended the feast earlier don't know of it. After all, they're not royal descendants, yet you don't seem too old. How come you know this language? Xia Fei was quite troubled. It turned out that what Lionheart Emperor Oro had said to relay to Heinrich proved to have quite a background. To think that it was actually the most aristocratic and sacred language among the Lionhearts. How could he, a human, come to understand it so well? Smiling, Xia Fei made up some nonsense. I won't lie to the Planet Master. I once inadvertently met an expert of the Lionheart royalty, and the two of us formed quite a good relationship, so he casually taught me some. Heinrich shook his head. That's not possible. The language of the royalty is one of the greatest secrets and noblest existences of the Lionhearts. Even if he were someone of the clan, there would be no reason for him to teach you if it had truly just been a chance meeting. Xia Fei did not know how else to explain this, so he could only glance at his spatial ring, consciously telling Oro, "You're the one who told me what to say then, so now that someone doesn't believe it, how should I explain this?" Oro scoffed. "It's fine. Just relay what I'm about to tell you." With that said, Oro taught Xia Fei what to say. Xia Fei took this with a pinch of salt, using the secret language of the royalty to say, "I originally stayed in the Lion Emperor's pyramid, towering at 384 in height and spanning over 1.1 in width. I have no name or parents, pledging a lifelong service to the Emperor who lived on the 383rd floor. When this emperor went missing, this attendant could not return for the rest of his life, so he ended up a drifter. Heathfield was extremely shocked upon hearing this, his two legs shaking, as if provoked. Xia Fei finished saying this before asking. This was what that royal elder told me. As for what it meant, the elder never did tell me back then. Do you have any thoughts about this? Heathfield was stunned for a good while before saying, "In nothing." That's the secret words of the Lionheart. The emperor of the 383rd floor was of course me, because I was the 383rd patriarch of the Lionheart royalty, towering at 384 in height and spanning over 1.1 in width, as well as possessing no name or parents. This particular line refers to my personal guards. They are loyal to me, never to marry for the rest of their lives, which is why they're known as those with no names or parents. Right now, he's come to an understanding that you met one of my guards, became friends with them, and were taught this particular passage. From here on out, he will no longer question your identity, Lionheart Emperor Oro explained. Xia Fei sort of half understood what had just happened. Did that not mean that the personal guards of Oro were also immortal experts? The old demon lord sure had quite a grand time among the demon race. Despite all that, he still ended up heavily injured and sealed within the law of ternary spectrum's isolation, which just went to show how insanely powerful this enemy of his was. Ask him further about the current situation the clan is in, Oro asked, concerned. After such a long time since he heard news of his family and clan, it would be a lie to say he did not care. In fact, he cared about this more than anyone else, which was not truly his fault. At the end of the day, there was not any clan patriarch who would not care about their disciples or descendants. Oh, that's right. This royal expert told me that if I have had the chance to meet anyone from his royal lineage, I should ask them about their well-being. For some reason, he can't return, so whatever cares he has can only burden him in his heart, Xia Fei said. Heathfield hurriedly gave a detailed rundown of the current situation that the Lionhearts were in. Actually, Xia Fei was not particularly interested to learn any of this, but because Lionheart Emperor Oro was very interested in this, Xia Fei became like a middleman of sorts, helping Oro learn news and stories of who knew how many generations of descendants. Without even realizing it, dawn broke. Out in space where it was always night, a huge warship was the first to shed off its stealth. The size of this ship was no smaller than the carriers in the Panhuman Alliance. In addition, the design of this warship was a lot more intricate, and the materials used were many times more expensive, with an even greater firepower. The next to fade into view swiftly were countless warships. Carriers, dreadnoughts, battleships, cruisers, frigates. Their numbers went well past 10,000. Such a prominent fleet seemed to be performing a special mission out in the stars, silently appearing in space just beyond the Panhuman Alliance. Indubitably, this fleet was immensely strong. If such a well-equipped and uniformed fleet were to launch an attack on the Panhuman Alliance, it would inevitably cause heavy losses to the humans. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a short and agile warship appeared right across this immense fleet. Hovering, the capital ship slowly opened up its boarding bay and allowed this small warship to land inside. Soon, the fleet, which was in the tens of thousands, departed, heading to the darkness of space without leaving a trace of what had just happened. Could such a powerful superfleet appear just to fetch that small spacecraft, sending a military force which could wipe out an entire star region all for the sake of escorting a warship? Was there such a need? Of course there was. This was because on board that small warship was one person, the person whom Xia Fei held in the greatest importance. Avril. Forget sending a superfleet to fetch her. The Titan superwarship had yet to be completed, but if it were built fully, Xia Fei would not hesitate in the slightest bit to send that out as well. Avril had already changed into a comfortable and fresh tracksuit, her golden flaxen hair tied up in a ponytail, being aboard the capital ship absolutely bewildered. The mechanized guards flanking her on both sides unnerved Avril. They were standing at attention, their heads held high with their chests thrust out. Not one of them glanced at the side and merely held their gazes straight ahead, receiving Avril even more ceremoniously than their own king. Along the way, Avril received the absolute attention and care from robots. At that moment, she finally realized that Xia Fei's might was actually far greater than what she had imagined. Just the fact that he sent a super fleet to escort her, even the Pan-Human Alliance president would not have such a grand reception, with such stringent security measures. In the distance, the fourth in command of the robots, Warstar, and the third in command, Dim Sky, could be seen walking toward her. Though Xana was dead, and Pod had been promoted to become the king of robots, the retired Sentinel Goddess was second in command, so their positions remained at third and fourth. Lady Avril, I'm Dim Sky. This is General Warstar. We're under orders from Xia Fei to come fetch you. Dim Sky had already abandoned his mechanical cockroach frame and was now in a body resembling an old scholar. One of the advantages robots had was in their ability to swap frames whenever they wanted as long as their cognition system remained intact. Hello, you two. Avril very graciously greeted both mechs as they made their way to the main cabin. I'm just one person. Is there a need to go to such an extent? Avril somewhat awkwardly asked. The kind lady that she was never treated the robots around her as machines. Instead, she treated them like humans, constantly waving and greeting the mechanized guards they passed by. These robots, who were standing at their post, also very politely nodded back to Avril, their favorability toward her increasing somewhat. Dim Sky and Warstar, of course, saw all this and were very moved deep down. Xia Fei had not treated the robots like machines, and they had not expected Avril to be the same as well. Lady Avril, you may not know this, but this is an order that Xia Fei made back then. If we couldn't ensure your safety, then he'd take this old man's head. How could any of us afford to not take this seriously? Dim Sky jokingly said to Avril. He was different from the ever-serious Warstar and was a scholar of the mechs. He was prone to cracking jokes. Xia Fei always enjoys scaring people. Don't mind him, Avril said. Thinking back to that impressive fleet from before, Avril could not help but feel moved. Are you all Xia Fei's friends? Dim Sky answered. Xia Fei's pod holds the prime authority of the robots, and pod is loyal to Xia Fei. To be precise, we are considered his subordinates. Avril stuck her tongue out somewhat cheekily. She knew how great Xia Fei was and that he wielded great might, but she had never imagined that it would be to such a degree. He had actually been secretly hiding a trump card like an army of robots. To think the emergency response plan that Xia Fei had set would actually be used. Wonder what's happening over there that he needed to mobilize us like this for the first time. Warstar sighed. Avril was suddenly transported in the middle of the night and rendezvoused with the robot army out of nowhere had all been priorly arranged by Xia Fei, all in an effort to prevent any untoward accidents from happening to her. It was only because of the distance between them that everyone had no idea behind the reason for this order from him. Avril was evidently quite worried as well. To which, Dim Sky chuckled. Xia Fei's very wily. Nothing's going to happen. Instead, all this effort has Lady Avril suffered. Instead, it's nothing. Being Xia Fei's woman means that I'm already mentally prepared for this, Avril simply replied. Warstar and Dim Sky were startled. What she had said was contagious, so much that even these robots could not help but be moved by it. The superfleet began their journey across space after receiving Avril. Their destination, the hidden realm of mechs. With the additional base for the White Jade Ape, it was like a warship that had been retrofitted with a superior engine. The performance improvement was nothing to be scoffed at. The thin, thread-like energy swam in his seventh brain region, condensing into the profound pattern of the law of energy purification. When this thread of energy passed through his body, it was as if an icy cold needle had pierced his skin. This sensation was not one of pain, but rather an indescribable comfort, which was like a playful insect slowly crawling on him. Xia Fei already had this natural gift of being able to control origin energy easily. So now that he had this completed White Jade Ape as well, he was even more powerful than before. As long as he lived, his cultivation would never end. Xia Fei knew very well that what was known as law power was fundamentally just energy after removing technical factors. This was the truth that no one could deny, and be it cultivation or combat, even eating a meal required the necessary energy. Furball and Xia Fei's rapid improvement both required plenty of energy, a massive amount of origin energy he needed for everything, which was why becoming an energy master was his only option that could even be considered to be a matter of urgency. Since Xia Fei had the White Jade Ape in hand, and he had quite the potential in this avenue. There was no reason for him not to make progress with the path of energy mastery. This time, though he had very fortunately managed to sell off the darkness metal weapon, Waning Moon's Toll, at a very high price, it had only been possible because of the favor he garnered. Had he not saved Heinrich's life back then, Planet Master Heathfield would most definitely not have bought it for 1,000,000 Grade 4 origin crystals. In truth, the price of the darkness metal weapon was just about 300,000 crystals at most. Xia Fei could not possibly have lady luck with him at all times, and becoming an energy master meant he would no longer be under anyone's thumb. Once he could create his own origin crystals, not only could he make what he needed for himself, he could even produce and make a profit from them. This was what Xia Fei valued the most, for the true foundation of being a warrior lay in the ability to fend for themselves. Xia Fei had no wish to rely on selling weapons so that he could acquire crystals. Once was enough. A magical material like darkness metal, selling it was inadvisable, let alone giving it away. Of course, at least he got a very good price selling it. Rumble. When the law of energy purification's pattern formed, a nearly imperceptible wave of light filled his brain region. He had succeeded in achieving the 3rd level of the law of energy purification. 7 days. You only took 7 days to raise your law of energy purification to level 3. That's astounding. The one who had made this exclamation was actually Lionheart Emperor Oro. However, this great demon lord soon realized his own slip of impropriety and once more resumed the image of an unfathomable being. Ahem. Actually, it's nothing too impressive. It's due to your sensitivity toward energy, as well as that strange ape that helped you. Anyone else might perhaps even reach level 3 in 6 or even 5 days. Oro hurriedly corrected himself. Phantom felt somewhat irate. This old demon lord got all excited with what you had accomplished, only to call you average in his next breath. I think he just felt uncomfortable if he didn't discredit you. Xia Fei smiled faintly, not saying a word. Deep down, he knew very well how fast or slow he was going. During these 7 days, he had not wasted even a second of his time resting, not to mention all the dangerously critical moments he had managed to overcome. The law of energy purification was unlike the major laws split into many tiers and levels. There were only 9 levels to it, and it was a minor law in the law realm. But when cultivating the law, Xia Fei had encountered a problem which he had not experienced before, and that was losing control of energy. With the aid of the white jade ape, Xia Fei had very successfully gotten through the 1st and 2nd levels, but the 3rd level was when the energy fluctuation changed and became hard to control. Xia Fei only managed to get a grasp of everything through the accumulated experience after his countless failures. It took him 2 days to reach level 2, while level 3 took 5 days. That was almost 3 times the time he took prior. Reaching level 3 makes one an intermediate energy master. In the demon race, you'll never have to worry about basic living for the rest of your life if you get a license with your current standards and will be treated like an honorable guest of any clan. It's probably the same anywhere in the god race, Lionheart Emperor Oro said. Energy Master Duba of the Yu family was also at the 3rd level. He was a substantial mover and shaker in the clan, and even the deceased patriarch, Yu Jiang, could only treat him very respectfully. When he thought up here, Xia Fei could not help but agree with Oro's assessment. He would most likely have surpassed Duba, too, by the time he made his return. This was when the sound of knocking came from outside. Esteemed guest, the Planet Master has requested your presence. Right? I'll make my way there, Xia Fei called from inside the room. Oro chuckled. I believe that my great-grandson prepared the items that you asked for. I'm not one to brag, but the Lionhearts are a notable clan in the demon race, and there's probably no way for you to get what you need without asking Heathfield for help. Xia Fei did not deny this. Since this old demon lord had been trapped in ice for so long, he figured that it would not hurt for him to be proud over this. Xia Fei was in a fairly good mood after having rested for a week. The injuries he had suffered all over his body were slowly healing, and he had made progress with his law of purification by reaching the 3rd level, too. In addition, Heathfield had managed to procure those items he requested, so whatever he had been feeling after being made into a scapegoat by Yu Hua slowly dissipated. This boiled down to Xia Fei's optimistic outlook in life, but that did not mean he would just let his enemy off easily. Nobody had ever tricked him like what Yuhua had done, causing twice the hurt to him as a result. Going by Xia Fei's principle in life, since Yuhua had inflicted twice the pain on him, he would at least be seeking to return the favor fourfold. The only one whom he was still worried about was Avril, but Xia Fei believed that his mech companions were trustworthy. In addition, seeing the undying loyalty Pod kept demonstrating made him understand that robots were vastly more dependable than humans. While he had been deep in his thoughts, Xia Fei arrived at Heathfield's study. The servants let him in, only to find Heathfield fiddling with a spatial ring in his hand. "You're here." Heathfield beckoned Xia Fei over to take a seat with his large hands. "I, more or less, finished preparing everything that you asked as long as it was within my means. Here, come take a look at the level 5 and level 5 patterns of the law of energy purification." With that said, Heathfield handed over 2 black metal plates to Xia Fei. The law of energy purification was very specialized, and the pattern for every level was different. That was why he first needed to obtain an existing pattern in order to continue cultivating. Xia Fei instantly took the 2 rune plates and weighed them in his hand. Aside from the pattern, the plates themselves also had mental imprints, which would allow any learner to better familiarize themselves with the complex design. Such plates wasted plenty of time and energy to produce, and most warriors would at most acquire the pattern and probe it by themselves, while rune plates would greatly improve the speed of learning and the comprehension of these patterns. Why are there only 2? What about level 6 and above? Phantom was puzzled. Xia Fei also thought that it was a little too few, but these expensive plates were what Heathfield had gifted him, so he found it awkward to ask for more. "I'm really sorry, but I don't have the ability to acquire the patterns for level 6 and higher. After all, there's a strict hierarchy in the law realm, and only the 2 supreme races have those of level 6 and above. Though we do have elders in the demon race, they won't easily hand them over to me. The law of energy purification is the foundation of the law realm and the lifeblood of warriors, so it is strictly monitored at every level." Xia Fei nodded. "Please don't be mistaken, Planet Master. Everyone knows that only the 2 peak races can use level 6 origin crystals, so I'm already satisfied in being able to obtain these 2 rune plates as it is." "Oh, that's good. Oh yeah? I still have 3 inscriptions here that detailed techniques on how to use these law of energy purification rune plates." With that said, Heathfield passed Xia Fei 3 more metal plates. The 3 of them had a series of images which were etched in gold. By reaching one's consciousness in them, they would provide the key points and explanation for the techniques. Without the necessary technique, you won't be considered a true energy master through just law power alone. That is why I made an effort to gather 3 techniques to create origin crystals for you. I don't dabble in this field, so I don't have the expertise of an energy master, nor have I any idea if any of the 3 techniques will be of any use to you. You'll have to take them and choose on your own." Xia Fei was greatly moved by this gesture, thanking the Planet Master profusely. He had managed to get 3 whole techniques just like that. Heathfield truly lived up to his name as the direct descendant of Lionheart royalty. Furthermore, they had been recorded using the mental imprinting method, making it that much easier for him to learn them, which was no different from having a high-level energy master providing personal guidance beside him. "I won't lie to you. My uncle is a great energy master, and I wasted quite a bit of effort trying to get these things for you. After all, these are precious treasures from our clan, containing the unique comprehension that we the Lionhearts have. There's no reason for us to give this to any outsider, and it's only after he heard about how you had saved the life of Heinrich and your relationship with the elder from the Lionheart royalty that he was convinced, albeit reluctant, into handing these over. These are things that no amount of money can buy, so I hope you will do your utmost to help protect them for us, the Lionheart royalty. Don't ever let them end up in the hands of others," Heathfield solemnly requested. Xia Fei swore solemnly to that effect. Actually, there was no need for Heathfield to be so nervous, since the big demon lord of the Lionheart clan was sitting in his spatial ring. Even if he wanted to give these things away, the old demon aura would never agree to it. "Little brother, I'd just like to ask if it's true that, aside from being a warrior, you're also cultivating the law of energy purification?" Heathfield asked. "That's right. What level have you cultivated to?" "The 3rd, Xia Fei simply answered. Heathfield was instantly stunned. No one who cultivated combat laws also pursued the route of an energy master. First, it was better to focus and specialize on one thing since it was no good to be half-hearted with one's effort. Second, the talent required to become an energy master was very high. So if anyone had the potential to become an energy master, why would they choose to take a detour and be a warrior instead? Furthermore, Xia Fei was actually accomplishing everything simultaneously. After a long pause, Heathfield said, "Given how you have come all the way to demon territory, brother, something must have happened on the other side. If you don't mind, we of the Lionheart clan are willing to take you in. While our clan isn't the strongest among the demons, it is ranked among the best. You're an outsider, and we can't give you any status, but you'll be treated how you should be treated, all in accordance to the levels of any elite. I want you to consider this earnestly after you head back. You can come find me any time you arrive at a decision." Xia Fei verbally said that he would consider the offer when actually his mind had already flown back to the Alliance. He wished he could just grab these things and go right now and check on Avril's situation. Finally, Heathfield handed Xia Fei a spatial ring. "Everything you want is inside, and only the angry flame lotus and green python bat are beyond my capabilities of acquiring." Such an outcome was within Xia Fei's estimation. After all, the two things were extremely precious, things that could only be chanced upon but never sought. Heathfield had already done quite a lot, so Xia Fei of course had nothing to complain about. He, therefore, offered this Lionheart his heartfelt gratitude. With no time to lose, Xia Fei immediately made a move to head to the Hidden Realm, where the forces of mechs and robots resided, to reunite with Avril. The coordinates log method used by the Law Realm and the Alliance were both different, but this 100 series Precision Edition spatial compass made by the Fig Corporation was able to convert both coordinates. So Xia Fei's coordinates for the Alliance had all changed to the standard coordinates used by the Law Realm. The display showed that it was done doing the conversion, and the spatial compass system was on standby. Xia Fei lightly pushed a button and opened a channel, creating a direct path from the demon territory to the Hidden Realm. Xia Fei calmly went into it, and in just a minute, he arrived at the headquarters of the robot army, Metal City. Sure enough, the usefulness of the spatial compass can't be overstated. It's simply too convenient. Phantom could not help but praise. Xia Fei nodded. Indeed, this compass is truly magical. With it, distance is no longer an issue. The sound of machinery was loud as usual, and the robots that saw Xia Fei instantly made a path for him, constantly paying their respects toward him and their king pod. Xia Fei's data had long been entered into Sophia's system, so now all the robots regarded Xia Fei as their master and pod as their king. On the pristine floor of the tower, Xia Fei finally saw Avril with the leaders of the mechs. Avril went diving right into Xia Fei's arms, hugging him passionately. Meanwhile, not too far away, Dim Sky, Warstar, as well as the sentinel goddess Sophia, watched the two of them with smiles on their faces. Sophia appeared in a brand new tall body, which was similar to that of a fashion model, while Dimsky's old scholarly look appeared quite kindly at this time. Robots being able to swap out their bodies was really quite an enviable ability. "Are you doing okay?" Avril let go of Xia Fei, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, there were plenty of robots and a ball that all had their eyes on her. "I'm fine. What about you?" Xia Fei was not going to mention the injuries he sustained during battle and simply asked about Avril. "I'm good. Your friends here treat me exceptionally well. Did you know that they had actually come and fetched me with an unimaginably large fleet? I almost had the fright of my life seeing so many warships and warriors." Avril's eyebrows moved animatedly as she spoke. She was actually feeling ecstatic. After all, what woman would not wish for their husband to be even stronger? It had simply been the fact that the might Xia Fei wielded had been too abrupt that she was shocked by it. Furball, you became smaller." Avril hugged the small ball of fur, nagging that Furball must have been picky with his food so he had become so small, using her fingers to pinch his face constantly. Furball's face was squeezed by her. Though this pet always had his quirks, he was actually completely helpless toward Avril, allowing her to do whatever she wanted with him. He was even tearing up when Avril stated that she would formulate a nutritious meal plan for him. "I don't eat rice," Furball whined over and over, but it was too bad that no one could save him. "Avril, let me first have a conversation with the others," Xia Fei said, slightly apologetically. Okay, I'll wait for you outside, Avril said as she left the room while hugging Furball, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Pod carefully followed behind her. Though he had been crowned as the king of these robots, he lacked even the slightest consideration of how a robot of his status should act. Every day, what he thought of was how to take care of Xia Fei's daily needs, like cooking and cleaning, fulfilling the role of a housekeeper completely. Just what's going on? The sentinel goddess Sophia asked. Xia Fei said through gritted teeth. I fell for the schemes of someone in the law realm, nearly losing my life in the process and barely managing to escape. I need to keep a low profile for now, given just how powerful my enemy is, but I dare guarantee that the Alliance is already teeming with their men searching for me and Avril. Who could have such power to chase you all the way from the law realm to the Alliance? Warstar asked solemnly. I still don't have the full picture, but I do know that they are very well hidden, most likely related to several powerful human clans in the Law of Realm, Xia Fei said. Warstar furrowed his brows, while Dimsky laughed. It's good that you made it back in one piece, then, but I am truly interested in finding out just what sort of person is this who actually included you in their schemes. Given how vigilant you are, you're not the sort to fall easily into someone's trap. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Yu Hua had exploited Xia Fei's weakness. He was not one to trust anyone easily, but Yu Hua had disguised himself too cleverly. By taking care of Xia Fei from the moment he joined the law realm, he was lulled into a false sense of security, which led to him believing that Yu Hua was someone trustworthy. We'll talk about everything later. How are Charlie and the others? We sent out nanobots that can monitor the movements around Charlie and the others. We also sent several teams, and they are currently awaiting orders. The moment something occurs, we'll escort all your subordinates to the hidden realm as soon as possible, Warstar stated, being the one responsible for security. Nanobots were originally developed by Xana in her retaliation toward mankind, but it had since been perfectly repurposed for this situation. Nanorobots were so small that they could only be seen with a microscope, no different from the size of bacteria, no way for anyone to conventionally discover them, making them the best candidates for reconnaissance and sleuthing. Xia Fei nodded. I reckon that the enemy won't do anything to Charlie and the others. Aside from Avril, all of them should be safe. Dimsky chuckled. You must have left quite the heartless image in their minds, which is why they only consider Charlie as your subordinate, thinking that you won't care even if they get their hands on them. Avril's different, meanwhile. Because of the incident where you previously barged into the insectoid territory for her sake, and that confession of love you made live, she's since become your only weakness. Speaking of which, it was really close. Look here. This was an image transmitted by the nanobots 27 minutes after we received Avril. Dimsky switched on the screen after making this statement. Xia Fei saw two figures move like flashes of lightning as they made their way through to Avril's bedroom, only to discover that she was not there. One of them even shattered the glass door leading out to the balcony in a fit of anger. Xia Fei broke out in a cold sweat. This was indeed too close for comfort. Had he been slower by just 30 minutes, or if the robots had acted just that much slower, the consequences would have been disastrous. Xia Fei slammed a fist into the thick metal walls, creating a deep dent. Those guys are ruthless, all right. Xia Fei seethed lividly. The sentinel goddess Sophia consoled Xia Fei. It's a good thing that you made prior preparations, allowing us to have our troops at the ready by Avril's side. Otherwise, the enemy would have surely succeeded. Getting angry over what has already passed won't do you any good, either. The hidden realm is very safe, and you can stay here with Avril first. Better to wait for this to blow over before you come up with a plan of retaliation. Xia Fei nodded. He still had no idea who he was up against, and it was merely Yu Hua who had revealed his identity. There was very likely an even stronger force controlling the scene behind him, and given Xia Fei's current strength, keeping a low profile was his best bet. The topic turned quite heavy, so it was the good-natured Dimsky who hurriedly changed the subject. You haven't told us yet how you got yourself in the hidden realm. Isn't it a tad bit too fast? Besides, how did you find your way through the complex channel without us fetching you? Xia Fei pulled out his 100 series Precision Edition spatial compass, made by the Fig Corporation, and placed it on the table. With this right here. What is that? The three leaders of the mechs asked in unison. A compass. Spatial compass. It's a great tool that allows users to travel through space from the law realm. After explaining how the spatial compass was used once, the expression of Dim Sky and the others changed immensely. To think that something as magical as this could exist in the universe. I have no way to describe it. It's too mind-blowing, Dim Sky excitedly declared. Examining the insides of the compass with probing detection technology, Dimsky's expression became vexed. It's too complicated. It's as if an entire universe has been placed into this small compass. The standard of technology used is incomparable even to the golden age of our mech civilization. The Sentinel goddess Sophia also added. Indeed, the technology level of this tool boggles the mind. Completely new equipment will need to be created just to research and study it. Dim Sky kept that compass with a beam. You're not going anywhere all this while, so let me and the goddess study it first, to see what's exactly so profound about this tech. Sure, but be careful. It is very expensive. Xia Fei cautioned them. Anything special happened to Quantum Holdings while I was away? Dim Sky thought about it before answering. Nothing special. Your company has me backing them technologically, and they earned quite a lot of money, same as Avril's Starlink Corps. At the moment, these two companies of yours are already the largest organization in the Panhuman Alliance. Xia Fei shook his head. Starlink Corporation isn't mine. Dim Sky flashed him a smile. Not now, but it's only a matter of time. Xia Fei shrugged. Actually, that reminds me. There's still an expedition team under Quantum Holdings, whose leader goes by the name of Butcher. Charlie and I conversed with each other earlier, and he wanted me to tell you something interesting. Apparently, the expedition team sent a super long-range message, requesting to report their findings directly to you. It might be related to the rumored Eden. Dim Sky suddenly mentioned this. Xia Fei was quite surprised. Eden had once captivated the Panhuman Alliance's attention, but the war broke out soon after, and no one remembered it again. Now that it was over 3 years since the news first broke, perhaps Butcher and his men had really made some kind of discovery. That's interesting. Contacting Charlie now will end up putting him in danger, though. Perhaps there are already people keeping watch of him right now. Best if we wait a bit before we talk about it further. Xia Fei decided. Warstar and the others agreed with Xia Fei's assessment as well. Though the nanobots were ever vigilant, that did not mean they guaranteed protection. In order to minimize any potential risks, it was best if he refrained from contacting Quantum Holdings. Xia Fei took out 2 spatial rings, taking out the war armor edgeless from his spatial ring and storing it into the other spatial ring that Heathfield had given him before he left. The latter was smaller, only 1,000 cubic meters in space. Dim Sky, while you're studying the spatial compass, help me look at this war armor. It has a tracking device on it that I want to get rid of, or else I will be very easily located. Having top-notch war armor but being unable to use it isn't the way, Xia Fei told Dim Sky as he passed the ring over. War armor? Is that another wondrous item from the Law Realm? Let me take a look. Be careful. If you wish to have a look, you'll first need to get into the spatial ring. It'll be discovered if you take it out from there, Xia Fei reminded. I got it. Dim Sky did not personally enter the ring, but, instead, sent in his cockroach frame. Though he was no longer using this body, it remained by his side. All of a sudden, Dimsky's old scholar body went rigid, and he made no movement for the longest time. Xia Fei, you found Lord Radix? Dim Sky was shocked. Father, the Sentinel goddess Sophia was startled, though Xia Fei was still clueless. Whatever do you mean? Xia Fei asked. I've yet to encounter Radix. Radix, the founder of the Mechs. His origins were shrouded in mystery, and he was rumored to have been created from the formulation of an immortal soul and machinery. He single-handedly constructed this race of Mechs, which had once proudly stood tall in the universe. He was also the inventor of liquid metal alloy and other fantastical high-tech products. The last message from him had been from the Law Realm, though Xia Fei and the others had no clue just which part of the Law Realm he was located. Dimsky's sudden question to Xia Fei about whether he had seen Radix or not caused everyone present to be greatly shocked. Could the super-intelligent founder of the Mechs still be alive? Radix? I haven't met him yet, nor have I heard of any news pertaining to him, Xia Fei said with great certainty. Dimsky was still very animated. He switched on a screen and displayed the war armor edgeless. This image was magnified, and a fairly inconspicuous seal on the quantum engine was fitted on the war armor. It looked like 2 cherries that were placed side by side, their plumpness mouth-watering. Father, That's my father's seal. Sentinel goddess Sophia cried, uncharacteristically loud. Warstar instantly froze and swiftly presented his own propulsion engine to Xia Fei. Sure enough, the same two-cherry seal could be found on his engine, though this one was a lot more obvious, looking like it had been intentionally carved. Meanwhile, the seal on Edgeless was a lot smaller, requiring a magnification of several times before it could be visible. Lord Radix really likes this seal. Whenever he made something that he was pleased with, he would leave the seal on his creation. It's not just me. Goddess Sophia and Dim Sky also bore the twin cherries when they were created, Warstar explained. Sophia nodded. My seal is on my logic processor unit. If you don't believe me, you can search through my actual body and see for yourself. Dim Sky was a little sad. My actual body was ruined by Xana. Xia Fei shook his head. I believe what you're all saying. By analyzing what you all said, this war armor Edgeless should be a work that Radix is proud of, but due to some certain reason we don't know yet, he didn't dare make his seal too conspicuous, and so he could only hide it in a corner of the quantum engine. Dim Sky suddenly seemed to have thought of something, gravely saying, Wait a minute, you all. With that, he instructed his cockroach clone to do a very complex test, metal dating. 830 years. The metal used by Edgeless had been refined approximately 830 years ago. When creating war armor, he will first have to choose the materials before he works on it. That means that Edgeless was completed within the last 830 years. This is a recent creation by Lord Radix. This means that he's still alive. Dim Sky was beside himself with excitement. A very, very long time had passed since Radix was tricked into going to the Law Realm. For a recent creation of Radix to have turned up was evidence that he was still alive despite the long passage of time. This was most definitely a shocking discovery. If Radix was still alive, where was he? Dim Sky, check that 100 series precision spatial compass from Fig Corporation. The war armor, Edgeless, came from the same company as well, Xia Fei said. Several minutes later, Dim Sky shook his head in disappointment. I've already analyzed it, but there's no message or seal on the compass. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. The war armor Edgeless and the spatial compass both came from Fig Corporation. Edgeless bore Radix's seal, while the spatial compass didn't. This perhaps means that Radix was part of the construction of Edgeless, but had nothing to do with the compass. Actually, that's not too hard to understand. Every single piece of the war armor is different, while the compass is an assembly product that's mass-produced. There's no way for Radix to put his seal on an assembly product. Sophia asked somewhat uneasily, What kind of business is Fig Corporation? Xia Fei answered, This company is very renowned across the law realm, belonging as part of the god race, widely acknowledged as the ultimate pinnacle of the universe's technology. It's the most powerful tech company in the law realm, and each and every product it makes is considered exquisite. All its products are highly priced, and the company is very eye-catching in the entire law realm. The ultimate pinnacle of technology. Dim Sky was confused. How could there be a pinnacle of technology? Xia Fei answered, Oh, actually, pinnacle doesn't mean that they've stopped improving, but it just symbolizes the extreme high-end technology that Fig Corporation has mastery of. The company has essentially done such crazy research that the technology it developed has gotten to a point where further research and development is deemed nigh impossible. Sophia was still concerned over Radix, so she gently asked, Father has a near maniacal pursuit toward technology, so could the Fig Corporation be something that he himself established or where he's working at? Xia Fei shrugged. Sophia, it isn't that I don't wish to help you, but Fig Corporation is currently out of my league, belonging in the god race, a peak region where only the strongest of the universe congregate. It is still far from what I can reach. We can only speculate that Radix is a part of them. Sophia nodded her head understandingly. I understand. After such a long time, I'm already satisfied to learn the news that my father is still alive. Thank you, Xia Fei. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat heavier once they began reminiscing about the past. Xia Fei exited the room, leaving those survivors of the match to themselves. They had finally gotten news about Radix, so they must have plenty to talk about, while Xia Fei also had plenty to share with Avril, too. The care of the robots was ever-present. They had practically created an artificial sun so that Xia Fei and Avril could live a 24-hour day cycle. Robots were always working, so there was no need for them to consider the issue of time. They even filled their metal city with plenty of green plants all around, making it look like this was a human city with lots of greenery around. Basically, the robots had already done everything they could so that Xia Fei and Avril would feel at home while they were seeking asylum here. Early in the morning, when the artificial sun rose, Avril was still like a lazy cat, cuddling under the covers. Xia Fei climbed out of bed and pushed open the window after washing up, gazing out to the busy robot city. Metal City was a lot more orderly than human cities, with everyone knowing what they should do and not wasting any time at all, going about their tasks like hardworking ants. Without waking Avril up, Xia Fei left a note and turned to leave. He headed toward the most important location in the Hidden Realm, the Titan-class super warship dock, for inspection. Whoosh! A small warship ferried Xia Fei and Dim Sky out to the space where they were constructing the Titan. Far away, he could see that the humongous dock was already complete, and it was as wide as 3 Earths, with over millions of robots working day and night nonstop. This was just the site, and working behind the scenes were even more robots in the factories, which were producing all the parts necessary and then transporting them to be fitted on the site. Dim Sky proudly pointed at the ship's window to the dark space and said, "This here is the first dock. The second and third dock are still in the middle of construction, and it would not be long until they could be put to use. Right now, about 90% of the robot population is devoted to the service of Titan, and every month, there are over 1 million specialized robots who are being created for this huge project. The Hidden Realm will construct 10 super docks, thereby decreasing the construction timeline from 4 years to 3, or maybe even 2 years as more and more construction materials are acquired, and manufacturing bottlenecks see breakthrough, allowing productivity to be pushed to the maximum." Xia Fei nodded. While a 3 to 4 year construction timeline seemed long, it was actually a practically miraculous speed. After all, the Titan super warship was larger than Earth, and the cost of the construction was simply astronomical. In the Alliance, constructing a supercarrier would take decades, and the even larger Titan might not be complete after several hundred years, not to mention the technological restrictions they faced. If not for the superior intelligence that mechs possessed, a killer machine like the Titan would surely just be a blueprint. "Is there enough metal stored in the Hidden Realm?" Xia Fei asked. The Hidden Realm was an independent space, and though it was nothing small, the construction of the Titan expended an insane amount of high-quality metal. If there ever was a shortage, they would have to risk leaving the Hidden Realm to mine them. "You don't have to worry about that. I already did the calculations. Given the stores we have here in the Hidden Realm, we have enough to construct over 120 Titan-class super warships. By that time, you'll really have so many killer machines. I doubt if there's anyone in the entire universe who can defeat you still," Dim Sky jokingly said. Xia Fei shook his head. "That's not necessarily true. The higher I get, the more I realize that this universe is vast and filled with mysteries. There's too much we still don't know, so it's best if we play it close to our hearts." Dim Sky thought about this. "You're right. Come and take a few blueprints." While I was reading through the data materials, I found something very interesting. With that said, Dim Sky turned on the projection screen in the warship and displayed several blueprints, which were as complex as an image of a galaxy. "This here is the strangest blueprint for the Titan. The others, be it the weapon system or the power assembly, might be intricately designed, but nothing achieved such a level of incomprehension from me. No matter how I look at this, I simply can't tell just what this is being used for. It's designed to be around the power system, and from what I can infer, the activation of this equipment will draw a huge amount of energy upon activation. Such a complex design simply can't be there for no reason. So what is it truly used for?" Dim Sky was like a scholar as he stroked his chin, wondering out loud. Xia Fei was also puzzled because he could not make sense of the blueprint, either. It was profound, mysterious, and well beyond the knowledge that Xia Fei had accumulated thus far. No matter what it is, it must be very important to the Titan, or else it won't be situated around the power system. "Are we able to create it in accordance with the blueprint?" Xia Fei asked. "That's possible. Then let's temporarily give this system the callsign Equipment X. When the Titan-class super warship is complete, I'll find time to test it myself." Time passed very quickly. Xia Fei and Dim Sky went around the Titan as they began detailed discussion over the project. Xia Fei had no idea how such a large killing machine like the Titan would be of use to him in the future, but there was a rule that he had faithfully etched in his mind. A warrior must keep their own trump cards hidden as best as they can, so as to better deal with the unexpected. Take his trip to Snake Isle as an example. If he did not have the law of primal chaos, blood crystal, or fur ball, there would be no way for Xia Fei to still be alive in the hidden realm right now. A so-called trump card could not be used to brag, and its existence should only be revealed at the most crucial juncture, used to solve a critical problem. A trump card might very well be used once in its entire life, but just that one time would be worth all the effort put into it previously. Looking at the time, Xia Fei said, "Let's head back. Avril should be awake by this time, and it's the important day to help her open her 7th brain region." Dimsky chuckled. "Look at you being so worried. Relax. We have the best medical center. It will surely be a success." Serum. This was the new gene optimization fluid's codename. Without a doubt, this was developed jointly by Xia Fei, Phantom, and Harris, and was something that practically had a 100% chance of opening the 7th brain region. It was an unbelievable, amazing gene optimization fluid, which was completely without any adverse side effects. If it was mass-produced in earnest, it would bring forth an unprecedented wave of change to the rules of the universe. There were 9 identical flasks of gene optimization fluid sitting on the table. These were all sent over after Charlie completed his human experimentations. Out of the 100 flasks, Xia Fei picked the best to administer to Avril. Even though the human experimentations had proven that Serum was completely harmless to humans, and it had even achieved the shocking 100% success rate at opening a person's 7th brain region, Xia Fei could not help but still be somewhat worried. Avril was very nervous, too, but she did her best to keep herself calm and composed so as not to worry Xia Fei. Slowly, Avril drifted into sleep. This was the miracle of Serum. Without the subject even realizing, and while they slept, it would begin opening the 7th brain region. This was completely different from that purple jade that Xia Fei had drunk years before. That gene optimization fluid sought to shatter the walls of the brain region in an explosive and direct manner. Though Xia Fei had achieved a fully open brain region after surviving that ordeal, he was also severely damaged by it. The fact that he remained alive was nothing short of a miracle. Meanwhile, the Serum utilized a precise and gentle approach to release drugs into the subject. Slowly but surely, without any rush whatsoever, it eroded away the walls of the brain region. The entire process took a full 24 hours, and Avril slept like a baby throughout, without any abnormality. The dozens of life-monitoring devices were all very carefully observing for even the slightest changes in her body. "Relax. The human experimentation data you collected has been largely successful. Avril will surely make it. Besides, with how advanced the medical treatment equipment we have here, there's no way that anything will go wrong," Phantom said to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded, but it would be lying if he said that he was not in the least bit anxious right now. He refused to take even a step to leave Avril's side. "Have you ever considered just what sort of a shock the universe will get if you mass-produce the gene optimization fluid Serum and sell it on the market?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei shook his head and firmly stated, "Serum will never be sold in any market." "Why? The drug is practically perfect. This has nothing to do with perfection, but rather the rules surrounding it. Every civilization who attempted to open their 7th brain region was extinguished without an exception, same as any species that ever thought to resist the law realm. Don't you find that strange? What if there's some power we don't know that's controlling this universe? As such, the moment Serum goes to market, humans will see an unprecedented development, and it's something those masters of the universe don't wish to see. With the equilibrium of the universe tipping, mankind will just become another species who faces extinction," Xia Fei solemnly explained. "It couldn't be that serious, could it? The opening rate of the Pan-Human Alliance before has been very high, too, but nothing happened to them," Phantom said. "That's completely different." Xia Fei said, "The formula for the gene optimization fluids of the past were incomplete. I won't deny that many people only managed to open their brain region after the use of gene optimization fluids, maybe even obtaining special abilities, but the extent was still within control. It's like a corridor connected to a room. Originally, the The corridor and the room were being blocked by rocks, and humans couldn't gain entry, not to mention make it within to live inside. Whether it was left to the stars or the optimization fluids available in the past, it would only open a small gap, pulling down the walls just a little. Statistically speaking, less than 0.001% of the people in the Alliance achieved a degree of over 1% openness of their seventh brain region. What use is 1% of the seventh brain region? Cultivate special ability? Law? It's completely pointless. At most, it made humans slightly smarter and increased their longevity by a handful of years. That's why, though we have many people with open seventh brain regions in the Alliance, we are still considered as commoners due to the issue of degree of openness. Humans are already very weak, and this little degree of openness of the brain region isn't enough to destabilize the balance of power in the other species. The lionhearts, for example, they're tall and heavy, with immense strength. Even 10 normal humans are no match for one of them. Many of the people in the Panhuman Alliance have their seventh brain regions open, but only so few can become ability warriors, while higher-ranking warriors are even rarer. That's the reason. If we make Serum popular, humanity will achieve, on average, 49% openness of the seventh brain region, far beyond the current 0.315%. It's 155 times more than the current rate. 155 times. Forget the Alliance. Even the Law Realm may not achieve the average 49%. If right now, there's only a single immortal rank warrior in the entire Alliance, then that will mean we have 155. Going by the theory of a regular distribution in genetics, the Alliance will have countless genius warriors, with 100% open seventh brain regions. A 155 times increase is just in theory. I dare to assure you that the actual strength of the Alliance will increase beyond 155 times. It can even be several hundred times more than now and be on par with the Law Realm. Do you think that those people in the Law Realm would let the Alliance off if we were to become as strong as they were? That they would let humans become superior existences in the universe? Phantom was speechless. The Law Realm was a dark place where only profit mattered. The people were extremely proud, and there was no way that they would let humans rise in the universe. What you said makes a lot of sense. If I were in charge of the Law Realm, there's no way I would just stand by and watch the rise of mankind while doing nothing about it. If we were to make gene optimization fluid Serum be well known, not only would we fail to help mankind, we might even bring calamity to it. Instead, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded. It's a good thing that Charlie is smart enough, destroying all the remaining products, including the formula, of Serum, so there's no way to discover any trace of Serum ever again. Perhaps we can use the hidden formula in the future to concoct gene optimization fluids in secret, but not now. It's not time yet. The distribution of Serum had been rejected outright by Xia Fei. He had not been tempted by the immediate benefits, remaining cool and analytical as always. The universe was too vast, and there were too many unknown dangers. There were potential traps everywhere. All it took was a single misstep, and he could find himself deep in a bottomless abyss. Was that not what had happened to the once prominent mechs? So much so that only 3 survivors and their leader became all that was left of their civilization? 24 hours later, Avril rubbed her eyes and got up, as if she had just woken up from a long dream. How are you feeling? Xia Fei asked Avril as he helped her up. Like I just slept. There were so many strange scenes in my dream that my mind's a little foggy. I even thought that the gene optimization fluid would be very painful, but it's completely different from what I thought. Xia Fei said, you slept a total of 24 hours, so of course it's normal for you to be groggy. Sit up first. I'll be right back. There was a monitoring room right beside the medical center's reception with all sorts of instruments inside. Xia Fei pushed the door open and entered, only to find Dim Sky nervously examining the collected data. Congratulations. Avril's brain region has achieved a 81.37% degree of openness, which is an absolutely astounding figure. Dim Sky finger-tapped the screen nonstop as he collated all the data. There doesn't seem to be any problem with her body, so she should be fine after eating and 2 days of rest. Xia Fei pondered for a bit before asking. The degree of openness isn't bad, but her special ability. What ability did she obtain? Dim Sky somewhat awkwardly answered. Unfortunately, Avril did not gain any combat ability. Her special ability is music. Music. Xia Fei appeared to be very excited rather than displeased by the results. Dimsky was perplexed. Why are you not worried, but rather happy that your girlfriend can't fight? Xia Fei chuckled. Which man would want their girlfriend to kill and fight every day? Fighting's a man's business, while women can do whatever they like. If Avril could just fly everywhere she wanted to, what use would I be to her? Dimsky was ignorant to all this. He was a mech, after all, and he had a completely different view about relationships. I guess what you said makes sense, though I still don't really get it. Xia Fei chuckled as he quickly made his way back to Avril's side. Given Avril's personality, she was not suited for combat. After all, what was required of warriors was great ruthlessness, and Xia Fei did not wish for Avril to walk down this path. It would be better if women lived without all the complexities that came with that. Perhaps Avril would be able to protect herself if she got a combat special ability, but at the same time, she would lose her innocence and naivety. Besides, Xia Fei was around, and he was more than happy to pick up the responsibility of protecting his woman. At the end of the day, Xia Fei was quite conservative in how he thought, and he was more used to the idea of the man doing work outside while the woman stayed indoors and took care of the house. After a sumptuous meal, Pod brought in tea and snacks, as well as congratulated Avril for successfully opening her 7th brain region. At this rate, her mental sensitivity and lifespan would also greatly increase. When Xia Fei told Avril of the news that she had obtained the talent of music, she appeared to be somewhat disappointed. She originally hoped that she could become as strong as Xia Fei, so he would not need to divide his attention to protecting her. However, Xia Fei hurriedly told her how he was more than happy for Avril to live a simple and free life, which caused her frown to turn upside down. Honestly, Avril's wish to acquire a combat special ability completely stemmed from her consideration of Xia Fei. After that savage war he waged against the insectoids, the considerate Avril wished that there would be no more fighting in this universe, and that there would be forever peace. Since Xia Fei said that he did not care that her special ability was music, Avril was, of course, more than happy to accept the fate she had been given. 2 days later, Xia Fei was led into a darkened room by Dimsky. What are you up to? Xia Fei asked skeptically. Don't ask so many questions. You'll know soon enough, Dimsky said, looking delighted. There was not even a bit of light in the room, and Xia Fei stumbled his way in, his stomach full of doubts. I'm currently researching something very important. You'd better have a good reason for this interruption, Xia Fei muttered. Don't you worry. This will definitely be a pleasant surprise, Dimsky said. Snap. Suddenly the lights turned on as a temporarily constructed concert hall appeared before him. Countless robots were seated, their eyes all looking expectant. Furball and Pod were seated in the front row, with Pod standing up to beckon Xia Fei into joining them. Meanwhile, for some reason, Furball had been tied to a chair, an emotionless expression on his face. Master, the concert's about to start. Pod very excitedly buzzed. Concert. Xia Fei was still confused. Suddenly, the stage rose, and he saw Avril in a short pink dress, somewhat shyly getting up on stage. She looked exceptionally beautiful today, so Xia Fei was somewhat stupefied just looking at her. Music abruptly sounded, and the entire concert hall went wild. Even the robots could not resist the performance and got up to their feet, looking at Avril with great admiration. Xia Fei slowly revealed a surprised smile on his face, which soon turned into one of astounded delight. He simply could not believe what he was hearing. The moving music struck Xia Fei in his heart like little birds, causing his heart to beat along with the music. This was not merely a music special ability. This was practically a heavenly symphony. With a smile on his face, Xia Fei returned to his workroom. From inside his ice coffin, Lionheart King Oro curiously looked at him. Xia Fei had no need to keep Oro within the ring while they were in the hidden realm. The robots were very obedient. As long as Xia Fei told them not to enter his workroom, they would not go in. What are you so happy about? Oro asked. I'm happy because Avril is happy. Her voice is so beautiful that even the robots are entranced by it. From this, you can see that music would never differentiate between allegiance or species, that it is a common language shared by all sapient life forms. I'm thinking that if I could listen to heavenly music every day after getting off work, my life would be living the life of a god, Xia Fei smiled and said. His mind was still on Avril's beautiful singing. That melodious sound was like a clear river in the middle of nature that lingered on, bringing his mind above the clouds. Oro pursed lips. Mad, definitely mad. Using the most lethal sound wave ability to sing. Avril's talent is the highest-ranking sound ability, Vacant Spirit. I really don't know what you're thinking, wasting such a good talent, and even smiling about it. That's Vacant Spirit, a weapon granted by the heavens, the sound ability with the most penetrating power and the largest attack range. Vacant Spirit is the most profound and mysterious of the sound abilities, too. Its gorgeous sound intoxicating. Not only can it deal sonic attack, it can also make the opponent see illusions. It kills without leaving a trace, much more beautifully and more skillfully than your speed ability and psychokinesis. Oro angrily said. Abilities had always been double-edged swords. The key was how they were used. Taking Xia Fei's speed ability as an example. If used in a track and field competition, it would not hurt anyone, but when it was used with crafty approach, it would then be the deadliest weapon. It was easy to see that abilities could develop in many different directions, and choosing different paths would produce completely varied results. Oro, who had discovered the potential of Avril's ability, immediately told Xia Fei about it, but Xia Fei did not tell Avril this. At present, only Xia Fei, Oro, and Phantom knew about the incredible offensive potential of Avril's ability. She was being left completely in the dark, truly believing that her ability could only be used for singing. Xia Fei frowned. I don't really want to see Avril fight. Oro chuckled. In many cases, things will happen whether you want them to happen or not. Back at Snake Isle, did you want to get into trouble? No. Then it's clear. Even if you don't hope for Avril to confront danger, danger will inevitably find her, particularly an innocent child following a dangerous individual like you. One day, when you end up in trouble, you may end up dragging her in with you. It's not too much to have the ability to protect oneself, and a brain region that is 81% open is enough to make her an excellent warrior. What's so bad about a husband-wife duo? You can kill instantly, and Avril can act as your support. I really don't get it. Is your brain just paste? Oro chattered, firmly believing in the reasonability of his argument. Xia Fei smiled. Killing is a cruel business that requires a heart of steel. Forget it. I'll think about it. Let's finish drafting the cultivation method for the law of life. Oro felt helpless. It was clear that Xia Fei was very protective of Avril, and it was this protective nature that caused him to hide things from her. In truth, Xia Fei's thinking was very normal. No man wanted their woman to get involved in blood and gore, but Oro was a Lionheart. The Lionhearts regarded strength above everything else, and all of its people, men or women, young or old, pursued that. Music, art, tea? The Lionheart race cared not for such elegant things. The busy work continued. Everyone knew that the law of life could massively increase a person's lifespan, even up to immortality. Xia Fei and Oro had already been busy in the room for 2 days, designing a suitable cultivation method for Avril. Avril's 7th brain region had only recently opened, so she had no strong foundation to speak of. Xia Fei and Oro were grappling with how to explain a complicated subject in simple terms so that Avril could cultivate the law of life. Xia Fei possessed decent cultivation, and if things went well, he could reach a lifespan of more than 500 years without a problem, and as his rank increased, he could even go beyond 500. What about Avril's lifespan? 100? 200? The two of them shared a deep affection, and if they wished to live a long life together, the gap between Avril and Xia Fei needed to be minimized. Therefore, the law of life became the #1 choice. Thus, when Xia Fei learned that Oro knew the law of life, which could increase one's lifespan, he began to think about opening Avril's 7th brain region. This was so she could cultivate the law of life. However, Avril was a beginner, so Xia Fei and Oro racked their brains to draft a good cultivation plan for her. Although Oro was currently serving Xia Fei, he was nonchalant when it came to Xia Fei's plans for Avril. He felt like this was an incredible waste of talent, and this was not even talking about her outstanding ability, which was on par with top-class abilities like the defense, lightning, and sensory-type abilities. Not using it was truly a pity. Are you sure that this will work out? Xia Fei asked. Oro nodded. Relax. Think about who I am. Give this method to Avril, and everything will go smoothly. This method is too simple, though. Given your decent foundation, it's not a good fit for you. Xia Fei replied, I won't cultivate the law of life. What? You're looking down on the hallowed law of life from the demon race? Oro asked in frustration. Xia Fei shook his head and countered. Did you become an immortal expert because you cultivated the law of life? Oro snorted. I relied on my own cultivation to reach the immortal level. It was all real skill. Xia Fei chuckled. I've thought about it. While the law of life is good, it can easily make one lazy. Even if I want to become immortal, I must do it like you did, achieving it through cultivation and through my own efforts. Hence, I won't learn the law of life. Oro was startled. Xia Fei spoke in a very firm tone. It was evident that he had made up his mind to reach immortality through his own strength. It was admirable courage. It was rare to see such a firm attitude of being able to resist temptation. With a gain came a loss. The law of life was a shortcut that took one past difficult barriers, but while the path was flat and smooth, it also missed out on some beautiful vistas and the enlightenment that came from overcoming challenges. Xia Fei had chosen for himself the narrow and winding road. While it was difficult, no other path could compare when it came to its sights and experiences. It might seem like an incredibly stupid decision, but it was actually the smartest. Warriors could only mature by constantly challenging themselves. Xia Fei once more reviewed the cultivation plan installed into the microcomputer, and then he excitedly left the room. Oro watched him leave, a strange smile on his lips. Xia Fei, you and Avril will one day thank me for this method. Sheesh. What's going on with me lately? It seems that I've become the kind-hearted sort, but that couldn't be. I'm a big demon lord. How could I be showing concern about others? Sometime after Xia Fei left, Oro muttered this to himself. Cultivation was an entirely new experience to Avril. She asked no questions about the cultivation method Xia Fei had given her, for she trusted him, believing that even if the entire world abandoned her, he would not. Love made people blind, resulting in the saying about how love made a woman's IQ trend to zero. Fortunately, Avril loved Xia Fei, and reality had proven that her choice of Xia Fei was the wisest decision she had ever made. Life in the Metal City was dull, and though the robots thought of every way to make Xia Fei and Avril feel like they were home, there was still a significant difference between here and the bustling Panhuman Alliance. After all, this was a society of workaholics, and entertainment was very lacking. Every day, Xia Fei and Avril would go to the cultivation chamber. Avril had been limited to 4 hours of cultivation. Rushing to make progress was taboo for a beginner, and gradually making progress was the correct path. Meanwhile, the madman Xia Fei stayed in the cultivation chamber for a whole 16 hours, and this was in a situation where he had to keep Avril company. Otherwise, it would have been child's play for him to spend 7 days and nights cultivating. Just a little more. Phantom said somewhat vexingly. The law of primal chaos is the most helpful. You would have probably died ages ago without it. Put in some more strength. Breaking into level 3 of the law of primal chaos will increase your power more than just a little bit. Xia Fei wiped the sweat off his face and sternly said, the pattern won't form. I'm only missing 1%, but this seemingly isn't a problem of energy, but rather of technique. What's wrong with the technique? Phantom questioned. Xia Fei shook his head. It's as if there's an invisible wall that I can't get past no matter what. Let me calm down and think about it first. Looking at the time, Xia Fei said, it's lunchtime. I'll go and eat something with Avril in the meantime. In truth, with the energy of high-tier origin crystals, eating meals became an extraneous affair, but Avril and Xia Fei still had a habit of eating a little something and having a little love talk. Xia Fei could also use the time to understand how Avril was faring. All sorts of delicacies had been served in the dining room. The Hidden Realm had planets hospitable to life, but as the robots did not need to eat, those pure organic ingredients had never been touched. It was only when Avril and Xia Fei arrived that these ingredients finally had a purpose, with the various green-colored dishes capable of making one drool with desire. Lunch was a time of talk and laughter. Avril and Xia Fei were extremely intimate, and the attending pod was happy to see this. To have the king of robots serve them, one could say that Xia Fei and Avril was being shown a lot of respect. As they were chatting, Dimsky came in, looking very worried. Edgeless tracking module has been removed. So you can use it now, Dimsky said as he stood next to Xia Fei. But that other suit of armor of yours, Silver Desert, is not as fortunate. The damage to it is severe, and repair is impossible. I'm thinking about using this liquid metal to make something else. Xia Fei nodded. Edgeless was his greatest defense, and he was naturally happy to hear that it could be used again. As for the liquid war armor Silver Desert, Xia Fei had not held out much hope for it. Salvaging what they can to forge it into something else would be getting as much value out of it as possible. You're worried about something? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Dimsky sighed. There's something that I don't know if I should tell you. Speak your mind. Xia Fei's answer was very simple. That exploration fleet, led by Butcher, sent another report. It concerns Eden. Dimsky looked at Xia Fei solemnly. That exploration fleet, led by Butcher, sent another report. It concerns Eden. Dimsky looked at Xia Fei solemnly. Xia Fei was startled. Eden? What did Butcher say? Dimsky somewhat apprehensively glanced at Avril, and then told Xia Fei, come talk at my place. In truth, Xia Fei did not understand Butcher too well. The latter had led his brothers in arms in search of the legendary Eden more than 3 years ago. At that time, the group of bloodthirsty warriors, who had just survived a disaster, had many fantasies about their new leash in life and decided to use the remainder of their lives doing something meaningful. The Panhuman Alliance was very strict when it came to ownership of warships, and a long journey without warships was bound to fail. Thus, Butcher's group put its exploration fleet under Quantum Holdings. After all, Xia Fei had reputation and prestige, and Quantum Holdings was an A-list supplier of the military. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Fei ascended to the law realm, whereas Butcher's group continued working toward their dream. The existence of Eden had gradually been forgotten by humans, but now, Butcher had suddenly sent back a message and was anxious to meet with Xia Fei. Had he actually made some progress? As he was thinking of this, Xia Fei entered Dimsky's workroom. More than a dozen mech bodies were placed in the corner. If necessary, Dimsky could change at any time. On the table were the dismantled pieces of Xia Fei's 100 series precision spatial compass from Fig Corporation, the parts carefully stored in a toolbox. There were far too many things, so Dimsky's room was very messy, with strange pieces of equipment everywhere. Xia Fei could not help but frown. Look here, Dimsky said as he pointed at several lines of code on the screen. This is the message that Butcher sent back. He was originally planning to send it to Charlie. The message was picked up by the nanorobot team we had stationed by Charlie and was sent back to us. What I don't understand is that Butcher's message was encrypted, and in a way that I've never seen before. It seems like the radar and encryption systems he used weren't produced by the Alliance. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and stared at the code on the screen. Anything from the initial analysis? Dimsky replied. It seems to be some sort of emergency signal, but I haven't been able to get the details. Xia Fei nodded. There's no need to keep waiting. Send the signal to Sophie and have her use her supercomputer to decrypt the code swiftly. This is a 1024-bit encryption, and an ordinary computer will take several days to calculate it. Dimsky was startled. With just his eyes, Xia Fei had managed to determine that this was a 1024-bit encryption. From this, he could see that Xia Fei had not just been increasing his cultivation in the time he was gone. He had not forgotten to brush up on these other aspects as well. Sentinel Goddess Sophie was happy to receive this code and used the only remaining mech race supercomputer to decrypt it for Xia Fei. I have a request, Sophie softly said. Please speak, Xia Fei said. Could you leave Phantom by my side? Sophie somewhat embarrassedly asked. Phantom? Why do you need him to stay? Sophie's face on the screen was one of breathtaking, yet somewhat chilly beauty. Sophie softly said, My father might be an undying soul, and so is Phantom. Thus, when I see him, I feel some affection. In addition, I have some ideas that I need Phantom's help to realize. Sophie spoke very vaguely, but Phantom surprisingly had no objections. Xia Fei felt that there was something fishy going on between the two, but he felt like it would be awkward to ask. After taking off the more stone hanging around his neck, Xia Fei returned to the dining room. The 1024-bit encryption system was no minor matter. The Alliance's best encryption systems were only 128-bit. Even Sophie would need a few hours to decrypt the code. Avril sensed the shift in Xia Fei's mood, but she remained quiet. They finished lunch, had some tea, and, after a little rest, went back to cultivation. The code has been decrypted. About 3 hours later, Dimsky rushed into Xia Fei's cultivation chamber. It's a warning, Xia Fei muttered once he was done reading. He initially thought that Butcher had run into a problem and was asking for help, but it was the exact opposite. Butcher had sent a warning that Xia Fei was in danger. What could it be? Butcher had sent the message in haste, and the words were vague. It was very difficult to decipher his true meaning. How far is the signal source from us? Xia Fei sternly asked. Dimsky replied, about 1.3 billion light-years away. This Butcher has really gone quite far. Our surveillance can only cover a general area at this range, so we don't have any specific coordinates. Calculating from the core of the law realm, Xia Fei was currently 8.7 billion light-years away from the law realm. 1.3 billion light-years was within the limit of the spatial compass, meaning that if Xia Fei wanted, he could arrive at the area where the signal was sent from. However, Dimsky was only able to provide a general area, and he still had no idea where Butcher was exactly. If Xia Fei really went searching, it would be like looking for a needle in the ocean. Crucially, Xia Fei was also being hunted, which was why he had been hiding here in the hidden realm. If his enemies found him, he would be in real trouble. Try and narrow down the signal source, and find a region in that space without any unstable elements. I want historical records and the newest data reports. In addition, put back together my spatial compass. Dimsky pursed his lips. I really shouldn't have told you. Your curiosity is too great. Don't you humans have a saying? Curiosity kills the cat. Listen to my advice. The storm is at its fiercest right now, and you're being hunted down by experts, so put aside Eden for now. Xia Fei shook his head. Remember, this is a warning message. I need to find out why Butcher sent out a warning, and why he used some 1024-bit encryption to do so. Right, prepare to black bat radar for me. The radar Butcher's group has is too weak. Dimsky knew that there was no stopping Xia Fei, so he could only shake his head. Xia Fei went to Avril's cultivation chamber next door and silently stood to the side. You're leaving again? Avril stopped her cultivation and used a towel to wipe the sweat off her face. Even though Xia Fei had done his utmost to minimize the difficulty of cultivating the law of life, given that Avril had no experience cultivating, she still had to bear a rather significant burden. How did you know that I was leaving? Xia Fei asked. When you came back from Dimsky's, you had a rather somber expression. I immediately knew that you're probably going to leave again, Avril explained. You're not going to ask where I'm going and when I'm coming back. Xia Fei chuckled. No need. I believe in you. Xia Fei smiled. Trust and understanding were not formed in a single day. There was a joke that went something like this. Question: why was Columbus able to find a new continent? Answer: because Columbus had no wife. Question: why was it that the single Columbus could find a new continent? Answer: if Columbus had a wife, she would definitely ask him, where are you going? With whom? When are you coming back? What am I going to do once you're gone? If this had happened, the chances of Columbus discovering a new continent would have plunged, and the Native Americans could have spent a few more years in relative peace. However, Avril had no such qualms. She was a woman, and so it would always be rather difficult to put herself in a man's shoes. Though they were both humans, there was still an essential difference between men and women. She would always silently support Xia Fei from the back, no matter what he did. Xia Fei was very moved. After saying his goodbye, he quietly closed the door to the cultivation chamber. The fairer and more reasonable Avril was, the more relaxed he could be. He adjusted the coordinates and examined his equipment once over. Phantom, who had just been left with the Sentinel Goddess, also returned. To tell the truth, while Phantom was rather naggy, Xia Fei really could not go without his nagging. I'm going, Xia Fei sternly said. If there's anything, immediately get in touch via the Black Bat radar, the three mech leaders said in unison. Xia Fei nodded. Whoosh. Several minutes later, Xia Fei appeared alone in the darkness of space. Confronted by the indescribably unfathomable universe, Xia Fei was tiny and insignificant. Besides its incredible defense, Edgeless could also fly. 2 quantum engines carried Xia Fei through space, while the life support systems of the armor ensured that Xia Fei could breathe in the near vacuum of space. Traveling through this darkness was a most beautiful experience, but Xia Fei had no time to laze around. The Black Bat radar was scanning for any suspicious signals in his surroundings, searching for Butcher and the lost exploration fleet. A signal so close. Your luck is a little too good, isn't it? Phantom exclaimed. The radar indicated that there were two ships not far from Xia Fei, and one of them was definitely a Caracal cruiser made by the Caldari Corporation, while the other was a ship of unknown making. Xia Fei frowned. The hyperlong-distance signal identification technology was not fully mature, and it had given Xia Fei a region with a diameter of 10 million light-years. Butcher could have sent his signal from anywhere in this region. However, moments after arriving, he found an Alliance warship. This was not just good luck. Rather, it felt like it had been ordained by the heavens. However, Xia Fei could not be certain that this was all of Butcher's fleet. Fireworks exploded in the distance. It turned out that those two ships were fighting. Across from the Caracal cruiser was a dark, golden, ovular warship. It was larger than the Caracal and had more firepower. Fortunately, the Caracal was equipped with the energy boosters that Xia Fei had developed, allowing it to barely survive, but it appeared that it would be unable to hold out for much longer. There was no time to waste. He would save the ship and ask questions later. Whoosh! Edgeless exploded with two dazzling trails of blue sparks as Xia Fei exploded forward. That dark, golden warship probably never would have imagined that it would be targeted by a lost sovereign in the middle of this deserted region of space. Like a god descending into the mortal world, Xia Fei shot into the fray and charged at the golden warship. Chain blockade. A hurricane infused with the power of law of primal chaos erupted, howling straight at the enemy ship. This was Xia Fei's first time fighting in space, and he was a little excited. The Sea of Stars had all the space he could ever want, and it was the perfect place to use law energy. Rumble. The hurricane tossed about that large warship as if it were a little boat in the middle of a tempest. Wild storm. Before the storm had settled, Xia Fei punched with a hardened fist. Just his empty fist alone. Within the space of a single second, he punched more than 100 times, blasting through the warship's energy shield, armor, and structure. Boom! Xia Fei blasted a hole through the warship. With his bare hands, he had torn this ship apart. Rumble! Xia Fei's steely fist exploded on the dark, golden warship, blasting through its structure and leaving a large hole. Space was near vacuum, so when large quantities of air leaked out, the interior of the warship became a complete disaster. Xia Fei did not rest and charged into the ship, using his speed to do so back and forth, busting through walls and destroying any machinery he saw. To Xia Fei's surprise, this dark golden warship was being commandeered by a human. A man in his 30s was floating in the air. Xia Fei grabbed him and confirmed that he really was a human. He had a tattoo on his neck and wore a navy blue military uniform. Suddenly, the tattoos on the corpse began to bulge, as if some life form was trying to separate from the body. This was a shocking sight. A blue octopus creature slowly emerged, two pitch-black eyes then stared at Xia Fei. Xia Fei's brows furrowed. A punch instantly pulverized this soft creature. Green viscous blood splashed over the walls. What is this? Too disgusting. Phantom frowned and said, looking like he was about to vomit. Thump, thump, thump. Sensing that it was under attack, the warship intensified its offensive against the human warship. Xia Fei coldly snorted. Forget him. Let's kill them all first. Dazzling fireworks dissipated in the darkness of space. Xia Fei destroyed the energy system of the warship, triggering an intense explosion, after which he busted through the thick armor of the ship and viewed the show from the Sea of Stars. The explosion set off a chain reaction, and in a few seconds, the warship turned into a giant ball of fire. Countless pieces of metal shrapnel shot in all directions. We're saved. Thank God. Through the window, he could clearly see the crew of the Caracal cruiser cheering and hugging one another in celebration of their survival. Xia Fei slowly approached and entered the ship through the boarding module. Snap! His helmet opened. Xia Fei looked around and saw several tired faces. After his encounter with those fleshy monsters before, Xia Fei was wary of these people. Xia Fei, you're Xia Fei, a muscular man with one arm wrapped in bandage excitedly called. You recognized me? Xia Fei pointed at himself with a hand and asked, How could I not remember you? I'm Tiger. You led us to freedom from the cages of that bloody battleground. Later, We followed Big Bro Butcher to this strange part of space. I can't believe it's already been 3 years. Tiger. So you're Tiger. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since we last saw each other that my memory has become fuzzy, Xia Fei said casually. He truly did not remember Tiger, but this person knew about the blood matrix and Butcher. He presumably was not lying. The crew members were all invigorated, regarding him as their savior. After all, Xia Fei had a resounding reputation in the Panhuman Alliance. He was the master of the Terminus Star region and had once charged alone into the insectoid territory. Even now, this matter was still a hot topic of conversation. You're members of Quantum Holdings' exploration team then. Where's Butcher? Xia Fei asked. Tiger's face darkened, and the others shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that something had happened. Xia Fei was treated with utmost respect on the Caracal. Once the initial excitement passed, Xia Fei was invited to the captain's cabin by Tiger. There were 2 others also present, a female warrior called Enya and a short man called Li Rongguang. They both claimed to have met Xia Fei at the Blood Matrix, but Xia Fei really could not recall their appearances no matter how hard he tried, so he only pretended to know them. The 3 were the chief officers of this warship and were all Butcher's subordinates. So what's going on here? Xia Fei sipped on his tea and asked. Tiger sighed. About 3 years ago, Big Bro Butcher led us into the Sea of Stars in search of the legendary Eden. At the time, we had several thousand brothers and sisters, but now, only 200 still live. Besides us, there were many other exploration teams of varying sizes, all of them seeking Eden. The journey was tough, and every team suffered losses. Big Bro Butcher, through his unique charm and methods, took over many other teams. I can say without exaggeration that we're currently the biggest faction. This ship and the vast majority of its crew joined us later. The 3 of us were appointed as officers by Big Bro Butcher. Xia Fei nodded. Butcher had a drive, and his cultivation was rather decent. That he could lead so many murderers out of the blood matrix was a testament of his charm and leadership ability, so it was not impossible for him to have brought over these other groups. Since your group is the largest and has the most men, why were you being pursued by those monsters? Also, where is the main force of the exploration fleet? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sternly asked. Tiger used his unbandaged arm to hammer his leg. Several months ago, we arrived at this region of space, but for some reason, as we were preparing to advance further, we were intercepted by these dark golden warships, and they scattered our fleet. It was as if someone didn't want us to advance any further. Our intelligence reports said that the migrants from Eden, who arrived 3 years ago, used this route to enter the Panhuman Alliance. Big Bro Butcher was very confused. Why were they able to pass, but we were inexplicably attacked? There's something strange going on. Later, our radars started to break, and we couldn't get a signal back to the Alliance. Thus, Big Bro Butcher chose to have the fleet rest on a nearby habitable planet so that we could discuss what to do next. Once we anchored the fleet on that planet, the nightmare began. Each day, our numbers dwindled. A comrade one day would just be a missing bed the next. Panic began to spread, and people began to spread rumors that we had been cursed by a devil, and the discipline of the exploration fleet began to dissolve. Tiger and the others covered their faces, grief-stricken as they recounted that painful experience. You know as well as I do that Big Bro Butcher is the hardened sort who doesn't believe in such things. He decided to charge into this region of space and see what sort of secret was on the other side. Even though many people weren't happy, they still decided to carry out Big Bro Butcher's decision. We had 174 warships of various sizes. We arranged ourselves into an offensive formation and charged. For the first 3 days, things were strangely calm and we encountered no obstruction. But on the 4th day, we discovered that we were surrounded. Dark golden warships several times our number took aim at us and began to blast us to bits. We could only scatter to escape. My Caracal could be considered lucky, but many more of our comrades rest in the Sea of Stars or have been captured by the unknown enemies. Xia Fei massaged his temples. Tiger's story had not mentioned those monsters that could infiltrate the human body, so Xia Fei showed a video that displayed the battle that had just taken place. All combat armors had recording functions, and Edgeless was no exception. Have you ever seen these monsters that can attach themselves to human bodies? Xia Fei pointed at the screen and asked. Enya's eyes went wide. I've never seen a monster like this, but I recognize the human that monster attached itself to. He's part of the exploration fleet. He was a rather handsome guy, and I slept with him a few times. He's one of those who disappeared on that habitable planet. How could he have joined the enemy? Xia Fei glanced at Enya. It was her problem who she slept with. Xia Fei was simply inspecting the subtle movements on her face, trying to see how reliable her words were. These soft creatures are probably some sapient life forms. Their bodies are very weak, so they parasitize other life forms to borrow their power. I'm guessing that most of the exploration fleet members have become hosts for these monsters. Xia Fei grimly determined. As he looked out at the sea of stars, Xia Fei's mind rapidly spun. This isn't even the most frightening thing. If those migrants from Eden who entered the Alliance were hosts to those monsters, and the monsters used that chance to infiltrate the Alliance, then what if they reproduced and took control of more and more humans until they completely controlled the Alliance? The Alliance is in grave danger. As for your exploration fleet, you were the fish that was lured by the bait. The monsters were waiting to take over your body and brains to make you one of their own kind. Xia Fei paused, and then he sternly continued. It's no wonder Butcher sent a warning message rather than a request for help. He was presumably warning the Alliance to watch out for those migrants from Eden. He knows that Charlie is the helmsman of Quantum Holdings and has many contacts, so he decided to send the warning straight to Charlie. Xia Fei's analysis had Butcher's 3 subordinates breaking out in a cold sweat. If what Xia Fei had said was true, there were numerous of these strange creatures breeding within the Alliance, controlling numerous people. It couldn't be. That's too absurd, the shortly Rong Wang said in shock. I hope that it's not what I think, but I've always prepared myself for the worst-case scenario, Xia Fei coolly said. After all, the universe is very complicated and very dangerous. Xia Fei's eyes subtly glinted as he came up with an idea. Hurry back to the Alliance. Remember, you never met me. When you get to the Alliance, don't bring up this meeting to anyone. I will handle the rest, Xia Fei sternly said. The 3 of them nodded, agreeing to Xia Fei's request. Leaving the Caldari-class warship, Xia Fei watched it warp jump. He then found a monster corpse in the wreckage, stored it in a box, and returned to the hidden realm. Upon receiving the message, Dim Sky, Warstar, and Sophie gathered in the conference room. You came back so quickly? Dim Sky asked. Xia Fei recounted what he had just experienced, leaving the 3 mech survivors stunned. A massive conspiracy had been going on for 3 years with no one noticing it. It was difficult to imagine how far it had gone and how much damage it had done to the Panhuman Alliance. Xia Fei showed 2 figures and sternly said, 2 things. First, Dim Sky, immediately find out the weakness of this sapient life form. Research a way to locate and kill them. 2. Once you get the results, quickly deliver them to Tai along with my letter. Dim Sky firmly nodded. Relax. I will gather all the members of our medical and research teams. As for the letter, we have nanorobots. No one will notice us. Xia Fei said. Remember to scan Tai first and confirm that he hasn't been infected. There are also Charlie and the others. I need to know as soon as possible if my subordinates are safe. Second, Warstar, immediately deploy an army to the site of the incident. These soft life forms will have never imagined that a robot army is ready and waiting in the hidden realm. They can attach themselves to sapient life forms, but they're helpless against you. Kill all the life forms you can, take all the resources you can, and burn what you can't take. Xia Fei coldly said. In short, render this species extinct. Xia Fei coldly said. Though I don't know what species these soft sapient life forms belong to, they clearly intend to wipe out the human race from the universe. Such sinister foes can't be spared. They must be annihilated so that not even a single cell remains. Warstar was startled. I agree with your plan, but 1.3 billion light-years is an incredibly long distance. Our fleet will take a long time to arrive. Xia Fei replied, I understand. There's one big advantage of going over from the hidden realm. There won't be any survivors. It will be a complete purge. Before this operation, I will go first to locate the enemy base and develop a comprehensive elimination plan. The army will come after to clean up whatever's left. Dim Sky asked in shock, You're going? These life forms can attach to other life forms. What if they manage to get to you? Xia Fei smiled and pointed at his armor. You think that these parasites can penetrate this suit of armor? Dim Sky shook his head. That's true. Edgeless is the finest suit of armor I've seen. As long as you don't carelessly take it off, none of them will be able to hurt you, but Furball doesn't seem to have as good of a defense. Xia Fei glanced at that ball. He naturally did not think that a holy beast could be infected by a parasite, but those soft life forms were so odd that he could not help but be on his guard. Stay behind and keep Avril company, Xia Fei said as he patted Furball on the head. Zing! The moment Furball heard that he would be accompanying Avril, his adorable face crumpled, and he vigorously shook his head. It was strange. This fellow feared no one else, but he seemed very apprehensive around Avril. A few moments later, Furball nibbled on an origin crystal in Avril's bosom while glaring at Xia Fei. This was Furball's revenge. Xia Fei had thrown him away, so he was eating as much as he could, hoping to break Xia Fei's bank with food expenses. Alas, Furball had chosen the wrong course and was no match for a cunning character like Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not lack crystals at the moment, and he wanted nothing more than for Furball to eat more and mature quickly so that he could complete his 9 evolutions and attain the complete form of the holy beast Shatterstar. Rather than making Xia Fei angry, Furball's revenge made him happy. Don't worry, I'll take good care of little Furball, Avril said with a smile. She liked both Pod and Furball. In fact, she wanted a ball of fur to call her own. Alas, this one was a unique holy beast, and Xia Fei was incapable of finding another, so she would have to settle for Furball. Once more venturing into the Sea of Stars, Xia Fei took the demon ship out from his spatial ring and got on board it. This ship was truly too small, so small that it could barely fit in 2 people, something Xia Fei even more keenly felt after getting used to the size and comfort of Nirvana. Whenever he boarded this ship, he did not even have the ability to cultivate normally, so he could not help but find it uncomfortable. The super engine developed by the demon race took about 2/3 of the space on the ship, and what was left was naturally limited. This was also why this ship had incredible speeds. It could warp 10,000 light-years every minute, 12 times faster than ordinary warships, making it the perfect option to conduct a search. Without Furball by your side, you're much weaker, so you should move cautiously, Phantom said to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. He activated the warp engine and entered the forbidden region that Tiger had spoken of. Whoosh! The demon ship flew quickly, with Xia Fei keeping his eyes fixed on the radar. 1 hour later, Xia Fei arrived at the region of space, which had wiped out Butcher's fleet and left Tiger with a lingering fear. On the surface, nothing seemed strange about this region. Red nebulas were not exactly rare, and the radar indicated that everything was normal. Suddenly, an entire row of deep space mines exploded in unison, knocking Xia Fei's ship out of warp. The explosions were not powerful, but they were enough to shut off his warp engine temporarily. This was a common method of intercepting enemy ships. With the warp engine shut down, a warship would have no choice but to travel using its ordinary engines. The drop in speed would also make the ship vulnerable to cannon fire. After all, at warp speeds, even lasers would be unable to hit a warship. Xia Fei's fingers rapidly tapped on the screen. He had complete mastery of its controls and could operate it without a problem. The warp engine needs 15 minutes to recover. It seems like this is an enemy trap. The moment a ship passes the deep space mines, they will automatically trigger and intercept them, Xia Fei sternly said. Phantom said, "This shows that these fellows don't mean anything good, laying down mines to prevent any high-speed warships from infiltrating. What's your plan?" Xia Fei frowned. There are probably many more self-detonating deep space mines in the area, so using the warp engine won't be easy. These mines are probably sensor-triggered, and warp engines produce too much power, making detection and interception easy. Humph, Xia Fei grunted. They came very quickly. Almost 50 unknown warships are heading our way. Capturing me isn't that easy, Xia Fei coldly said. The more you don't want me to enter this region, the more I want to go in and see the truth. Xia Fei jumped out of the warship, stored the demon ship back into his spatial ring, and relied on Edgeless' powerful quantum engine to move around. Edgeless was a top-class war armor produced by the Fig Corporation, and the quantum engines were also the best of the best. If conventional warp engines were unavailable to him, then Edgeless was actually faster than the ship. Whoosh! Moving as unfathomably as a ghost and as quickly as a bolt of lightning, Xia Fei charged into several dozen dark golden warships on the other side. Rumble. The sapient life forms in the ships clearly had not predicted that Xia Fei would appear using a flight-capable suit, and that he would be moving this quickly. His movements were so unpredictable that they began to fire at random. Cannon fire streaked through space, and Xia Fei zigzagged, avoiding the barrage as he got close to the ships. At such a close distance, the cannons could not use their power. Xia Fei was just beginning to fight. Shift. The dragon-scale hecto-slasher transformed into a giant saber of more than 2 meters long. Xia Fei swung the sword, and the blade plunged into the armor of one of the ships. Clack, crack. There was a screech as the blade of the saber penetrated through the armor. Xia Fei flew in a circle around the ship, performing a mechanical lobotomy. He left a perfect circular cut around the ship. The warship's hull had been cut open, but the ship was still in one piece. Wildstorm. 30 or so punches swung out, blasting open the cut. Rumble. Xia Fei cleaved this cruiser in two. Whether there were humans or ghosts in the warships, there was no path for them except to be buried in the sea of stars. Whoosh. A round escape pod popped out of the ship. Someone hoped to escape using the escape pod. Trying to run? Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, his quantum engines sparking with blue flames as he pursued the creature. Rumble. With a punch, the escape pod popped like a balloon. Over a dozen figures wearing space suits flew into space, and their eyes were full of despair. Bang. Boom. Crack. Xia Fei showed no mercy. The moment he was too close for the cannons to attack him, these warships could only suffer from a one-sided beatdown. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei destroyed 3 warships. What did it matter if they were warships? Xia Fei had just come back from the law realm, and he wielded law powers. They simply were not on the same level of existence. One person, a single weak person, was massacring a fleet of warships. This was the might of law. Cannon fire? Xia Fei's fist was far more powerful than any bomb, and these ships, which could normally flaunt their might on the battlefield, were powerless to counterattack. Seeing that the situation was dire, the remaining ships began to flee. One man had beaten the fleet so badly that the ships began to escape. This was an incredibly rare sight. Chain blockade. The martial technique of the law of space was unleashed on the greatest scale possible. 7 hurricanes emerged in the darkness, sweeping toward this fleet. As the distance was rather close, while the law storms were not enough to destroy the warships, it could cause them to close control and crash against one another. Ping-pong. There was another chaotic din as several warships crashed into and destroyed each other. The collisions triggered an explosion which radiated through space. 50 ships had surrounded Xia Fei, but in the end, fewer than 10 managed to escape. The rest were all buried in the sea of stars. Wreckage and the skeletons of ships drifted through the void. Patting his hands, Xia Fei coldly looked at the fleeing ships. Normally, Xia Fei would light a cigarette, but it was impossible to light a cigarette inside his armor. These people aren't that impressive, Xia Fei muttered. It's not that they're too weak, but you're too strong. Isn't the reason the law realm restricted law warriors from going to the ordinary world due to their law powers being far more powerful than ordinary weapons? The two simply aren't comparable. Not only do you wield laws with ease, but you are also equipped with edgeless, this supreme suit of war armor. Even the sea of stars can't stop you, let alone those people. Let's keep going. I'm guessing that the soft life forms have their king or peak warrior, so don't get careless, Phantom said to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded, and once more boarded the small demon warship. He stretched his muscles. His body felt much more relaxed now. Xia Fei had not really gotten much exercise lately because of his injuries, and his hands had gotten restless. Alas, those warships had been unable to put up much of a fight, and before Xia Fei could get his fill, they had fled in disarray. Whoosh. The ship moved quickly. Perhaps because Xia Fei's fighting power was too great, he encountered no obstacles this time. The region gradually began to look strange. The countless stars began to arrange themselves in a spiral shape, slowly moving around some sort of black cloud in the center. This was not a black hole, but it seemed just as bottomless as one. What is this? Why are the stars circling around that black object? Xia Fei muttered. Xia Fei had traveled the sea of stars quite a lot in the last few years and could be considered an experienced traveler, but he had never seen a scene as bizarre as this. Xia Fei sensed that he was getting closer and closer to the heart of the secret. Oh, this is a dark crow pupa cavity. Oro, who seemed to have just woken up from a nap, suddenly commented. A dark crow pupa cavity? Xia Fei said in confusion. What is that? A demon race term. Just like the hidden realm your robot friends live in, it's a cavity created by the chaos of space, though the hidden realm is on a much higher level than the dark crow pupa cavity. Even law of space experts will have a hard time discovering the hidden realm, while this hidden dimension can be seen with one's eyes. Look, see how that black cloud looks like a crow with its wings spread? The entrance looks like the crow's head, too. That's where the dark crow pupa cavity gets its name, Oro explained. Xia Fei was taken aback, asking, how big is the dark crow pupa cavity? What could be inside? Oro casually said, they normally aren't that large. As for what's inside, I don't know. Those soft little fellows probably have their base inside. This dark crow pupa cavity isn't very stable, and if someone attacks the entrance, it will probably disappear. Those little fellows were probably worried about the entrance being discovered, so they did their utmost to prevent others from getting in. A funnel had seemingly appeared at the convergence of a nebula, the black entrance wide and long. It was not possible to say where it led or what was inside. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and charged into the dark crow pupa cavity. Whoosh! Edgeless' own night vision goggles activated. There was no light in that pitch-black space, but with the most advanced armor in the law realm, Xia Fei could clearly see around him. However, the colors had shifted, making his surroundings appear bizarre. The quantum engines ejected dazzling flames as they pushed Xia Fei into the dark crow pupa cavity. The speed was neither too fast nor too slow, enabling Xia Fei to observe his surroundings at his leisure. Those soft sapient life forms and those strange dark golden ships had seemingly disappeared, and Xia Fei encountered no obstacles as he forged his way forward. Suddenly, the area in front of him opened up. Behind that black nebula was a bright space that was illuminated by white light from the surrounding nebula. With a glance, one could see the entirety of this hidden space. Like a cave that had been excavated out of a white cloud, the dark crow pupa cavity was brimming with a mythical aura inside. Warships and planets were all set against the backdrop of the white nebula, leaving Xia Fei to think about the castle in the sky from that one movie. It was just that the area was so vast that he felt incredibly small. What's that? Phantom pointed at the distance and asked. A large and lonely piece of land floated above the white nebula. Trees and plants grew on this piece of land, and orderly geometric buildings had been built upon it. There was also a giant energy barrier covering the entire land. The entire thing seemed to be floating on the clouds. Strange. Mysterious. Xia Fei's eyes brightened. The mystery of those planets and warships were not even 1/10,000th of this floating land. For some reason, Xia Fei felt some familiarity from it. You've intruded into the base of those soft, sapient life forms, but they're not attacking you. This is very strange, so it's best if you don't get careless. I sense that there is some unknown threat in this space. It's the first time I've encountered such a bizarre dark crow pupa cavity, Lionheart King Oro sternly said. A hidden dimension that even Oro was weirded out by. This was definitely not good news. Xia Fei had always been a very curious person, and that distant floating land had a fatal attraction. Slowly and cautiously, he advanced to see what was going on. As he got closer and closer, he was soon able to see the layout of this land. The center of the city was arranged in concentric circles around the Golden Dome, with layers of canals dividing the city. The buildings of each ring were different and arranged in picturesque disorder. 3 giant pyramids were arranged in a triangle, resonating with the Golden Dome at the center. Beyond the city were a lush forest, a wild desert, a raging ocean, and a beach made from black reefs, which seemed savage and bizarre. The city was unbelievably huge, but there was no sign of any inhabitants, and while the forest was lush, no birds could be heard chirping within. The entire land was extremely quiet and lacked vitality. Xia Fei's brows furrowed as he had Edgeless circle the entire continent, unwilling to recklessly charge in. An engine? Xia Fei blurted out in shock. At one end of the massive land was a series of giant engine thrusters, with a diameter that was several dozen kilometers wide. Xia Fei hurriedly activated edgeless detectors, and the core of this piece of land was soon revealed to him. The foundation of this land had long ago been modified, with a giant warp engine taking up more than half of the space. The thrusters peeking out were only the tip of the iceberg. Xia Fei could not help but think about the warship on which the Yu family resided. Xia Fei had marveled at the seas and lakes on that ship. He had not expected to see a similar ship outside the Law realm. Technologically speaking, this ship was essentially on par with the Yu family's ship. The giant warp engine pushed along this piece of land as if it was a ship, while the powerful energy barriers served as the outer shell. There was no need to speculate any further. This piece of land must surely be of extraordinary origin. This geometrically designed city, the three pyramids laid out in a triangle, the giant golden dome at the center. Xia Fei found this layout familiar. Alas, the shock delivered by the sight was so great that he was momentarily unable to remember how he found it familiar. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Regardless of the familiarity or mystery, he would find out everything once he got inside. Xia Fei used the power of the law of primal chaos to open a hole on the outer barrier and entered. After he broke it open like a soap bubble, the energy barrier quickly closed back up, leaving behind not even a trace of damage. He swooped in like a jet plane. This land had abundant oxygen, but Xia Fei did not open his visor. After all, this was the base of those soft-bodied parasites, and Xia Fei was not going to risk giving them any chance. As long as he had edgeless, those lowly life forms would be helpless against him. The forest was quiet, the desert was empty, with only the ethereal sound of the waves beating against the shore. This was a silent and dead continent. His quantum engines turned off as Xia Fei landed on an arched stone bridge at the edge of the city. This bridge led away from the city and into the wilderness. The moat was full of clear water, the bottom visible, but there were no fish, making it seem lifeless. The stone bridge was wide and elegant, easily broad enough to hold several hundred people. Vivid images of birds and beasts were carved into the railing, and despite the long passage of time, the stone bridge still seemed like new. There were 12 of these bridges in all, evenly spaced around the circular city. Xia Fei strode forward, entering the 9th ring of the city. The buildings here were simple yet elegant, the rooms small yet unified in style. Presumably, the people in the 9th ring were the lower-class citizens. Based on the stone chairs and tables, Xia Fei suspected that humans had lived in this city. After the 9th ring was the 8th ring, also separated by a moat and connected by 12 bridges. But the rooms of the 8th ring were somewhat more spacious, the materials more exquisite. He even occasionally saw some old-fashioned entertainment devices. The 7th and 6th rings were clearly of a higher class. It was clear that this land had a strict class hierarchy. The closer one got to the city center, the grander the dwellings were. I feel like I know what this land is, Xia Fei said as he stood outside the 5th ring. What is it? Phantom and Oro asked in unison. The Great Western Land, the legendary Atlantis. Oro did not understand human history, so he casually shrugged. In his view, this city and land were all insignificant existences. However, Phantom and Xia Fei, who had studied human history, felt rather excited. Atlantis was a mysterious region that had appeared in the works of Plato and the Greek mythology, a riddle that humanity had yet to explain. This place was the capital of Atlantis, Poseidonia, the city of the sea god. It represented the essence of the Great Western Land, the apex of its culture, art, and craftsmanship. The legend of Atlantis stated that life was extremely luxurious in this land, that people did not need to work to make a living. Everything came automatically, and the people could indulge themselves in pleasure and convenience. The Atlanteans were said to use 90% of their brains and could easily communicate with animals. Not only could they build robots, through genetic engineering, they could create mermaids, human-fish hybrids. The entire city was managed by robots. The people did not need to study, and knowledge was absorbed through special tools, with children being far more intelligent than high-level scholars. Even the unicorns had been the product of their genetic manipulation. The most striking thing about the Atlantean civilization was its energy system. Apparently, they used some kind of cosmic energy to supply the city, and this energy came from some kind of mysterious crystal. There were also legends that said that Atlantis had a six-sided emerald, which was placed beneath a golden palace and kept under heavy guard. This emerald was the core of the Atlantean civilization. There were thousands of tales regarding Atlantis, and not even 3 days and nights would be enough to recount them all. However, none of that was important. What was important was that the great western land and the city of Atlantis were right before him. Years ago, when Xia Fei was still just a mere sapling, he had come across some ruins from the great western land. Alas, those ruins were only what had remained on Earth after the great western land had disappeared. Today, Xia Fei was finally standing on this legendary land, and before him was the capital of Atlantis, Poseidonia. His excitement was indescribable. The great western land had departed the Earth 16,000 years ago, and now, after 16,000 years, Xia Fei was once more stepping onto this mythical land. How could Xia Fei not be excited? Look there. That language on the wall is clearly Atlantean, and those bizarre bird and beast designs are actually the same as the ones we saw on the great western land buildings. Phantom firmly nodded. Yes, it seems that this is the lost great western land. The 3 pyramids must be protecting the golden basilica at the center. This is exactly the same as the descriptions of Poseidonia. How could I have not realized it? It seems like the expert who ruled Atlantis installed this land with warp engines and left with it. They're not Earthlings. There's some kind of alien civilization who ended up on Earth. Xia Fei continued. As they advanced, the roads became wider and wider, and the buildings grew more and more luxurious, radiating a classical aura. Still, why is Atlantis inside this dark crow pupa cavity? The one who built Atlantis was an immortal expert, a powerful existence like Oro. Were they annihilated by those soft-bodied life forms? That doesn't make sense, though. How could an immortal expert lose to such weak parasites? Phantom muttered. Xia Fei was also rather curious. It appeared that Atlantis had been here for some time. Such mighty people led by a powerful immortal expert had no reason to just disappear. As they were able to bring this land to traverse the sea of stars, these people had to have been extremely advanced and mighty. Were the soft-bodied life forms even more powerful than he imagined, for them to have been able to capture and exterminate the people of the great western land? Xia Fei's palms began to sweat. The universe was a mysterious place, and it was hard to say if this dark crow pupa cavity did not contain some super powerful existence. Phantom's eyebrows suddenly rose. Don't forget, you found the Beast Spirit Codex in the ruins of an Atlantean building. Poseidonia might contain the last 3 stages of the Beast Spirit Codex. The last 3 stages of the Beast Spirit Codex had always been a source of heartache for Xia Fei. When he first found this comprehensive tome on exotic beasts, it stated that, when he cultivated all 9 stages, he could tame all the exotic beasts of the world and become capable of summoning a vast and loyal army with a raise of his hand. Alas, that codex was incomplete. He had only 6 stages, with the final 3 missing. This was why Xia Fei's cultivation of the Beast Spirit Codex had remained at stage 6 despite all the time that had passed. Now, Xia Fei inadvertently discovered the land of the lost Atlantis. It would truly be wonderful if he could get his hands on the last 3 stages of the Codex. Xia Fei could not help but get excited, and he hastened his pace toward the golden dome at the heart of the city. Of course, Xia Fei did not forget to observe his surroundings. This place was still the base of those soft, sapient life forms, and so it was only reasonable for them to come out and attack him. Letting Xia Fei run around this hidden space did not make sense at all. The buildings on both sides gradually faded away and were replaced by innumerable and giant statues. Birds, fish, dragons, gods, warriors, generals. The statues were carved into all kinds of solemn and dignified forms. Presumably, these were the gods the Atlanteans believed in. According to that Atlantean beast spirit, which had been imprisoned on that island, the Atlanteans believed in a god, who was also the strongest person of their people. Xia Fei did not believe that much in gods, thinking that the god was simply an immortal expert who had been mythologized. Take that demon Oro, for example. This fellow was immortal, and even if he was killed, he would be reborn with the exact same cultivation. If this person was transported to ancient times, it would be stranger if the ignorant masses did not take him for a god. Only those who had interacted with the law realm would understand that these were just people who had cultivated their strength to the apex. In the law realm, sapient life forms had limitless potential. When thrown among the weak and humble, they would naturally appear to wield absurd power. While pondering these things, Xia Fei crossed the last bridge and entered the heart of Poseidonia. The golden domed building was several hundred meters tall, appearing like a golden bowl flipped over and placed on the ground. A giant antenna-like tower emerged from the center of the building, and it was of the same height as the pyramids on the outer edge. There were 3 large golden doors pointed at a pyramid. It was as if these seemingly unrelated buildings were all connected in some way. Open! Xia Fei gathered his strength and pushed. The door did not budge. As a top-class speed ability user and a law-sovereign warrior, Xia Fei had considerable strength at his disposal. For this door to be so heavy that not even Xia Fei's full strength could move, it was truly astonishing. Don't mess around. The people of this city made this golden basilica their most sacred place. If you exert law force here, the place may even explode and cause some other tragedy. There's probably some sort of trap inside, Oro sternly said. Xia Fei carefully inspected the area. 3 giant skyscraping pillars extended from the golden dome. Each one pointed at one of the 3 pyramids. Even the entrances were aligned with the pyramids. If Xia Fei suspected that Poseidonia was hiding some sort of secret, those 3 pyramids would be the first things he should search. Not even the giant statues could compare to the pyramids and the dome. These 4 buildings were incredibly prominent, presenting a breathtaking and stunning sight. Whoosh! Xia Fei shot over to the first pyramid like a bolt of lightning. A long flight of stairs led to the entrance to the pyramid, which was flanked by 2 large statues depicting a well-endowed guardian holding a shield up high. Xia Fei did not linger, pushing open the door as soon as he arrived at the entrance. Barely any effort was needed on his part to push open those 20-meter-high metal doors. Swoosh! A sinister gust of air struck his face, carrying with it the scent of blood. As soon as the door was opened, Xia Fei was surrounded and attacked. There were countless stone pillars in the main hall of the pyramid, and numerous humans with savage faces charged out from the pillars, some of them empty-handed while others wielded strange golden spears and shields. These people were naked, exposing their tattooed bodies, with slack and indifferent eyes, as lifeless as statues. Xia Fei frowned. He had seen for himself how those tattoos could become the soft-bodied monsters, so he was keenly aware that these people had been infected by those sapient parasites. Xia Fei pulled away. He had originally been planning to use law force to sweep the area, but he had a sudden thought, and then pulled out the blood crystal. It had been some time since it last sucked essence blood, and the luster on this bloodthirsty dagger had already faded. No matter what these organisms were, he would suck them dry first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His feet moved swiftly and nimbly, carrying him into the fray with the blood crystal. These infected human warriors were not that strong. Once the blade penetrated their bodies, they would collapse to the ground like deflated balloons. They were incapable of holding out against Xia Fei's assault. More than 1,000 lives were instantly taken. Crunch! Xia Fei stomped on a dried husk and spat. The blood crystal had grown only a little brighter after killing all these monsters, which was unideal. Suddenly, another group of infected humans emerged from behind the stone pillars. They had long ago lost the ability to speak, their jaws constantly grinding together and making a dreadful sound. It was as if they wanted to eat Xia Fei alive. Their bodies were covered in tattoos. Not only were these people tall and muscular, their tattoos were more obvious. These people had most likely been infected by higher-rank parasites. These several dozen people surrounded Xia Fei. With their hands empty, they hungrily stared at Xia Fei. Whoosh! One of them pointed an arm at Xia Fei, and his body suddenly split apart. His arm broke apart along the veins, instantly turning into a knife that spiraled through the air, howling towards Xia Fei. There was not even the slightest trace of blood. A person could have their body break apart into a weapon without spilling blood? What was going on here? While Xia Fei's mind was reeling in shock, the bodies of the several dozen infected humans all broke apart, unleashing a nauseatingly foul odor. These parasites had long ago taken the lives of these humans and had even modified their bodies. Their bodies were weapons, able to transform into any kind. Xia Fei vaguely recalled that there was one ability similar to the attack method used by these monsters, allowing for the changing of the body's form and toughness. It was considered a body-type technique. However, these monsters were not using some technique, but were performing some sort of biological conversion instead. When a parasite occupied the body, that person was essentially dead, a walking corpse at best. These were just puppets, and no matter how bizarrely their bodies contorted themselves, they would feel no pain. A thrust of the dagger. After using crafty thrust to dodge these attacks, Xia Fei stabbed the blood crystal into one of the warriors. Xia Fei gasped. He discovered that the blood crystal absorbing the blood of one of these warriors had more effect than absorbing 1,000 of the ones he had fought before. So these are higher-class life forms. Perfect. Nourish my weapon. Elated, Xia Fei rushed around, swiftly taking care of these higher-class parasites. Blood crystal was much brighter now, its shine returning. In the center of the Golden Pyramid's main hall was a statue of a woman, holding up a shield just like the ones outside. But this statue was much smaller, and rather than stone, it was made from some silver alloy. At her feet was a lantern made of pitch-black metal. Xia Fei observed it for a while. He did not find anything weird about the statue, but he did find the lantern strange. It was an old-fashioned lantern that even had a handle. Perhaps because it had been frequently opened and closed, the handle was slippery and greasy. Xia Fei curiously opened the lantern and saw that there was a pedestal inside. On top of the pedestal was an emptied-out white origin crystal. An origin crystal? Xia Fei was taken aback. Only those of the law realm and the two supreme races used these things. Ordinary people would never be able to get their hands on them. This meant that the mysterious Atlanteans were not merely humans, but rather descendants of some expert in the law realm. Taking out the empty origin crystal, Xia Fei placed a grade 4 origin crystal inside. Alas, the lantern still did not light up. He looked again and found a handle-shaped protrusion at the base of the pedestal. It was also very smooth as if it had often been touched. He dubiously extended a hand, and when his finger touched the metal, a mysterious energy pulled a sliver of law energy from Xia Fei. Whoosh! Xia Fei instantly drew back his hand, and this origin energy lantern suddenly lit up. The white light shot toward the shield-holding statue, and the alloy shield in her hand began to flash. A beam of light extended upward, penetrating into the roof of the pyramid. Startled, Xia Fei hastily left the pyramid to see what was going on. He saw that after penetrating through the roof, the beam of light had turned and connected itself to the distant golden dome. I get it now. Opening the golden dome requires all three pyramids to be operating together. They use origin crystals as energy to activate some sort of remote control. Xia Fei said to himself. The second pyramid was different from the first. The statue was that of a muscular male warrior holding a golden spear. There were also infected humans in this pyramid, preparing to ambush Xia Fei, but Xia Fei was a level 4 law sovereign. There was no way these fellows could injure him. After all, with his law of primal chaos, Xia Fei could even overcome low-ranking law emperors, let alone these soft-bodied parasites. After using an origin crystal to activate the second pyramid, Xia Fei arrived at the last one. The statue in this pyramid was that of some tattooed monster, its smooth skin covered in strange patterns. It had 4 fangs arranged in its mouth like the tusks of a seal. 2 of them pointed down while the other 2 pointed up. There were also 2 little whiskers on top of its mouth. It was pitch black and formless, appearing like a giant pile of cotton. Just when Xia Fei was about to place his finger on the origin crystal pedestal, he suddenly withdrew his hand. Wait, why are the tattoos on this monster identical to the tattoos on the infected humans? Xia Fei muttered. Oro, what do you think this thing is? Oro shook his head. I'm not sure. The 3 pyramids are divided into man, woman, and exotic beast. This monster should have been the guardian beast of these people. Any clan of some strength will raise a guardian beast. From its appearance, it's probably a rare shadow-type exotic beast. Shadow-type exotic beasts referred to divine beasts that could freely change their forms, as could be seen from the statue, but those strange green tattoos had put Xia Fei on his guard. It seemed like they were a little different from the parasites. Suddenly, a foul gust of wind blew from within the pyramid, and Xia Fei sensed a pair of venomous eyes watching him from the shadows. A foul gust of wind blew from within the pyramid, and Xia Fei sensed a pair of venomous eyes watching him from the shadows. Softly chuckling, Xia Fei put the origin crystal in his right hand back into his ring and stopped trying to activate the third pyramid. That was close, Xia Fei said with a smile. I almost walked into your trap. It turned out that it had been you the whole time. You put on such a big show, I must admit that I almost fell for your scheme. Phantom was confused by these words. Who are you talking with? Is there someone else here? Xia Fei ignored him. Taking out the blood crystal, he suddenly plunged the dagger into the floor with both hands. Whoa! A strange howl resounded through the pyramid. Xia Fei's dagger had stabbed some mysterious monster. No, to be more precise, he had stabbed this pyramid, which was 1,000 meters tall. A pyramid that could howl. Phantom and Oro were both aghast. The last pyramid appeared pretty much the same as the other two, just worshipping an exotic beast rather than a human. But Xia Fei noticed those patterns. Those ever-present patterns. The floors in the pyramid were all covered in those swirling patterns, which were largely the same as those soft-bodied monsters attached to the humans. When the blood crystal stabbed down, the entire pyramid wailed in pain. The spiral patterns convulsed in pain as if they were alive. Whoosh! Suddenly, the scattered patterns throughout the main hall gathered together and then shot over like cannonballs. Xia Fei pulled out the blood crystal and withdrew from the pyramid. The area was too cramped for a fight, and he was surrounded by those bizarre patterns, making it unsuitable for battle. The blood crystal had become so bright after absorbing some of the patterns that it appeared to be bleeding, and the howls of pain could still be heard from inside the pyramid. The patterns, which had been spread throughout the pyramid, began to recede, withdrawing into a clearing where they converged into a black, soft-bodied monster. Just like that statue, the monster had 4 fangs and appeared like a pitch-black pile of cotton. Green tattoos covered its body. So it's a shadow-type divine beast. Xia Fei, be careful, Oro sternly said. Xia Fei was startled. A divine beast? I can't be wrong. An old monster that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Divine beasts are clever and intelligent. Besides their fighting power, you also have to be wary of their schemes. Xia Fei lightly nodded. Shadow-type exotic beasts had no fixed outer appearance. They could be a river, a hill, a rock, etc. They could also be like this bizarre black pile of cotton in front of Xia Fei. Whoosh! 1,000 eyes opened at once, all of them gleaming with savage light as they stared at Xia Fei. In the center of all those spiral patterns was an eye, black and empty, permeated with the aura of the death god. Everything was now clear. Those soft-bodied monsters attached to human bodies were not individual existences, but offspring of a mother body. In other words, they were clones of this shadow-type divine beast. In terms of abilities, this shadow-type divine beast specialized in cloning and puppetry. Xia Fei's delusion was restricted to only a single clone, which was time-limited, but this shadow-type divine beast could control innumerable sapient life forms. You're the divine beast of the Atlanteans. Why did you betray your people and engage in such wickedness within the dark crow pupa cavity? Xia Fei coldly asked as he pointed at the beast. What divine beast of the Atlanteans? I have a name. The shadow divine beast Dolan. That's me. The monster roared in fury. Xia Fei's blood crystal had unexpectedly absorbed much of its essence blood, leaving it feeling very lethargic. At that time, Dolan turned into patterns that had been spread throughout the pyramid to avoid detection. A body divided in such a manner was certain to have a weaker defense, causing it to suffer from Xia Fei's attack. Now that it had gathered its full body, its strength increased by a great deal. Atlanteans? Dolan sneered. Just a clan down on its luck and running for its life. How could a lousy home like that be fit for a shadow divine beast like me? Yes, I endured until Poseidon got old, and then I killed him. Killed his family. I left no survivors. Dolan's eyes grew savage, its giant body trembling in agitation. Since you already succeeded, why are you still here? Xia Fei sternly asked. Is there something you can't let go? The crafty black eyes frantically looked around. Dolan was somewhat startled to find that Xia Fei had already seen through its dark desires. Xia Fei continued. I guess that you never wanted to attach yourself to the Atlanteans, but they might have had something forcing you to obey. You patiently waited until you had enough strength to eliminate this clan, and then you struck without hesitation. After doing things against your will for so many years, you must have been bursting with resentment. The reason you didn't leave after killing the Atlanteans is that you want to utterly destroy that thing, which has always been suppressing you. Alas, you're an exotic beast without any command of law force, so you can't enter the golden basilica built by the Atlanteans. Thus, you thought of the Panhuman Alliance. Using your unique ability, you did your utmost to infiltrate it in order to find a law warrior possessing average cultivation, so that person could help you open the golden basilica and you could get inside and destroy the thing you loathe so much. Unfortunately for you, the Alliance isn't a place where law warriors gather. You were unable to find a suitable candidate until you ran into me. You thought that I could be easily controlled, which was why I basically didn't encounter any opposition. That's because you were trying to lure me into opening the golden basilica and helping you get your revenge. Dolan was stunned. Phantom was also stunned. Even Lionheart King Oro was stunned. They did not know whether to admire Xia Fei's ability to observe and conjecture or his ability to imagine. With just a single detail, Xia Fei had come up with an entire story. Ha ha ha. Dolan let out a loud and arrogant laugh, fearless and brazen. It seemed to have no fear of Xia Fei. Even though Xia Fei was a law warrior of decent cultivation, he was still incapable of stopping it. You only guessed part of it. The golden basilica not only contains the things I hate, but also the things I want. With its eyes glinting, Dolan continued. Everything inside should be mine. I was yielded to the Atlanteans for so many years, and that's the price they ought to pay. Xia Fei pursed his lips. The Beast Spirit Codex said that shadow-type exotic beasts had sinister natures and were not easy to tame. It seemed like the Codex had not been lying, since he had just confirmed that all this was all because of divine beast Dolan. Killing it would resolve everything. Alas, without Furball at his side, he had lost a significant source of strength. Things would get problematic in an actual fight. Though they were both divine beasts, the Yu family's Green Dawn had been devoutly loyal whether his master was or evil, willing to sacrifice its life to save the clan. However, on the other end, the shadow-type divine beast Dolan had been scheming against its clan from the start, wiping out the clan it should have been protecting as soon as it had the chance. The two of them were as different as heaven and earth. Thus, it was not true that exotic beasts were loyal, at least not for all exotic beasts. I will give you one chance. Inject your law force to open the third pyramid, and I will spare you your life, Dolan said. Xia Fei shook his head. I will be opening the golden basilica, but that will be done after you're dead. He rubbed the blood crystal against Edgeless. Apparently, Xia Fei was not very afraid of Dolan. Shadow divine beasts were bizarre and wicked, their fighting power shocking, so Xia Fei seemed just a little too confident. Dolan laughed. Kill me? Just you alone? Don't think that you're so impressive just because you've been to the Law Realm before. Both I and the Atlantis clan that I destroyed came from the Law Realm. You're just a Law Sovereign, and you think that you could fight me? I, Dolan, am a mighty divine beast. Xia Fei said nothing. Meanwhile, Dolan's body was getting larger and larger as more and more of the patterns converged, turning it into a giant black mountain. Are you afraid now? If you help me open the golden pyramid and let me take what's mine, I'll let you go. Xia Fei shook his head. No matter what's inside, it's all mine. What's mine is mine, and what I see is mine too. Even only something I've heard about and never even seen before is also mine. Xia Fei's words were extremely unreasonable, so much so that Dolan rolled all of its several thousand eyes, appearing utterly enraged. Was there anyone in the universe as greedy as Xia Fei? Anything he heard about was his? What sort of reasoning was that? Right? I forgot to tell you something. Xia Fei had a naughty smile on his lips. The Atlanteans must have used the Beast Spirit Codex to suppress you, right? Dolan was startled, and an irrepressible fear welled up in its heart. For so many years, it had suffered under the Atlanteans' Beast Spirit Codex. Xia Fei suddenly bringing it up caused Dolan's heart to shudder. How? How did you learn about it? Dolan asked in alarm. Learn it? I even know how to use it. As he spoke, Peacock Blue shot out from Xia Fei's right arm. Not even in his dreams would Xia Fei imagine that two people were currently floating just outside the dark crow pupa cavity. They were enclosed within the space law, allowing them to stand in the river of stars while being unaffected by the external environment. The one leading was a fat old man with many wrinkles on his face, but his hair was black and glossy, a sign that the man usually lived like a prince. A combat suit tightly covered his body, making him appear like a round ball, and he had a toothpick in his mouth. The other person was almost naked, his face seemingly chiseled from stone. His body was covered in scars, scars connected scars, scars upon scars, gruesome to behold. A dark crow pupa cavity? Interesting, interesting. There might be something fun inside. Let's go inside and take a look, the fat elder said. The young man beside him frowned. Master, our objective is to look for Xia Fei and his girlfriend. Since you sense that someone had used law force here, it's probably him. Why don't we inform the others? The elder punched the young man on the back. Good, my foolish disciple. Look at how far away we are from the law realm. How could Xia Fei possess such a long-distance compass? Besides, this mission has a reward. If we inform the other teams, we'll have to split the reward with them. If it's really Xia Fei, that's even better. We can seize him and get all of the reward. Your master is a great law emperor. Should I fear a puny law sovereign? What a joke. The young man called Good saw that his master had no intention of informing the others, and he sighed in relief. The two of them then entered the dark crow pupa cavity. How I learned of the Beast Spirit Codex. I even know how to use it. Xia Fei called. Not even in its dreams did the shadow-type divine beast Dolan imagine that right after obtaining its freedom from the Atlanteans, it would run into Xia Fei, another warrior who could use the Beast Spirit Codex. Although Xia Fei's Beast Spirit Codex was only at the 6th level, this was enough. This was because Xia Fei also had the immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, the bloodthirsty blood crystal, the darkness metal weapon Ode of 100 Spirits, and also the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei's primary means of offense had always been the combination attack. As he spoke, Peacock Blue suddenly began to grow out from his right arm, blue blades of grass waving in the air as they grew to a length of 500 meters. They carried just as much force and momentum as the shadow-type divine beast. Ocular cognition. His eyes erupted with light. Xia Fei unleashed his invisible mental energy without reservation, which surged at the exotic beast in wave after wave. Dolan was shaken. It could not understand why a stranger would know the Beast Spirit Codex, but it knew very well the intimidating effect the Beast Spirit Codex had on it. After all, it had suffered bitterly under its yoke for many years. Rumble. Its massive body suddenly scattered, Dolan becoming countless soft-bodied monsters, their countless numbers instantly covering the surrounding area. Thinking of running away? Xia Fei wickedly smiled. In its complete form, Dolan would have been rather troublesome, especially if it would go all out, but when it scattered, so did its power. These little clones were not enough to stop Xia Fei. One of these clones must be its main body. As long as you destroy the main body, this shadow-type divine beast will fall apart. Oro pointed out Dolan's weakness to Xia Fei. Instead, Xia Fei smiled and said, I certainly don't have the patience to go searching for it. I'll kill everything. Sprint. 30,000 meters per second. Crafty approach. At high speeds, Xia Fei was still as agile as ever. Peacock Blue became like two giant hands, sweeping up Dolan's clones and sending them to Xia Fei's blood crystal. When facing a wicked divine beast without using law force, there was no faster method than absorbing its blood. The blood crystal would send part of the energy it absorbed to its owner, Xia Fei. It had already been shown that this external energy gathered in his 7th brain region could help Xia Fei advance once it accumulated to a certain level, and if it was used all at once, it could grant him strength far above his level. It served as the greatest guarantor of Xia Fei's survival. Plush. He worked ruthlessly and efficiently, Peacock Blue serving as the finest assistant. All the fleeing shadow-type divine beast clones within 500 meters were captured, rolled up, and delivered to Xia Fei's feet for him to kill whenever he wanted. Breaking up the body truly could avoid the Beast Spirit Codex, but it also crippled the beast's ability to fight. How could a clone stand up to Xia Fei? Whoa! Dolan panicked and desperately had its clones lunge at Xia Fei. Countless bizarre soft-bodied monsters covered in tattoos flew through the air and lunged onto Xia Fei's combat armor. The monsters desperately tried to squeeze into the armor and make contact with Xia Fei's body. As long as they could get at Xia Fei's body, they could instantly penetrate into him and take control of his body and mind, turning him into a puppet. It was a good idea, but had Dolan not seen the logo on Xia Fei's shoulder? The insignia of the Fig Corporation was right there. This was no second-hand product from the supermarket. This was Edgeless, the product of the Law Realm's most powerful corporation, the work of the mech race's progenitor. Trying to break through Edgeless and attack Xia Fei? Keep dreaming. Xia Fei moved far too quickly, not even giving Dolan time to think. In the blink of an eye, several hundred of the clones had been absorbed. Even though they were not the main body, these clones still carried some of Dolan's energy, and Xia Fei only grew stronger and stronger, causing Dolan to panic even more. If it had decided to fight to the finish with Xia Fei from the very start, it would have never ended up in such a wretched state. Alas, it lacked the courage. A divine beast that did not dare to fight a foe directly? If Furball were here, he would have laughed himself to death. Now, even if it wanted to fight, it was too late. Xia Fei would never give it a chance. With several hundred clones absorbed, Dolan's strength plunged. Even if it tried to bring its body back together, its threat level would be much weaker than before. Xia Fei, someone's coming. A Law Emperor is coming. Phantom and Oro separately warned Xia Fei. A shadow-type divine beast. The round, old man and the young man with his bare upper body floated over. The old man was smiling while the young man had his brows furrowed, appearing extremely nervous, as if he were facing a major foe. There's certain to be treasure wherever a divine beast resides. Little good, we've struck gold this time, the old man excitedly said. It seemed like he was going to be a spectator, with no intention of interfering. On the side, the young man had a cold expression on his face as he stared out of the corner of his eyes at Xia Fei. Xia Fei knew that there were two people above him, both of extremely high cultivation, but he did not attack them, continuing his battle with Dolan. The reality was very simple. His opponent was right there, so killing one would be one less he had to face. Whether or not these newcomers were friends or foes, Xia Fei did not want to be in a situation where he was surrounded. However, that person set off a turmoil in Xia Fei's heart that he found difficult to calm down. Goodness, to think that there would be such a good-for-nothing divine beast in the universe, beaten so badly that it doesn't even have the ability to counterattack, the elder said, a confused look on his face. Suddenly, he sternly said in surprise, "Little good, quickly look. Isn't that warrior Xia Fei?" The young man was startled. Then he clenched his teeth and said, "Doesn't look like him." How could he not look like him? They look very similar to me. Haven't you always had good eyes? How can you not even recognize him? The old man grumbled. I'm sure they're not alike, the young man firmly said. The old man became doubtful, asking, You're sure they're not alike? I'm sure. The old man's eyes turned and then flashed with a crafty light. Saying no more, he seemingly turned his focus on the scene of Xia Fei bullying around Dolan, and the air instantly turned peculiar. The enemy is a great Law Emperor, and the spatial barrier he has just conjured is of a very high level. He's probably an assassin pursuing you. You had best prepare yourself to escape with the spatial compass at any moment, Oro said to Xia Fei. Oro was an extremely good judge of people, and he was certain that this opponent was not someone whom Xia Fei could beat and would give Xia Fei a ton of trouble. The blood crystal was now entirely red and energetic from all the killing. More than half of Dolan's clones had been absorbed by the dagger. Strength and technique were not everything in battle. Courage also played a key role. This was a fatal cycle. Dolan choosing not to go all out against Xia Fei at the first opportunity had placed it on the back foot. And as the fight dragged on, and the blood crystal absorbed more of Dolan's blood, Dolan no longer had the resolve to fight with Xia Fei. Wow, Xia Fei's dagger is very strange. It can absorb the clones of that shadow-type divine beast. That giant bluegrass he's controlling. It seems like it's an immemorial mystical armament. The fat old man finally realized what was going on and exclaimed. It's no wonder the shadow-type divine beast is not a match for him, and why there's such an astronomical price on his head. This guy's carrying treasures. The old man was startled. No, in order to be safe, we should quickly inform the others. The young man called Good was unmoved, but cold energy began to seep out of his wrist. It was as if he were forcefully suppressing his killing intent. Guderian, your master has told you to notify the others. What are you just standing around for? Forget it. I'll notify them myself. I'll deal with you once this is over. The old man was clearly very unhappy with this disciple's odd behavior. As he muttered to himself, he began to look through his spatial ring. Suddenly, the old man's disciple, Guderian, attacked his master. Ice storm. Die! Shouted Guderian, the air rapidly freezing. The old man's disciple radiated with white light. No, this was not light, but rather a cold energy that could freeze all things. He backed up and then lunged, embracing his master and using the law of ice to freeze the old man into an icy ball. Xia Fei, you have to kill this man. Guderian roared. On the ground, Xia Fei stopped his attack and charged over. In truth, Guderian was not his real name. It was Qindong. The heavenly execution training camp had played host to two madmen who had created trouble every day. The one who would vanish on a whim and would always take the difficult path over the wide and open path was Xia Fei, commonly known as Madman Xia. The other was this energetic young man with a bare upper body. This was a man whose body itched on days when he did not have anyone to fight. He lived for battle and died for battle, Qindong, commonly known as Madman Shun. Sometimes, things were really that interesting. Just as Xia Fei entered the law realm and joined the small Yu family, putting aside his work as an assassin, Qindong entered the law realm and became an assassin, and his target was none other than Xia Fei. Xia Fei had been in disbelief when Qindong first appeared, but until he knew what was going on, he could only wait and see what Qindong wanted to do. The result was as Xia Fei anticipated. When Qindong's chubby master was preparing to summon the other experts so that they could work together to capture Xia Fei, Qindong finally acted. The ode of 100 spirits broke apart. It transformed into 103 triangles which shot toward his foe. At the same time, Edgeless spat out intense flames as it carried Xia Fei into the clouds. With peacock blue in front and blood crystal behind, Xia Fei planned to use this moment to kill the Great Law Emperor. Xia Fei had truly been hesitant at first. People would change, and after 2 years, who could say if Qindong was still his friend? Xia Fei could not be sure. Fortunately, Qindong had not changed since then. He had done very well to hide his thoughts, but when Xia Fei truly needed his help, Qindong did not waste even 1 second in hesitation. Qindong's law of ice shattered. His fat master's hair was now covered in shattered ice. Guderian, you dared to betray me? Furious, the old man countered with a palm infused with a spatial fissure. Seal again. Qindong used 120% of his energy. The transparent armor of ice appeared again, sealing both him and the old man inside. Alas, the law of ice was inferior to the law of space. A bright red began spreading in the cold ice as the spatial fissure cut a bloody wound into Qindong's stomach. The two of them froze into ice and plunged from the sky. This was truly the second madman of heavenly execution training camp. Qindong had gone all out to prevent his master from sending the signal, holding no regard for his life. His savagery was not at all inferior to Xia Fei's. Qindong, Xia Fei shouted, his eyes turning red. Edgeless rapidly brought him back to the ground. Brothers united could shatter the toughest metal. The two madmen of heavenly execution training camp were not just going to kill a divine beast today, but also end the life of a great law emperor. Bone-piercing silver needles. Qindong and the fat old man, who had frozen into a single block of transparent ice, were dropping from the sky. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ice, as if the ice's integrity was failing and about to shatter. In truth, this was the work of the law of matter, countless transparent needles emerging within the ice and stabbing into the old man's body. This had been an unfair battle from the start. The old man's name was Sullivan, and he had the nickname of the Smiling Buddha of Murder. He was a level 6 Great Law Emperor and a master of the law of space. A disciple trying to kill his master naturally could not go easy and would have to attack with all his strength. Rumble. Smiling Buddha of Murder Sullivan was in immense pain, and he threw aside all inhibitions to go on the attack. Spatial fissures intersected in the sky, forming a bizarre cross. It was as if two lightning bolts, each 10-some kilometers long, had crossed paths, and the point of intersection was him and Chun Dong. The ice shattered, Sullivan once more escaping from Chun Dong's ice seal. Sullivan's fat face twisted in rage. If not for Chun Dong's sneak attack, how could he, a great law emperor, have been sealed by this puny law of ice? Flipping his wrist, Sullivan produced a translucent black crystal skull. I'll make you suffer an excruciating death. This is the price of your betrayal. He was truly the smiling Buddha of murder. Even now, his lips were still smiling. The black crystal skull suddenly began to grow larger. A giant skull more than 100 meters in diameter appeared, its eye sockets black and empty, brimming with killing energy. Crack! The black crystal skull opened its mouth to consume Chun Dong. At that moment, Chun Dong's arms unleashed large quantities of ice energy, so cold that it was almost at absolute zero. Like a fire engine opening the valve, a white column of water and mist spiraled out. This stopped the black skeleton from getting closer. Meanwhile, Chun Dong's eyes widened with fear. The black crystal skull Sullivan had just unleashed was a spatial killing weapon called the bone-scraping skeleton. When a person was consumed by it, from a living person, they would become a ball of blood and flesh no bigger than a pill. Chun Dong was a strong man with a height of 2 meters. To compress him into the size of a pill by the immense power of the law of space was certain to be an indescribably painful experience. It was clear that the smiling Buddha of murder hated Chun Dong to his bones. This was the most torturous of killing weapons. He felt that just killing Chun Dong was letting him off too easily. He wanted to torment him to death and ensure that not even a corpse would remain. However, Chun Dong's sneak attack had been very effective. Sullivan had yet to send the signal for reinforcements, but Xia Fei had taken less than a second to attack. Thump, thump, thump. The Ode of 100 Spirits was the first to arrive, the triangular weapons howling through the air. While using his left hand to deal with Chun Dong, Sullivan made a circle with his right hand. His law of space defenses immediately got to work, creating a powerful barrier that separated Xia Fei from Sullivan. To Sullivan's surprise, the Ode of 100 Spirits did not look like it was not strong enough to break through the spatial barrier, but the triangular shards buried into the barrier like nails and began to emit powerful electromagnetic waves. Curses! Darkness metal! Sullivan exclaimed. He noticed that his combat suit and his spatial compass were both getting hot and making unpleasant hissing sounds. They were being burned from the inside. Darkness metal looked no different from any ordinary black alloy, and it was impossible to identify them until it unleashed its power. Only when his equipment was destroyed did Sullivan cry out in dismay. The Ode of 100 Spirits was not some assassination weapon. It existed to deal with enemy equipment. The strongest power of darkness metal was the electromagnetic storm. Once the 100 triangular weapons arrived, an electromagnetic storm would ensue. Chun Dong's eyes turned red as he released more and more cold energy from his arms. The black crystal skull slowed down greatly in the face of this intense resistance. Alas, this only delayed things by less than a second. Sullivan frowned. His spatial compass was destroyed. He could not get in touch with his comrades, and he was being attacked by both his disciple and Xia Fei. The situation looked grim. Crack! He swept a hand through the air, opening a tunnel. Sullivan had decided to use the law of space to leave the battlefield and get some help. He was a great law emperor and could freely travel through space. Although he could not travel as far as a spatial compass, and it took a great deal of energy to do so, once he gathered enough people, he could take Xia Fei's head and finish his mission. Chun Dong and Xia Fei were madmen who cared little for their lives, and he had no need to lower himself to their level. Xia Fei had seemingly given up on attacking Sullivan, turning in the air and lunging at that black crystal skull behind Chun Dong to try and save him. Trying to break the bone-scraping skeleton? Keep dreaming. Sullivan coldly snorted as he prepared to leave. However, after taking half a step, he suddenly could not move. Cold sweat broke out on his face. At some point, Peacock Blue had coiled around his right leg like a giant snake. The black spatial fissure was right in front of him, and Sullivan had already placed his head inside it. But Peacock Blue was dragging him back out. Chun Dong's delay had caused Sullivan to end up in Peacock Blue's attack range. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. Xia Fei's palm was like a falling leaf that directly slapped against the left cheek of the black skull. The power of the law of primal chaos was fully unleashed. Above him, Sullivan, who had been dragged out of the spatial fissure by Peacock Blue, used law energy to attack Peacock Blue. Rumble. Explosions resounded through the sky. The results of these two clashes were instantly decided. The left cheek of Sullivan's bone-scraping skeleton was shattered by Xia Fei's palm. As it flew past Chendong's body and into the distance, cracking sounds could be heard from it. Cracks rapidly spread across the skull until it ultimately shattered into pieces. As for Sullivan's attack, it was clearly not that effective on Peacock Blue. Once one entered the attack radius of Peacock Blue, the universe's most tenacious would induce disgust on its foe to death if it did not outright kill them. The grass grew faster than Sullivan could attack. Though his law force obliterated all that it encountered, Peacock Blue relied on its astonishing tenacity to constantly pester its enemy. The stronger the enemy's attacks were, the faster Peacock Blue would grow back. It could not be killed, and it could not be escaped from. Its endlessly vexing ability could vex the opponent to death. Chendong, having barely survived, seemed very tired, and his body began to fall to the ground. He used the law of ice to seal the wound on his chest, while he pointed with one hand at Sullivan. He was telling Xia Fei that if this person did not die, neither of them would be able to survive. Xia Fei did not go get Chendong. He knew that Chendong would not die that easily. This iron-cast man had been a heaven-defying and absurd existence from the moment he had been born, tough as a nail. In the sky, the smiling Buddha of murder was falling more and more into Peacock Blue's grasp as he continued to attack, showing no sign of escaping. Wildstorm. Chain blockade. Falling leaves of autumn's demise. At this point, all that was left was to attack with full force. Protected by Edgeless, Xia Fei charged in. Multiple combination attack. A simultaneous attack from multiple angles and in multiple ways. That ball of rainbow energy in his seventh brain region shattered. Besides helping Xia Fei advance, this external energy could serve as a reserve of energy. Once it was unleashed, Xia Fei's power would instantly multiply. This was a simple and effective way of rapidly shrinking the gap in power between him and high-rank experts. Once the energy ball shattered, Xia Fei's offensive power was on par with a Law Emperor. However, this sort of attack could only be used once. When the energy ran out, he would have to rely on the blood crystal to gather more energy. This method was not suited for long battles, but it was pretty good for instantly killing a single opponent. Fortunately, Xia Fei currently had only one opponent. The intense attack also engulfed Peacock Blue, but Peacock Blue was an immemorial mystical armament. Even if it were torn to shreds, it could regrow through its astonishing tenacity. But Sullivan had only one life. Sullivan was busy dealing with Peacock Blue, and he now had to deal with Xia Fei's multiple attacks, which were bolstered by external energy. Xia Fei's offensive was so powerful that it required all of Sullivan's attention. Plush! Xia Fei came right behind his attacks, plunging the blood crystal again and again into Sullivan's body, each time draining him of his blood essence and driving him closer and closer to death. "Are you okay?" Xia Fei landed on the ground and helped Chendong up. "I'm fine." Wiping some blood from his lips, Chendong asked, "I haven't seen you in 2 years, and you've become so strong. Do you know who you killed?" "Who?" "The smiling Buddha of murder, Sullivan, a famous assassin of the law realm and my master." Chendong felt a little ashamed as he spoke the word master. From this, it could be seen that his relationship with Sullivan had been very advantageous, certainly not as close as the one he shared with Xia Fei. Xia Fei had a rather unsightly expression. With a bitter laugh, he said, "If not for my treasures, I mightn't have been able to get that smiling Buddha of murder. Just like you, I'm rather badly injured." Saying this, Xia Fei took out a few bottles of medicine and gave some to Chendong. He helped bandage Chendong's wound and also gave him origin crystals so that he could recover his energy. Chendong had an extremely tough body. All that his external wounds did was to add another scar atop his wounds. In any case, he had innumerable scars, so he did not care about a few more. After absorbing Sullivan's Great Law Emperor energy, Xia Fei's seventh brain region had become very restless. Another ball of rainbow energy had been collected. This was like a balloon with too much energy, liable to explode at any moment. After all, This had been the lifelong cultivation of a great law emperor, carrying far more energy than anything else Xia Fei had drained energy from thus far. Xia Fei was unsure when this energy ball might suddenly shatter, leading to his swift and painful death. This was the first time he had encountered such restless energy. "Can you move?" Xia Fei asked. Chen Dong clenched his teeth and then laughed. "It's fine. I'm just injured. I grow from my pain and injury." "Good. Then keep watch for me. I'm going to break through now." "Now?" Chen Dong asked in disbelief. He was so tired that he could die and was in immense pain. But Xia Fei wanted to break into the next rank right after the battle was over. This gap was a little too big. "Yes, right now," Xia Fei sternly said. Dolan was still in the area, staring at Xia Fei with its sinister and dark gaze. But Xia Fei still decided to digest that ball of energy in his seventh brain region. The energy ball absorbed from the Great Law Emperor was extremely unstable, liable to fall out of his control and explode at any moment. "Relax. With me around, no one can even think about getting close." After his initial shock, Chen Dong made a solemn promise to stay here and stand guard for Xia Fei. Xia Fei still did not feel completely reassured, so he had peacock blue root itself in the surroundings, creating two circular barriers. This matter could not be delayed. Great Law Emperor Sullivan had not been an ordinary character. Xia Fei had used the instant boost in fighting power from the energy ball in his brain region to kill him and absorb his energy, and while it had given Xia Fei a pleasant surprise, it had also brought serious consequences, which needed to be taken care of. "I already said that this energy isn't yours. Absorbing too much of it isn't good for your body, but you insist on relying on your decent control of origin energy to absorb it forcibly. This is a lesson. Never forget not to bite off more than you can chew. Now, we can only see if your control of origin energy can let you smoothly receive this energy." Phantom nagged at Xia Fei. Xia Fei clenched his teeth. The ecstasy that came from killing an expert and absorbing their energy was truly indescribable. But if Xia Fei were to lose control, he would end up in extreme danger. It was too late for regret. Xia Fei focused on his promotion as he prepared to absorb this Great Law Emperor energy in one go. Exhausted, severely exhausted, Xia Fei felt as if his entire body was lacking strength, his head hanging heavy. Absorbing too much energy had not given Xia Fei much delight. His heart was still thumping in fear from the sensation of his life hanging by a thread. There had been quite a few times where Xia Fei had almost lost control. Just when the energy was about to break out of his seventh brain region and into his body, Xia Fei had relied on his tenacious willpower to pull himself back from the brink. Sheesh. Oro sighed in relief and swallowed. Incredible energy control. You absorb the energy of a great law emperor, but don't get cocky. The blood crystal took 2/3, and you only received 1/3. If the blood crystal had given you all of the energy it absorbed, you would have failed to escape calamity. Xia Fei wiped his forehead and said nothing. Looking around, he saw that Chen Dong was standing at his side like a statue with his arms folded. His bandaged wound was already red. "Chen Dong," Xia Fei softly called. Chen Dong hurriedly came up and warned, "I don't know what that shadow-type divine beast you were fighting with is up to, but it hasn't appeared yet." Xia Fei replied, "It's fine. I injured it, so it might be licking its wounds in the shadows." Chen Dong nodded and curiously asked, "How could you attempt a promotion in the middle of battle? From what I understand, the law realm prioritizes energy, and in battle, you have to consume energy. It will be impossible to gather enough energy to reach the threshold. Also, what level of cultivation are you at now?" After some thought, Xia Fei decided not to tell Chen Dong the secret of the blood crystal. Oro had once asserted that because Xia Fei had gone an entire 3 years without advancement, he had built up a large reserve. Thus, when he first arrived at the law realm, he improved at a crazy pace. But when this reserve was used up, Xia Fei's advancement speed would return to normal. Alas, Oro had not predicted the evolution of the blood crystal. Without this bloodthirsty dagger in hand, Xia Fei's advancement speed did not slow and only accelerated. Level 6 Law Sovereign. "I advanced 2 levels moments ago," Xia Fei said. Normally, a great law emperor would have had so much energy that Xia Fei could have risen at least 3 ranks, but unfortunately, it had taken Xia Fei multiple attempts, expending all of his energy to finally break through the threshold. This was shocking enough. A threshold was regarded as a threshold because it was difficult to exceed, but Xia Fei had used Sullivan's energy to blast past it. Until the Law Emperor, Xia Fei would encounter no more obstacles. It couldn't be. That means that you're only a level 4 Law Sovereign before this? You even managed to kill the smiling killing Buddha. Xia Fei, you're a god. Dong was flabbergasted. A level 4 Law Sovereign should not have even existed in the same dimension as a level 6 Law Emperor. While there had always been stories about elite warriors who could fight above their level, this was a bit too much. Smiling, Xia Fei said, I should have been no match, but a few months ago, I happened to learn of a method that allowed me to instantly unleash my energy to increase my fighting power, and together with my numerous treasures, I just barely managed to kill him. Dong was even more curious now. Instantly unleashing your energy to increase your offensive power? This is the first time I've heard of this method. Where did the energy come from? And what level can instantly unleash this energy take you? Xia Fei explained. The energy is stored in the 7th brain region using a secret method, and when it's unleashed, I can have the fighting power of a Law Emperor, instantly multiplying your fighting power by several times. And you have so many weapons and auxiliary tools that even I've never heard of on you. It's no wonder you were able to succeed, Dong said solemnly. He was a martial arts fanatic and was naturally very interested in Xia Fei's ability to unleash power in this sort of fashion, and he seemed to be waiting for Xia Fei to teach him. Xia Fei was put in a difficult spot. He was able to accumulate energy in his 7th brain region entirely because of the blood crystal. Putting aside this bloodthirsty dagger, there was no replicating the modifications applied to the law of primal chaos and the celestial zero hammer. There was only one blood crystal in the universe, and only Xia Fei possessed the ability to boost his cultivation instantly. Even if he wanted to help Dong, he could not. Standing up, Xia Fei looked at the resplendent golden Atlantean palace in the distance. The treasury of Atlantis was still awaiting Xia Fei to find it. I'll wager that if we open the Golden Dome, that shadow-type divine beast Dolan will do everything it can to charge in and take what it wants. Dong frowned. Though you injured that shadow-type divine beast, it's still a divine beast that can't be underestimated. Do we really want to open up the Golden Dome now? Yes, Xia Fei firmly replied. We can't let this monster go. We can talk about the past later. 3 pyramids emitted 3 dazzling white lights, which linked them with the 3 round pillars extending from the Golden Dome. The most important temple of the Atlanteans had finally opened. Xia Fei slowly walked alone into the temple. The basilica rose to a height of 1,000 meters and was incredibly vast. The golden gleaming floor and walls had been carved with the images of people, flowers, and birds, recounting the tragic tale of how a clan in the law realm was forced to go into hiding. No matter how moving the story was, it could not overcome the excitement that came from the opening of the treasury. Xia Fei had gone inside in search of the last 3 levels of the Beast Spirit Codex, that mysterious emerald, and even more exciting treasures. However, unlike what Xia Fei had imagined, there were just 2 thrones and some mysterious statues in this Golden Dome. There were no treasures, let alone any sign of the last 3 levels of the Beast Spirit Codex. Xia Fei walked up to the thrones, folded his arms, and began to think. Outside the temple, countless soft-bodied creatures crept across the ground, sweeping into the Golden Dome and blocking Xia Fei's way out. Xia Fei appeared not to notice, though. He continued to stand there as these tattooed monsters surrounded him. As Xia Fei turned around, he began to release a cold energy from his hand, and the Golden Dome's temperature began to rapidly plunge. Whoosh! Each of these soft-bodied life forms had a black and empty on it. These several thousand eyes opened and stared at Xia Fei. Sure enough, Dolan had not left. It was determined to fight it out with Xia Fei and take what it wanted. Xia Fei had gone inside the Golden Basilica, but Dong was nowhere to be seen. As a battle broke out within the Golden Dome, there was somehow another Xia Fei flying around outside. Using the breath control technique, he had concealed himself under a roof. It was not long before he reached the moat, seemingly searching for something. We have to be quick. Dong isn't you, and it's hard to say how long he can last against the full assault of a shadow-type divine beast, Phantom sternly said. Xia Fei nodded. The one in the golden basilica was actually Chen Dong. Xia Fei had used his delusion art to make Chen Dong look like him. As for Xia Fei, he was still outside. Chen Dong is wearing edgeless, and he's a Law of Ice user, so he should be able to hold on, Xia Fei said. Hard to say. It's not like you didn't see what Divine Beast Green Dawn could do going all out. Just thinking about that immense explosion still leaves me stunned. There is no divine beast that is easy to deal with. Xia Fei had made Chen Dong into a decoy because he truthfully had no other option. Shadow beasts were different from other exotic beasts. They could take many forms and could be anywhere, and this Dolan was skilled in cloning and puppetry. Unless Xia Fei could kill its original body, he would have no hope of ever wiping it out. It was not Xia Fei's style to leave his enemies alive. Thus, he decided to risk having Chen Dong disguise himself as him so that he could search for Dolan's main body outside. Look carefully. The Shadow-type Divine Beast is controlling so many clones that they must have an energy connection with the main body. Aren't you a master at sensing energy? Get to work, Xia Fei said to Phantom. Phantom helplessly pursed his lips. Who knows from how long of a distance Dolan can control its clones? This is the Atlantean continent. No matter how formidable my energy senses are, I can't cover the entire continent. Explosions continued to resound from the Golden Basilica. Chen Dong was presumably locked in a bitter struggle. As he had edgeless, keeping himself safe was probably possible. What Xia Fei was really worried about was if the Shadow-type Divine Beast might be secretly taking what it wanted and then running away, which would be a huge loss. After all, it had so many clones that it could easily send off a few to get the treasure. Found it, Phantom exclaimed. I felt an energy pulse by the moat just now. Dolan's main body should be somewhere there. Whoosh. Xia Fei immediately flew into the moat where Phantom indicated. A monster was hiding behind a rock there, exposing a single pitch-black eye. Dolan immediately noticed Xia Fei and frantically tried to run. After all, this was its main body, and once it was destroyed, no number of clones could save it. At this time, Xia Fei finally saw the Dolan's final form. It was an octopus with a single large black eye on the top of its head, an evil and wicked eye. This eye was now stricken with panic. What Dolan feared the most was the Beast's Spirit Codex, which Xia Fei knew. Shadow-type Divine Beasts specialized in cloning techniques, and Xia Fei knew that as well. What sort of foe was this? Dolan was alarmed. That Xia Fei in the Golden Basilica was already so strong, able to rely on the Law of Ice to hold down his many clones. But now there was another Xia Fei near his original body. What was going on here? Shadow Divine Beasts were different from other Divine Beasts. It was strong because it could use the power of others to assist it, and it was weak because Dolan did not have much strength on its own. It was simply a soft body with an evil eye. Never mind Xia Fei's peacock blue, blood crystal, and law of primal chaos. His bare fists alone were enough to end Dolan. Whoosh. Dolan frantically fled. When its octopus-like body got moving, it was very fast, but that giant eye on its head was rather unwieldy and slowed it down significantly. Seize it, Xia Fei roared, and peacock blue shot out from his arm like a bolt of lightning. Two giant blue blades of grass approached from left and right, seeking to wrap Dolan up like a dumpling. Dolan panicked, and it spat out a powerful stream of water to accelerate its speed. It was a soft-bodied divine beast that normally carried a lot of water in its stomach. As it spit all this water out, its body shot forward like an arrow, whooshing over several kilometers. Moreover, the softness of its body made it flexible, and it managed to barely make it out of Peacock Blue's range. In a flash, it was 2,000 meters away, far past Peacock Blue's attack range. Xia Fei's arms made vigorous strokes. He was a speed ability user, and even in the water, he possessed incredible speed. He had a compressed air canister in his mouth, so even without edgeless, Xia Fei did not need to worry about running out of oxygen. Beast's Spirit Codex. A surge of mental control energy rushed out, wrapping around Dolan and seeking to enter its mind. Dolan was forced to use some of its mental energy to deal with the Beast's Spirit Codex. Alas, it was not skilled at doing two things at once, so its movements slowed down a little. Peacock Blue converged from both sides, and its blades of grass wrapped it up. Xia Fei jumped 10 some meters out of the rope, and Peacock Blue acted like his arm, savagely throwing Dolan to the ground. The octopus-like Dolan slapped against the ground like a piece of rubber. Huh. Its body immediately spread apart, its single eye seeing stars. As Xia Fei descended to the ground, he gripped the blood crystal with both hands and stabbed it into Dolan's single wicked eye. I'll devour you. The octopus quickly became a piece of jerky, which was as small as a pill, before it ultimately turned into dust. It was not just Dolan's body. Those clones in the golden basilica also rapidly withered. Shindong sighed in relief and relaxed. The number of clones had truly been unreasonable. If Xia Fei had been a few minutes slower, he truly might not have been able to hold out. Under the golden basilica, Shindong returned to his original appearance. Xia Fei strode in, took back Edgeless, and put it on. Shindong had his ice armor, so he normally did not wear armor. As for things like combat uniforms, well, Shindong did not like wearing clothes normally. If not for the rules forbidding it, Shindong would walk on the streets butt naked. It's finally over, Xia Fei lightly said as he swept his gaze over the withered corpses on the floor. Yes. Shindong nodded. He pointed at the half-open door at the back of the golden basilica. Those monsters opened this door and were presumably dragging something out. If you had been a little slower, they might have succeeded. Xia Fei became excited at these words. Come on, let's go in and take a look. I'll have to trouble you to keep watch over me again. Shindong's eyes flew open, not daring to believe his ears. What? You're going to advance again? You just did that half an hour ago. Are you even human? In truth, Xia Fei did not have such a crazy advancement speed. This was merely because he had absorbed the power of a great law emperor and then the power of a shadow divine beast. Another rainbow ball had gathered in his seventh brain region. Though Dolan was a divine beast, it was one of the weaker ones. Its offensive abilities lay in controlling the attack of others. Even so, Dolan was still a divine beast, so the energy ball in Xia Fei's mind got rather restless. He had reached the edge of advancement, though it was not as urgent this time. Xia Fei found it hard to explain the blood crystal's functions, so he decided not to explain altogether. Shindong was very easy to work with and did not ask any more questions. He was just truly astounded by Xia Fei's advancement speed. This hidden door had originally been a mural. In the mural, there was a muscular man with a bare upper body pushing at a door. Surprisingly, the door on the mural was an actual door controlled by a switch. Without Dolan's help, it probably would have taken some time to find this door. Once he entered, he saw a vast amount of treasure that dazzled his eyes. Paintings embroidered with gold, statues made from gold, necklaces studded with jewels, and many other kinds of treasure filled this storehouse, which covered an area of more than 1,000 square meters. Who needs these things? They're clearly all trash. Shindong could not help but blurt out. In this cosmic era, jewels and gold, which had once been priceless, were no longer as valuable, falling to the status of display items in ordinary households. After all, the universe was so big that even planets made entirely of gold and jewels were not rarities. These things no longer had any value at all. Xia Fei pointed at a crib on the floor and said, "Look here." In actuality, the jewels take up a very small part of the storehouse. It's just that they're so flashy that they draw more attention. Take a look at this bed. It's entirely made from wood, and though it's studded with jewels, it's not that opulent, and a part of the guardrail is even missing. There are many other things like this. This means that the Atlanteans didn't store these things because they're worth money, but because they represented their time on Earth. At that time, the people of Earth were still in chaos and disorder, believing that metal like gold was pretty and enchanting, so they gave these things to the Atlanteans to gain their favor. Later, when the Atlanteans left Earth, these items, which represented the memories of their life there, were stored away. It seems like the Atlantean king was the sentimental sort. Shindong nodded. I get it now. Isn't Earth your home? Do you recognize these people? I don't. Xia Fei shook his head and said. There was another hidden door in the distance, thicker than the previous and sealed by an intricate lock. Dolan had already opened it, so Shindong and Xia Fei went right in. Origin crystals. Shindong exclaimed. This room was a bit smaller, and 3 alloy chests had been placed on a stone platform. One of them was packed with origin crystals. The lid was open, so it was possible to see the translucent stones within. Out of the several thousand origin crystals here, half were grade 4 while the rest were grade 3. Xia Fei cared little about these things as he did not lack for origin crystals. A darkness metal weapon alone could be exchanged for 1 million grade 4 origin crystals back at the Lionheart race. The other 2 chests were much smaller. Several dozen of Dolan's clones were gathered around one of the nearby chests, their bodies withered. It had only been a few steps away from success. Alas, at the final juncture, Xia Fei had found Dolan's main body and had this greedy divine beast receive the deserts it so justly reserved. Qindong was about to walk over and look when Xia Fei suddenly pulled him back. Listen. Beep, 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 beep. What's that sound? Qindong curiously asked. Xia Fei grimly retorted. If you were that shadow divine beast, what would you do once you got what you wanted? In shock, Qindong said, destroy this place and kill every life form present. Rumble. An enormous explosion swept through the stars, emerging from within the dark crow pupa cavity, annihilating this hidden space. It took dozens of minutes for the explosion to finally subside. In the small demon warship, Xia Fei and Qindong watched the explosion and counted themselves lucky. It was a good thing that Xia Fei had noticed that beeping noise, allowing them to use their spatial rings and then escape. Otherwise, everything would have gone up in smoke, the collapse of the hidden space taking them with it. Qindong, carrying that chest of origin crystals, used his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. It was actually rather laughable. As they were leaving, Xia Fei immediately swept up those 2 unopened chests, while Qindong had gone for the origin crystals. Qindong, when did you get so desperate for money? Xia Fei stared at him and grinned. Qindong awkwardly scratched his head. He was very tall. The demon warship was so small that all had to do was reach out with his hand, and he would be able to touch the ceiling. This isn't just money, but energy, Qindong said, his ears turning red. He had before regarded money like dirt. Now, in the law realm, he could no longer ignore the power of money as it was the origin energy of the universe, the foundation of a warrior's power. Xia Fei nodded. That's true. You can keep this box of crystals. Qindong waved his hands. No way. It only makes sense to split it evenly. Xia Fei chuckled. I want you to take it, so just take it. What's the point in being so polite with me? Seeing as he could not refuse, Qindong could only put the chest into his ring, a delighted look on his face. He was a martial maniac and knew nothing except fighting and cultivation. He was naturally happy to have obtained so many origin crystals, guaranteeing his energy supply. We should leave quickly. Sullivan did not come alone, and that explosion was so intense that the others in the area are certain to come and see what happened, Qindong sternly said. You're in big trouble this time, and it's more than one person who wants your life. Xia Fei adjusted the coordinates, preparing to use the spatial compass to take him and Qindong to the hidden realm. As Qindong had been willing to assist him at his greatest moment of peril, it was clear that Madman Chun was just as trustworthy as ever, so there was no need to worry about him learning of the robot army. Moreover, he had betrayed his master and had nowhere else to go. How many people want to kill me? Xia Fei asked with a smile. The entire underworld of the law realm. All of them. What? Xia Fei creased his brows and asked. Because your head is worth 1 million grade 4 origin crystals, dead or alive. Avril is wanted alive, with a price of 1 million, Qindong sternly said. Xia Fei clenched his fists. Ruthless indeed. It seems like they want to eradicate me. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.